港精紅班拔得排骨。
A very good morning to all of you and welcome to the live stream of the FIFA Online 3 Southeast Asia Invitational 2015, which is happening over in Vietnam. We will be bringing you all the action over from Singapore. Myself, Easy Game, together with Hilmi, will be bringing you all the action. The group stages are what's going to be happening today. So we'll have a look at the schedule and see what's going to be happening. We have 6 very exciting matches to look forward to, and we have 2 groups. These teams, 6 teams, have been split into 2 groups. As you see in Group A, we have Vietnam A, Singapore, and Thailand, and this is what is considered to be the group of death. And Singapore always ends up there, kind of tough luck for them. As for Group B, we have Vietnam B, Indonesia, and Malaysia. You may be wondering why Vietnam has 2 teams. That is because they are the host country of the Southeast Asia Invitationals, and there you see all your different matches and all the different timings as well to catch up on all these matches. And for those of you watching, we have wonderful codes to give to all of you for every 2 matches. So that's going to be coming up. Look out for that as well. And these are your prizes for today, or rather for this invitational. The champion wins themselves 18,000 US dollars. That's huge money coming in, especially it's US dollars, so that's absolutely huge. And second place 6,600. So first prize is actually almost 3 times bigger than the second prize. So it would be a huge incentive to play that extra bit harder and get into the championship position. And of course, in the group stage, there's a prize pool of 2,700 US dollars. For each win, you get yourself 450 US dollars. So that's a nice chunk of change to get yourself for winning each match, which only lasts 6 to 10 minutes. Winning $400 for winning one match is absolutely amazing. So that's all the wonderful prizes that we have for today. And I mentioned we have our codes as well to give to all of you that will be coming up later on. But otherwise, I guess we are ready to get into the live stream and check out what's happening over in Thailand, and we will get into our live stream right now. So as we go into it, we will count down and go. This is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and there you go. Welcome to the Southeast Asia Invitational, host country Vietnam being there, Singapore as well. Heal me. Let's have your thoughts about what do you think. We have, of course, we are looking forward to watching Singapore and Malaysia do very well in this invitational. What are the expectations? How do you expect them to fare in this tournament?
Well, I think going into this tournament, the Singapore team was rather hopeful given the kind of team that we are putting up. But unfortunately, as you mentioned earlier, that the team has been put in the group of death, yeah, with Vietnam's first team as well as Thailand. So we are still hopeful, being the dark horses of the tournament could work in our favor. It lowers the expectations, and hopefully it will spring either one of the 2 favorite teams by surprise. Whereas for Malaysia, they are in a relatively easier group. I mean, compared to Thailand and Vietnam, Indonesia and the second Vietnam team is relatively easier. It, but it is not straightforward for them as well. So we are hoping for the best for both Singapore and Malaysia team to go through. Yeah, and if both can go through, then it will be a major, major plus for both teams.
Alright, so let's just have a look at what's going on in the stream. this is the sights and sounds happening live over from Vietnam as we see the wonderful crowd there cheering on the players as we get into our opening ceremony of the Southeast Asia Invitational 2015.
Yeah, it seems a rather lively crowd out there. You know, it must be since this is the grand finals of the Southeast Asian Invitational League, and definitely it will be a huge booster for both Vietnamese team, given the amount of crowd support that they're having over there. But you know, that could spur them on, especially when up against the likes of Thailand, which is one of the big powerhouses of the region, and that would definitely assist them in you know performing beyond the expected potential that they're already having. Now just presented the Indonesia team, followed by the Malaysian team. There is Hanzo, Perlis Team Junior, as well as Ol, you know, the top three from Malaysia in the Malaysian League. And now they're just presenting, you know, our very own Singapore team, led by Hibidi. And then there's Monet behind him, and followed by Zarate. So it's a very lively crowd so far, and the place seems to be, I mean, it's a mixture of tense faces, but at the same time, I'm sure all of them are rather pumped up and excited, looking forward to the matches going into this tournament. And I mean, as mentioned earlier by Easy Game, a price of 450 per game win is definitely a huge incentive, given the matches only lasted for so long. So yeah, I'm sure they're looking forward to the matches and to proving their worth in the regional scene, having proven their worth in their respective local scenes.
Alright, so let's just take a moment and we'll have a listen to the Vietnamese national anthem. There we saw the whole crowd all standing up together and staying proud as the Vietnamese, and they will of course be looking to win this invitational as they are the host country. Last year they hosted it as well and they won it. So
No
they'll be looking to
surprises
do
there.
it twice in a row. So looks like we'll just wait for the formalities to end, wait for the players to just, you know, give their handshakes to one another, shaking their own teammates' hands. Wow. I never knew that they were gonna do that. Alright, so we'll get ready to get into the matches, but first match we want to focus on is of course Vietnam A versus Singapore. And of course, like I mentioned, this is the group of death, sort of the stronger group out of the both the groups that have been put out. And I've watched a couple of the interviews that were done with the Singapore players. They all seem very confident that they can actually even come in top two. But actually, before we get there, let's just take a look at this, I guess, freestyle performance by the Vietnamese guys. Have fun, enjoy the performance.
me. Now watch me whip. Kill it. Now watch me nay nay. Okay. Now watch me whip, whip. Watch me nay nay. Why me do it? Now watch me whip. Kill it. Watch me nay nay. Okay. Now watch me whip, whip. Watch me nay nay. Can you do it? Now watch me. Ooh, watch me. Watch me. Ooh, watch me. Watch me. Ooh, watch me. Watch me. Ooh, okay. Ooh, okay. Ooh, watch me. Watch me. Ooh, watch me. Watch me. Ooh, watch me. Watch me. Ooh, okay. Now I mean you. Now I mean Superman. Okay. Now I mean you. Now I mean Superman. Okay. Now I mean you. Now I mean Superman. Okay. Now I mean you. Now I mean Superman. Okay. Now watch me whip. Now watch me nay nay. Okay. Now watch me whip, whip. Watch me nay nay. Why me do it? Now watch me whip. Watch me nay nay. Okay. Now watch me whip, whip. Watch me nay nay.
That was a wonderful dance and freestyle performance by our Vietnamese friends. Hilmi, do you think you can do better than them?
Well, maybe the ball skills I can replicate a bit, but the handstand and the push-ups, I'm afraid I'm a bit too heavy for those things. Yeah. So, but
No, nothing.
yeah. So yeah, but anyway, it was a wonderful showcase of skills, and I mean for both the footballing skills as well as the dance move. Yeah, it seems pretty similar to some K-pop dance that I've seen recently. Yeah.
Alright, so looks like we'll just wait for our matches to start. And we'll go back to, we were talking earlier about our Vietnam and Singapore players and the match that's coming up earlier. And I said that the Singapore players are very confident of actually taking the championship. It will be the first time that if Singapore manages to do it, it will be the first time that either Singapore or Malaysia have actually managed to win the championship. But look, having a look at it, so far we've seen the Singapore players live and in action. What do you think? Do you think they're prepared enough to actually take this championship?
Well, I think on their own, Singapore especially, they have a pretty strong team with Hibidi, Monet and Zarate. All three of them are in hot form going to this competition. And I mean, the three of them recently have just qualified themselves for the second round of a local tournament that they just competed last week. So, yeah, pretty much. I mean, the three of them are generally, on forms, and they seem pretty confident. So I'm pretty sure they can do quite well and trying to upset both the favorites.
Alright, so now let's have a look at this introduction video for the Southeast Asia Invitational 2015.
I am Natakon Rugby from Thailand. We Singapore and Malaysia. I'm representing Team Malaysia here. The three members of the team are Old, Hanzo, and Corliss Team Junior, and they are the best three players of Malaysia.
My name is Vega. I am responsible for the Indonesian team. After drawing yesterday, we are quite confident with our team in this tournament, and we think like we can go to the second day. We hope we can go to the final.
Chào các bạn, mình tên là Nguyễn Hoàng Thiện, mình đến từ team Vietnam. Bạn A có thể được coi là bạn tử thần khi ba đội được đánh giá là mạnh nhất giải chung một bạn. Mục tiêu của mình cũng như của toàn đội Việt Nam trong giải đấu này đó là giữ chiếc cúp vô địch ở lại Việt Nam.
Alright, so it's back to us again, and we were talking earlier about Singapore and how they actually might have a good chance of winning. What do you think about Vietnam? You know, they have always proved to be very strong, and they're always looking good in every single tournament that happens. And we'll have a look at the groups here so far. But looking at the Team A that is taking part right now, I don't quite remember any of their names except for Huang Tian, who is their second player or their first player. We're not exactly sure about the order of the players yet, but it seems like an entirely new team that's coming up for Vietnam. So it shows that they have lots of talent. Whereas for Singapore and Malaysia, it's always the same pool of players that always represent our countries. So it's going to be interesting to see how they'll be going up against each other in this first match. And of course, who's working or schooling can get home before that and catch their local heroes, I would say. And hopefully they do well as well. As for Malaysia, I I believe Pearlie's Team Junior, it's his first time actually representing Malaysia. So Ol has represented Malaysia before, Hanzo as well. Pearlie's Team Junior, it's his first time, and I think in one of the pictures I saw on Facebook, his mom traveled with him. And I think this has never happened before in terms of the Malaysians and Singaporeans traveling overseas to play FIFA Online 3. I don't think any of the parents have traveled with them, but Pearlie's Team Junior has, I think, brought his mom along. Quite interesting.
I mean, given his first time in such a major tournament, I'm pretty sure that the backing of somebody familiar, somebody Hanzo, all especially have been in and around the regional competitions. Hanzo, he won the Malaysian leg previously, so could ease a bit the tension and the anxiety that he will definitely be facing going into this competition. Ol and Hanzo, Ol especially have been in and around the regional competitions. Hanzo, he won the Malaysian leg previously, so for Malaysia they have a pretty decent squad, and they are in a relatively easier group as compared to the other group. So hopefully they could go through to the next round and at least perform better than what maybe people have expected them to be able to do going into this competition.
Yeah, hopefully they come up and do really well in this. So looks like we're waiting for our first match to start, and and as we saw in the pictures, gonna be going up. There is something new in the rules which the Singaporean team has kind of taken note of. It's a rule that was previously implemented, and now suddenly I believe Hibidi is the first one that's gonna be going up. There is something new in the rules which the Singaporean team has kind of taken note of. It's a rule that was previously implemented, and now suddenly it's not in the place of the rule books at all. That rule is that you can now shoot from anywhere. Okay, so that means Hibidi can go back to his Hibidi shot. What was once called the Hibidi shot. Okay, I'll talk about that a little later on. First, we'll have a look at the teams that's going to be coming up. For Vietnam, the first person that's going to be playing for them is going to be Noctung, who's also known as Sushi as his in-game name. So in goal, he has Manuel Neuer. Philip Lam is his right back. Mahos Rojo is his left back. Centre backs are going to be Hawidis and Rio Ferdinand. Defensive midfielders Matic and Busquets. Attacking midfielders Heung-min Song and Francesco Totti. And the two strikers up front, Zlatan Ibrahimovic and Karim Benzema. He's playing a 4-2-2-2. Seems like a very strong first 11 for him.
Yeah, definitely. In Matic and Busquets, they have two solid defensive midfielders protecting the back four, and the back four have abundance of space and energy, in especially down the wings, with the likes of Lam and Rojo going down the right and left side. However, the interesting thing is that he has opted for Totti and Son down the wings, supporting Ibrahimovic and Benzema. I am predicting that perhaps he is not going much for speed because Ibrahimovic and Benzema are your more orthodox target men. So maybe we could see long shots or crosses going down for Benzema and Ibrahimovic to latch onto.
Right, so we'll have a look at Singapore lineup now. Hibidi is the first one going up. Chang Wen-jin in goal. Here's Buffon. Right back Ramirez. Left back Maicon. Centre backs Jerome Boateng and Pepe. Defensive midfielders Xabi Alonso and Sami Khedira. And left wing was Ian Robin. Right wing was Ronaldinho, I believe.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, I guess. I can't really remember. We didn't really have time to look at that. But, okay, there we go. Back again. Right wing Cristiano Ronaldo. Centered forward is going to be Ronaldinho. And the striker up front is Daniel Sturridge. So it looks like both these players are ready. And both of them are playing with two defensive midfielders. Vietnam going for attacking midfielders. Wen-chin going for wingers. And looking at his defense, his two centre backs are right beside each other, and his right back, left back are completely to the flanks. And as we know, this guy absolutely loves doing his skill moves and going down the flanks. So, how do you think it's going to be panning out for Wen-chin?
Well, given the players he has in his starting lineup and how he has set out his team to be, I'm pretty sure we'll see the likes of Ramirez and the left back bombing down the wing back position to support of the strikers, and in the likes of Ronaldo and Robin down the wings and supporting Ronaldinho and Daniel Sturridge. There are abundance of pace and skills in Wen-chin's starting lineup. And given the kind of playing style that Easy Game you mentioned that he is more of the skill moves type, we are definitely gonna see quick attacks and definitely a huge amount of skills being played by Wen-chin in trying to break down his Vietnamese opposition's defense. And given this is his first game, it could unsettle the opponent's playing style just from the beginning.
Yes, that is certainly possible. So we'll get right into the game and see how both these players are going to be playing. Vietnam are using Chelsea, and Wen-chin, as usual, is going to be using Anderlecht. I talked a bit about the Hibidi shot. Look out for that. I'll tell you when it happens. So we'll have Vietnam attacking towards the right in this first half. They'll start by going down the wings and getting fouled by Robin. So it's going to be a free kick for them. Philip Lam will be the one standing over the ball. Probably will be looking to send it into the box. He's going to switch it over to Ibrahimovic. I would expect Ibra to be in the box to receive somewhat of a pass. He gives it back to Lam, takes a short pass to Matic. And the Vietnamese players usually play with keyboards, alright? I'm not sure if this player is playing with it, but Ibrahimovic collects the ball, he shoots, and that's 1-0. First attack, first goal of the Southeast Asian Invitational. And Vietnam get it off a set piece, playing the short passes, sending the cross in, and Ibrahimovic puts in the finishing touch.
Yeah, it's totally a total bummer there for Wen-chin. I mean, the first attack, and it's already considered the first goal within no less than 7 minutes. As I mentioned earlier, with Ibrahimovic and I believe it was Drogba in the middle, yeah, he's definitely gonna go for the attacks down the wings and crosses down, which Wen-chin totally didn't deal with effectively. And once Ibrahimovic got the ball down, it was just an easy right-footed shot into the bottom corner. Poor defending there by Wen-chin.
Let's see how he can respond. He does send his ball outside of the box. And we'll see Vietnam looking to go on the counter-attack. It is actually Benzema playing up front together with Ibrahimovic, and Vietnam win themselves another free kick. And when you have a target man like Ibrahimovic, that's all the more incentive to just send the ball into the box rather than trying to play short passes. So that's exactly what the Vietnamese player did, and he got himself the first goal of the game. We'll see if Wen Chin can bounce back from it. We'll have Lam down the right side again. Vietnam in possession. Busquets finds Rojo. He's gonna take his time on the ball and give it over to Francesco Totti. And it's gonna be put out. It's gonna be a throw in for Vietnam. Totti over the ball looking for options, and he finds Busquets. Might be looking to send another cross into the box. Busquets holding on to the ball, and that is gonna be a corner. Second set piece for Vietnam to try and capitalize from. Yu Ming Song standing over the ball, sending it into the far post, and that's a header being met by Matic, and that's 2-0. Second set piece, second goal for Vietnam, and so far it's looking incredibly comfortable for them.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Wen Chen, I'm certainly going to be gutted by how I've started the match so far. Set pieces are definitely not, a source of conceding goals for anyone for that matter. And so you have to consider two goals from set pieces, from headed goals. Yeah, it's just a huge bummer for the Singapore player right now, and it's going to be a huge tall task for him to come back and get something out of this match. He has to get something, at least an attack before the end of the first half to get some kind of confidence back into his play.
We'll have Ronaldo trying to pass the ball back in towards the middle, but it get intercepted off by the defenders. And we'll have him go again down the left flank now with Ian Robin. Tries to twist and turn past a couple of players, and Vietnam get the interception off. Pepe comes in. Ronaldo with the roulette. But it turns back, goes back towards Robin on the left side, trying to send a cross. But it's going to get blocked off. Vietnam will look to go on the attack again, trying to make it 3-0 this time. Rojo sending the lofted through pass, trying to find the run of Totti, but Ramirez gets there ahead of the Italian, and it's going to be a free kick to Singapore. Vietnam, Vietnamese players are very careful with possession, and they try not to give the ball too much, and that's exactly how this Vietnamese player started, and it's worked out very well for him, winning 2 free kicks, or rather a corner and a free kick, and he buried both those chances. So this patient kind of build-up for Vietnam certainly working out so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's good to start with a more conservative approach. Just get a feel of the game, get a feel of the pace of the game and the pace of your opponents before committing to more players onto the attacks, because you do not want to be too overzealous in your attack to the point where you leave your defense bare and to the mercy of your opponents right from the start.
We'll have Vietnam down the right side again. Yu Ming Song in possession. He has lots of space to run down the flank. He sends across it. The goalkeeper will punch instead of collecting. Philip Lam opting not to take the shot. Son is on the ball again, and the referee will blow for halftime. It is 2-0. Vietnam is leading, scoring a goal off a corner and a free kick as well early in this match. And Wen Chin has not even mustered a single shot on goal for Singapore.
Yeah, he needs to get the passes. I mean, he needs to get more passes down into the attack. He needs to dwell less on the ball, because it seems that his Vietnamese opposition is fast to press him down and get the ball off him and pressure him into making a mistake. So he needs to get more of the quick passes going in and attack and have a more coherent and objective attack to master. If not, then it's just going to be an easy game, second half of the game for the Vietnamese.
So it looks like Wen Chin does want to start the second half by making a couple of changes, and that's exactly what he needs to do. Otherwise, it's going to rest on the shoulders of Monet and Zarate to try and claw the game back for Singapore. So he will make a substitution. Off goes Xabi Alonso, and in comes Jefferson Fafan. So it is a change in formation for Wen Chin. Looks like he's placed a couple of players further forward in attack, and we'll see how that's going to be working out for him. Ronaldo is playing in the striker's position now, and we have Robin as the right winger. His skill move gets cut out, and Vietnam will look to keep the ball again. Yu Ming Song Finds the run of Ibrahimovic. There's no support for him though, and he's got to play it patient. He finds Totti. Maicon will come in for the interception, and Singapore will be looking to go on the counter attack. This is Ronaldinho trying to shrug off Sergio Busquets. Does do so the first time. Finds Robin on the right side, and Cristiano Ronaldo finds some space ahead of him. Can he finish it off? Tries to go for one more skill move, and the defender will be there to tackle. Philip Lam now pushing forward in his attack. Yu Ming Song down the right side. Will he be looking to send a cross in? So far it's worked very well for him. 2 crosses, 2 goals. He sends in one more, looking for Karim Benzema, but Singapore will be able to clear. Ronaldinho now. His pass gets cut out, and Son, he's seeing lots of the ball in this game. Lots of the play for Vietnam has gone down this right side. Gets tackled off the ball by Maicon, and Singapore will be looking to push up faster. So far the players are not really going as fast as Wen Chin would probably like them to, and Ronaldinho will not be able to collect the ball. Totti waiting for the pass, waiting for the runs of his players, and he goes back towards Rojo. He's gonna switch the play over to the right side. Fantastic crossfield pass from Rojo to Lam, and Yu Ming Song again getting muscled off the ball by Maicon. And Wen Chin will be looking to make full use of this chance. One roulette to try and find some space. Gives it over to Sturridge. There's 2 players, 3 players in the box now. Goes for the shot instead, and it goes just wide, not too far off. But that is a chance that's wasted off by Wen Chin. He's not going to get much more, as there's only 15 minutes left in this game.
Yeah, that was slightly more encouraging there by Wen Chen, mastering the attack and getting the shot off on the finesse by Daniel Sturridge. I believe that was the first time that he actually gotten the shot off and, mastered some degree of attack onto the Vietnamese back line. I'm afraid it's still not good enough for him, because it's still fairly comfortable for the Vietnamese to deal with his attacks. But at least he's getting some form of attacks and unsettling a bit the Vietnamese backline. So we still have about 12 more minutes to go plus added time. Hopefully he can get a quick goal back in and make it a more interesting end to the game.
Hopefully he does that with this attack. That was a good flip-flap by Fafan to win himself the free kick. He's not going to send the cross in, and Rojo will intercept Ian Robin off the ball. Gets it back with Khedira. This is Fafan down the left side, finds Ronaldinho back towards Khedira, but the pass was misplaced. And 5 minutes are left in this match. The long pass comes in from Amauri towards Ibrahimovic, but the defenders will be there to intercept. Robin in possession again. Ramirez finds Ronaldinho towards Khedira. Back towards Ronaldinho again. Robin with some space, goes for the cross or the shot. Neither of it finds the player or the goal. Goalkeeper will be able to collect, and we are into the 90th minute. Probably as he hoofs the ball up, the referee will blow for full time, and it does end 2-0 in favor of Vietnam, winning this first match against Singapore kind of comfortably. Singapore not even managing a single shot on goal. Actually they did, but it went wide off the post. But Wen Chin had quite an uncomfortable first game, and Vietnam taking the first win for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he never really gotten going the whole match, Wen Chen. The early goal conceded by to Ibrahimovic from the free kick was really a huge bummer for him. And as per any matches, if you concede an early goal, much worse if it was from a set piece, it will definitely set your game off for the rest of the matches, for that match in particular. And to have conceded a second goal from another set piece closely after that was really a huge bummer for him. But nevertheless, it was a good game played by Vietnamese first player, I believe was Nguyen Ngoc Tom. It was a very comfortable game for him. The early start really worked into his advantage. So hopefully, from a Singapore perspective, I believe it's Monet who's gonna be the second player up for Singapore. He can put up a much tougher fight for this Vietnamese counterpart, and hopefully it will be a much more tighter affair and possibly even winning one back for Singapore.
Yeah, of course. So that also means that Vietnam win themselves $450 after winning that match. And we'll go into the second one. Like you mentioned, it's going to be Noctung that's going to be taking on Gerald, also known as Money. And he has a completely different style to what TBD adopts. Monet is a very patient player, likes to keep possession of the ball. He likes to even grind out those 1-0 wins. Just get that one goal and he'll just keep possession of the ball for the rest of the game. So I guess he'll be looking to do the same. It's worked out very well for him over the past couple of months, even as he has played in the Singapore tournament. So we'll see how Monet is going to fare. And I would say Monet and Zarate are the more experienced players in the team. In terms of FIFA Online 3, not comparing Hibidi, you know, this guy has been WCG champion for Singapore back in 2012, back in 2010. But for FIFA Online 3, Monet and Zarate have represented Singapore on every single tournament. Okay, Zarate has represented Singapore in every single tournament. Monet has missed out on one, which was the Spearhead Invitational last year. But otherwise, these two guys have been there, done that every single time for Singapore. So these two are the cool heads we'll be looking forward to try and get some games back for Singapore. So we'll see how Monet is going to be faring. So far, even as they talked about their drafts, as we saw their Ask Me Anything kind of video vlogs or video interviews, I would say, they all mentioned that they kind of like their drafts, that it suits all the different kind of plays, because all these three players have completely different kind of game styles. So it sort of suits them all, but it's not exactly the best draft, it's not the worst draft. We'll see how it works out for Money. Hear me, what are your thoughts looking at how Noctung played this game? How are the Singapore team gonna break him down?
Well, seeing how he adopted a more patient approach, Ngoc Tung, and he was attacking down the wings and getting crosses in, because he had the likes of Benzema and Ibrahimovic in the center to latch onto the headers. If he has the same players or the same mold of players going into the second match, then at least in a way it would work somewhat into Monet's favor, because he would have seen how his opponent have played in the first match, and along the way he would have mastered some degree of counter in his head in trying to, you know, get back at his opponent. And in himself, I think he could do well with, you know, getting the quick passes in, not be too cavalier in his passes, just pass the ball around slightly a bit more quicker as compared to Hibidi. Pass it around, you know, put pressure upon the midfield of Ngoc Tung, and possibly see, you know, cracks and holes opening up along the lines in midfield and in defense, which definitely Monet can exploit, given, you know, his passing prowess and his tendency to just, you know, keep possession, pass it around until an opening opens up, and he will then exploit it.
Yeah, Monet does really like to do that a lot, and he does like to utilize his skill moves as well. Not as often as Wen Chin, but Monet, or rather Gerald, likes to use it quite a bit, especially like you mentioned, to open up the space in defense. But Noctung, as we saw in the first game, seems to just read every single skill moves very well. He always had it covered. So hopefully Monet learned something out of watching that game between Wen Chin and Noctung, and he comes up with something different, and I guess they are looking to go into their team management pretty soon. Now we'll be looking to see how this game is going to be panning out. Right, so let's get into the game. We see Gerald playing as the home side now. He has Casillas in goal. His fullbacks are going to be Pepe and Xabi Alonso. Center backs, okay, he's going to change it over now. Now we have the actual lineup. In goal, he has Buffon. Fullbacks, Abidal and Maicon. Center backs, Boateng and Pepe. He's going to switch the goalkeeper over to Casillas. Defensive midfielders, Khedira and Xabi Alonso. Right midfielder, Ian Robin. Left midfielder, Ronaldinho. And the two strikers, Daniel Sturridge and Cristiano Ronaldo. What are your thoughts looking at this lineup from Monet?
Well, Gerald seems to be adopting a more orthodox 4-4-2 attacking sort of lineup, Boateng and Pepe, although they are beasts in the middle of the defense, however, looking at the form is slightly down. So I'm not so sure whether that could work against Gerald in this match. But he has two solid fullbacks in Maicon and Abidal. In front of him, perfect coverage in the form of Alonso and the ever energetic Khedira. And it seems like we have pace down the right in Arjen Robben, and a bit more finesse in the form of Ronaldinho. Usually better in the center attacking position, and he definitely has pace up front in Ronaldo and Sturridge. So maybe he's looking to pass the ball around a little bit more quicker and exploit the defense of Ngoc Tung.
Right, so we'll have a look at Ngoc Tung and his lineup, playing a pretty similar formation to Monet, and the same one that he played in game number 1. In goal, he has Neuer, fullback Sanya and Lam, centre backs PK and Ro Ferdinand, defensive midfielders Matic and Busquets, right attacking midfield Heung-min Song, left attacking midfield Francesco Totti, and the two strikers are Ibrahimovic as well as Amari. Looks like we'll be expecting the same kind of play from the Vietnamese guy. More crosses coming in. He has another target man up there, more of a, I would say, aerial threat compared to Benzema. He's playing Amari now, so bigger aerial threat. So Gerald has got to be careful about letting him send the crosses into the box.
Yeah, definitely. And I believe one way in trying to counter an opponent which adopts more crossing and target man sort of approach, perhaps, is to push up the back line ever so slightly, push it up, compress the midfield, and try to catch the opponent further upfield, because once the crosses get into the box, and that's where the likes of Amari and Ibrahimovic will be very deadly.
Alright, so we're getting to the game. Both of them are using up Chelsea. Gerald is the one that's playing in blue, and Ngoc Tung is the one playing in yellow. So we'll have Gerald kicking off towards the right in this first half, and he'll start his attacks down the left. Ronaldinho for a good first touch to get past the first defender, gets a couple of skill moves done, and still has possession with Xabi Alonso. Gives it over to Khedira now. Back towards Ronaldinho, trying to probably send a cross into the box, but it gets intercepted off. And Sanya really pushing forward in attack. Nobody there to commit. Gerald just pulling his players back, trying to cover off the forward runs that were made by the attackers. And Philip Lam will collect it back for Vietnam. Lam gets it again. Amari, can he get the shot? He does manage to get it off, but it goes off target. It had a deflection before going out, so it's going to be a corner. Let's see if Gerald can defend this. Heung-min Song is standing over the ball. Pepe, rather, Gerald is controlling Pepe. Ibrahimovic making the run at the far post. Probably he's the one he's aiming at, and the goalkeeper will have a comfortable catch at the ball, and he will start off the counter attack. Abidal down the left. Gonna go back towards Pepe again, and Gerald, as usual, just keeps the ball, very careful with his passing, and wait till the opponent commits, and he does exactly that. Sanya comes forward with the interception, lob through pass, looking for Ibrahimovic. Has two players in the box. Will he send the cross? He does do that towards Amari, but it's not gonna meet the Italian. It's gonna go out, and it's gonna be a throw-in for Gerald.
Yeah, you can see that so far, in terms of the strategy that has been adopted, it's pretty similar for Ngoc Tung in the second game, as per his first game, where he gets crosses in, looking for the hits of Amari and Ibrahimovic in the center. So far, almost 30 minutes into the match, at least defensively, Monet is faring much better as compared to Wen Chun in the first game. So hopefully, he can get some attacks in, which is currently doing so. Cristiano Ronaldo almost
tried to just cut back inside towards his favorite right foot, but the defenders came in with the challenge. And we'll see Vietnam going for their own attack down the right side. Abidal trying to get the better of Ibrahimovic, but the Swede gets the better of him. Heung-min Song, will he go for the shot? Runs straight into Abidal again. Very well defended by Monet. And he will go down the right side. Arjen Robben in possession. Back towards Maicon. Khedira pushing forward from midfield. Daniel Sturridge to Ahmad. Will he go for the first time pass? This is Ronaldo. Space for him, and that's 1-0 for Singapore. Gerald getting the first goal of the game. There we saw patient build up again down the right side. waiting for the run of Ronaldo, and he buries it into the back of the net.
That was a wonderful team goal there by Gerald. You know, passing the ball patiently and conservatively from the back up till the forward line. And when the ball was passed to the foot of Cristiano Ronaldo by his strike partner Sturridge, that turn was just immaculate. You know, one turn in between two defenders, and he was through onto goal, and he just calmly slots it into the bottom of the net to put Gerald and Singapore ahead by 1-0. And as you can see, easy game here, 64% possession for Gerald as compared to, you know, his first player Hibidi, where he just did not have possession in his favor. That has been the key difference and determinant between Gerald and Wenchun going into this match.
Also, out of that 64% of the possession that he had, there was 100% pass completion coming in from Gerald. So this guy is absolutely decisive with the way that he passes the ball around. And also, he has that one goal. That's the most important stat that he has at halftime. He's leading the game 1-0. The Vietnamese crowd seems to have kind of had their hopes died down a little. Hopefully, Gerald can extend his lead and bring Singapore into a game number 3. We'll have Vietnam attacking now. Starting off the attacks in the second half. Mauri in possession, back towards Busquets. First pass gets intercepted, and they'll still have it again with Ibrahimovic. Totti with the ball, goes for the shot. That's going to be an easy catch for Casillas. And Monet will opt to just hold on to the ball, run the clock down, and start his attack from the back. Abidal back towards Pepe and gives it over to Xabi Alonso. Daniel Sturridge now. Robin making the run on the right, as well as a couple of players in the middle. Sturridge going back towards Alonso. Will he go for the shot? He goes for the pass instead. This is Robin with the finish at the near post. This is Gerald making it 2-0 for Singapore. Robin from the right side got into the middle, and that's all he needed. Getting the left foot shot into the goal. It is 2-0.
Yeah, again, you know, neat passes by Gerald, you know, passing the ball around to the wings, back to the center. And when it came to Arjen Robben, I must say that shot took me by surprise, as he just toe poked it beyond the reach of the goalkeeper in the near post. And you know, it's comfortable right now for Gerald and hopeful. And as for Ngok Tung, I'm pretty sure he has to tweak something around in his strategy, in his approach, if he's ever gonna try to get something out of this match before it ends.
So there you saw the cross that came in from Ngok Tung, getting onto the head of Mauri, but he couldn't get the header on target. So far, Gerald has been defending really well, and he's limited to Ngok Tung to just that one attack in this whole game. So Gerald looks to be making a few changes to his lineup. Hopefully that works in his favor. Out goes Robin and Ronaldinho. In comes Frank Ribery and Klaas-Jan Huntelaar. So there's about 20 over minutes to play in this game. And let's see if Gerald can extend his lead. He will win a throw-in in his own half. Ribery in possession now, finds Ronaldo. Looking for the run of Ribery, but Matic was there to intercept. And Gerald, look at his defending. He's just defending so well, and Ngok Tung has not been able to find the passes that he's looking for. He does get one to Heung-min Son. That's a fantastic through pass coming the way of Mauri. And that came sort of against the run of play. Didn't quite expect for Vietnam to conjure up that attack, but somehow it came off. And Mauri coming in with a sliding shot and putting it past keeper. It's 2-1 now.
Yeah, definitely. I was talking about Ngok Tung having to change his approach and style of play, and duly he did, and rightly he gotten the goal, where instead of crossing the ball in, he adopted the Monet approach, where he passed the ball around, passed into the defense, and Mauri, being the poacher that he is, just slid in, toe pokes the shot into the bottom corner and totally caught Gerald off guard.
The cross comes in towards Ronaldo. That's a fantastic cross and header as well, but the goalkeeper comes up with the save. Monet almost making it 3-1. And this is an excellent showing from Gerald. He will get himself a corner now, and as usual, he likes to take it short. Sturridge giving it over towards Xabi Alonso, back towards Ribery. He's gonna turn outside and give it back towards Alonso. Referee's gonna play on. Foul not given. Gonna take his time in possession. Xabi Alonso unable to find a pass towards Sturridge, and Vietnam will be able to go on the counter attack. Ibrahimovic now trying to outmuscle Ribery. He comes in with a desperate challenge, but the big Swede still gets the ball in. Busquets trying to go for the shot. Casillas able to pass his ball out. And Monet has just 5 minutes left in this game to hang on to. Ribery on the ball. Tries to find some space and pass into. But Vietnam come in with the interception. Totti finds Amari. Back towards Totti again. Yes, Ibrahimovic in the box to aim at. Gives it over to Amari. The first turn gets past the first player. And he's going to win himself a corner. This will be the absolute worst time for Gerald to concede a goal. Ibrahimovic is at the near post. He goes for the short pass. It completely fails off. And Gerald will be looking to just keep the ball and run the clock down and secure this win for Singapore. The blow of the whistle should come anytime, but Sturridge goes down the right flank, turns outside, gets intercepted off. PK passes it forward, but the game will end 2-1 in favor of Gerald, getting one game back for Singapore. Absolutely amazing game played by him. And after he scored that 2 goals, he kind of looked a little shaken after Vietnam scored that 1, but he managed to hang on. Singapore make the series and tie up the series 1-1.
Yeah, definitely. It was a wonderful game played by Gerald. You know, high in possession and passing rate. He was just contented to just pass the ball around. Look at that. Once it landed into the feet of Ronaldo, one touch and he was clear of 2 defenders. You know, this was another example where he just passed the ball from behind to the wings, back to the center, and once Robin had a little bit of space, he was able to just toe poke into the bottom corner of the net. So, you know, it was a fantastic display by Gerald. Tough luck on Ngoc Tung to have lost that match, because you know he was completely outplayed tactically in that second game, and Gerald deserved the win.
Certainly he did. So Gerald will be going and trying to win that 3rd game now of this series. We'll have a look shortly at who his opponent is going to be, but looking at the way he's been playing, he has been hitting the right passes, playing it really well, especially in the first half and early in the second half when he got that 2nd goal. So Gerald looking very comfortable. Looks like he's hitting top form as he comes into this tournament. We'll wait to see who the 2nd player will be, and of course now it's tied up. Each team has won $450. So Hilmi, what do you think? If you win the game, do you want to take the money or do you share it around with your 2 other teammates?
I think $450 is quite a lot of money, and it is just one match out of so many more matches to come. So I think I'll share it with my teammates, David.
Yeah, that's the
politically correct answer.
Politically correct answer, morally right thing to do. I would say, you know, they can go have a nice meal of Vietnamese noodles or something. What's popular in Vietnam?
Pho.
Pho?
Pho.
What pho?
PHO. Pho.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's a Vietnamese noodle.
I thought you were like saying like, I don't know, dog pho or bear pho or something.
No, they call it pho. I totally love pho, man.
Okay, I have no idea what that is. When I went to Vietnam, I absolutely struggled eating the food there. I absolutely hated everything other than one beef noodles or something. We had it by the streets and the chopsticks were so dirty. I was even afraid to eat those stuff. But yeah, I didn't quite like enjoying my stay in Vietnam. So here I am.
Well, I enjoyed my stay in Vietnam when I was there a couple years back with some friends. Man, it's a very nice country to be at, David. You should go there again, and maybe with better company and someone with more.
Well, I went with Joseph and Zarate and Monet. Are you trying to say they're bad company or something?
There's good and there's better.
Okay. Alright, so I went with the good ones and then there's the better ones. Alright, so maybe next time I'll go with the better ones.
Good luck in finding that.
Yeah. But maybe me and you. and a few others, hopefully.
All right, no problems. I love Vietnam, man.
All right, so
The country.
looks like we're getting ready to go into our third game in the series. And we mentioned this is Group A, the group of death, and it's panning out just as we expected. It's pretty close, one game being won by either team. And Gerald will be looking to take down the second player for Vietnam. I believe the next one that's coming up is going to be Hoang Tien, also known as his in-game name, Tien Nhi. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing the Vietnamese names right. I know I'm getting it all wrong, but yeah, we've not learned Vietnamese, so just excuse us. We're all just, you know, talk English and yeah. Unless you want me to say it in Tamil, which I still have no idea how. So anyway, those two guys that you're seeing on screen is not us. It's not Easy Game and Heal Me. It's just Vietnamese people talking Vietnamese stuff. So there you go. There we are. You get to see us again. So yeah, we're back on screen and
We're back off.
oh, they are back again. All right. So you know we've got our this third match to look forward to. Monet has been doing really well, and we'll go into the lineups to see how it's going to be working out. Hoang Tien is going to be using Real Madrid, and he's playing a different formation to what his first teammate used. In goal, he has Neuer, full-backs Azpilicueta and Marcos Rojo, centre-backs Rio Ferdinand and Piqué, defensive midfielder that's going to be Nemanja Matic, central midfielder Sergio Busquets, centre-forward Zlatan Ibrahimovic, and wingers are going to be Kevin Prince Boateng and Schürrle, and the striker up front is going to be Amari. And that's going to be how it's lining up. 4-1-1-4 formation. How do you think it's going to be working out for him?
Well, in terms of formational wise, it seems a more direct, a more attacking approach as compared to excuse me, as compared to Ngoc Tung in the first game. However, I'm still trying to figure out what kind of approach will he be taking, because in the previous match Ngoc Tung, he had two center forwards, and then he had, you know, brilliant technical players to cross the ball in. However, this time he has Boateng, still as brilliant, and the other side Schürrle, but both of them have abundance of speed. So I'm not so sure if is he gonna be, you know, very forceful down the wings and cutting it back for Amari to latch onto, or is he still gonna adopt the crossing approach?
Yep, so we'll quickly have a look at Gerald and how he's lining up. In goal, here's Buffon, fullbacks Maicon and Abidal, centre-backs Pepe and David Luiz, defensive midfielder Xabi Alonso Khedira, wingers Fafan and Robin, and the strikers are Ronaldo and Daniel Sturridge. So those are the players that were lined up for Gerald, and we'll see if he can make it 2-1 in favor of Singapore. He's using Chelsea again, Vietnamese player using the pink kit of Real Madrid. And of course, we want to see Gerald take that win.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he played awesomely well in his first game against Ngoc Tung. You know, he was calm and composed, both in defense and in attack. He knew his game plan well. He knew what he needed to do, and he did it perfectly. As compared to Hoang Tien, he would have seen what Gerald is capable of both in this match, and I'm sure he would have scouted him previously. And yeah, he's definitely going to have one or two things up his sleeve in trying to catch Gerald off guard. So it's going to be definitely going to be an interesting match, easy game.
Right, so let's get into it. Gerald is using the blue of Chelsea, attacking towards the left in this first half. And he'll have possession, winning it early from the Vietnamese player. Ronaldo in possession, goes back towards Khedira and David Luiz. Khedira again, finds Abidal, who's at left back. Jefferson Fafan in possession now. Over to Xabi Alonso, lob through pass back towards Fafan again. And Azpilicueta coming in with the interception. Almost running the ball out. Ronaldo steals the ball in the box, but it rolls out kindly for Vietnam. And it's going to be a goal kick. Long pass coming the way of Ibrahimovic, wins the header as expected and gives it over to Mauri, and Boateng. Cross comes in towards the far post. Ibrahimovic couldn't get his head onto the ball. Well defended by Gerald, and he'll push forward down the right side with Robin now. You know, Gerald, that's always what you expect him to do. He runs down the flanks, you know, let your players run back in defense, and then he goes back to its center backs, and it builds his attack back up again. You have possession now again with Abidal. Fafan looking for the pass back towards Abidal, but Hong Tian, or rather, yeah, I guess Hong Tian comes in with the interception. This is Boateng now, having some space ahead of him, goes back to Ashurla. Marcos Rojo finds Matic. Can he find the run of Ibrahimovic? He was making the run. Amari going for the first time pass into Ibrahimovic, but the defenders were there to intercept. Well defended by Gerald so far, gives it away. Shurla to Rojo. Down the left side, Hong Tian goes over to Matic, back to Ashurla again. Ibrahimovic that's clearly offside and saved at the near post as well. So Hong Tian having quite a bit of possession over the past 10 minutes or so, only able to master a shot on goal after called off for offside.
Yeah, it's been an even start to the match so far for both these teams. You know, they are still trying to measure each other up in terms of the strategies and the gameplay that both of them will be adopting. So yeah, it's been pretty much conservative from both these players, with how much at stake in this leg so far. I would say that would be the more reasonable approach to have, and not to be too overzealous and, you know, commit too many players forward just yet.
The pass goes wayward from Gerald, and Vietnam will be looking to go for the counter attack. Well done by Abidal though to win the ball back high up the field. Vietnam get it back. This is Busquets. Finds the run of Rojo towards Shurla on the left side, goes for the short pass again. Gerald doing very well in defense, but he keeps getting caught off the ball in midfield. Shurla will not get to the pass. Maicon will hoof it upfield, and that's got to be half time. It's 0-0. Neither of these teams getting anywhere quite near the goal. Hong Tian managing to get one shot on goal, but that was called off for offside. Gerald not looking too comfortable, but still hanging on. He's got to work better on his passes in the middle of the pitch as well as in the final third. I think he still has this game in the bag.
Yeah, definitely. It seems that Hong Tian has a certain degree of stranglehold over this match, because he's able to read the sort of passing and the movements that Gerald is gonna be adopting, thus, you know, suffocating Gerald a bit in his passing and movement. So maybe a slight tweak in the approach by Gerald could help him offensively, but defensively, unless something happens.
Pass comes in, Busquets hits the post with the shot. The second chance comes in, and that's going to be called out. It's going to be offside. Amari being called out for it, but
that was
Hong
very
Tian,
close.
yeah, getting really close. Shot coming in from Busquets. If it was an attacking player like Ibrahimovic, he would have buried it, but because it was Busquets, not too good with his finishing, unable to finish off that chance, but he'll get another one again. Amari giving it over to Shurla on the left side, goes for the short pass. Khedira was at the right space, but he gives the ball back towards Shurla again. Pass was looking for Ibrahimovic. Gerald has got to calm it down, and so far I think, you know, the formation that Hong Tian has adapted has completely countered the way that Gerald plays, and all the passing lanes have been cut out for Gerald, and he's finding it really difficult to play this match.
Yeah, you're right, David. He's definitely neutralizing whatever approach that Gerald is trying to make.
Aspilicueta though comes in with a cross, and Ibrahimovic shoots straight at Buffon. That's a fantastic save coming out from the goalkeeper, and he's just gonna, you know, just nerves, I guess, just throw it out of the field.
That was another close shave there by Gerald. Brilliant run there by Aspilicueta down the right, and had Ibrahimovic gotten a stronger footing on that shot, I'm pretty sure they were broken through the back of the net.
Well, if I had my own clappers, I would be cheering on Singapore right now. We are the only two fans, I guess, over here, as well as those watching on stream. Thank you all for joining in. And we'll have Vietnam going on the attack again. Well done by Gerald to win the ball back. This is Khedira pushing forward now. Can he try and get one shot on goal, and will that be the one goal that Singapore needs? Xabi Alonso going forward. Fafan. Ronaldo making the run on the left. Goes back towards Abidal. Waiting for space, waiting for options. Finds Xabi Alonso back to his Fafan. He has lots of space now. Will he send the cross in towards the far post? Neuer will come out to collect. And Vietnam have 15 minutes left to see if they can do something about this. Robin covering off the space which Totti was looking to get into. Rojo now finds Botman. Looks like a couple of substitutions were made by Vietnam. Rojo finds some space. Will he send the pass in? He goes for the pass towards Ibrahimovic. Well defended by Gerald again. And he's going to put the ball out. It's going to be a throw in for Singapore. 7 minutes left in this match. Neither one of them have yet to score a goal. Can Gerald do it with this attack? Looks like he wants to make some changes to his team. And I think he's got to change the positioning of his players. So far, the passing has not been working out.
Yeah, definitely. He has no link between midfield and defense. You can see that the front two have been totally isolated. His wingers are also isolated down the wing. So it's a very disjointed sort of an affair between the players of Gerald's team. He needs to do something to have that link between midfield and attack in order for him to be able to try to break down this defense that have been well marshaled by Hong Tien.
We'll see if Monet can come up with exactly that. He made a substitution. And looks like he made a change with his strikers. Ronaldo has been shifted to the left side of midfield. Lewis now towards the Ribery on the right side. Trying to find some space. He does give it to Maicon. This is Kadira finding Cavani. Can he find Sturridge? Sturridge with a shot parried away by Manuel Neuer. And Gerald is turning on the switch right now. Almost getting that one goal which he needed. He's gonna get a corner. Let's see what he can make out of this. Maicon is standing over the ball. Looks like he will opt for the short pass. Daniel Sturridge collects it. Going for the roulette and he's gonna run the ball out. It's gonna be a goal kick for Vietnam.
There was a wasted opportunity there by Gerald. I mean, it is typical short pass for a corner, but you know, sometimes you can just really take the risk and cross the ball in, since there are big players up front to latch onto the
Vietnam
cross.
now go for the attack. Ibrahimovic making the run, goes for the pass, and the finish will come in from Francesco Totti. That will surely be the last attack of this match. And you know why that whole thing came off was because of the corner, and Gerald did not pull back Maicon. Maicon was all the way forward in attack, trying to block off the short pass, but usually players don't play the short pass off the goal kick. The cross comes in, left back Maicon completely exposed, out of position, or rather Abidal as well, and the game ends 1-0. Tough luck for Gerald, losing the game with the last attack, and Vietnam now lead the series 2-1.
Yeah, definitely tough luck. However, it's not to take the credits away from Hong Tien. He played a wonderful match. He played a very disciplined match in, stifling out that link between midfield and attack of Gerald. And he stuck to his game plan extremely well, and Gerald just did not have a response to this tactical approach, to this tactical neutralization that has been adopted by Hong Tien. A good game, a very good tactical game played by both these players. Hong Tien, I would say, the more deserved winner of the two.
Yep, so he of course created more of the chances, but Gerald, like I mentioned, tough game for him, losing it at 1-0. So there is just one Singaporean player left, and all the hopes of Singapore rest on his shoulders. And what better man to have than Zarate as your last player? So he'll be the third player that's coming up for Singapore. Of course, he's playing for Newbie as well, the team from China. That's his team, and he has a different style as well. So Hong Tien has all to do coming up against what I would say the best player in Singapore, Joseph, also known as Zarate. What do you think about this? Joseph likes to play, I believe, with 4 attackers up front, and so far we've seen Wen Chin and Gerald go with 2 attackers. Joseph likes to go with 4. Do you think that's going to cause a problem for Hong Tien?
Well, the problem would be is another tactical approach that Hong Tian have to be dealing with, because as you mentioned, it's a slightly different approach as compared to Gerald, and Zarate being one of immense talent in especially in FIFA Online 3, so it's definitely gonna be advantage Joseph going into this match, because he would have seen how Hong Tian neutralized Gerald, and he would have seen how he himself mastered his own attacks, his attacking positioning and movements. So he will definitely be in a position of advantage in trying to formulate a decent game plan, trying to neutralize and win one back for Singapore.
That would surely be the game plan, and Joseph is also defensively very solid. Likes to pull all his players back to his own box or towards his own final third. To try and defend from there. He doesn't like to press forward and try to win the possession high up the field. And so far, I'd rather not say so far, but it always kind of works out for him pretty well as he defends that way. So we'll see how Joseph will be looking to play up against Hong Tian. And Hong Tian, we saw that goal coming as he was running down the flanks. We saw his earlier chance coming from Busquets hitting the post. That came down the flanks as well. So Joseph has got to be careful about keeping out those attacks from the flank from Hong Tian.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, everyone has their own style of play, and to me it's not a matter of only sticking to one or two that you are very comfortable with, but also adapting to changes that especially posed by your immediate opponent. So I believe Hong Tian did well to adapt to the sort of passing game that Gerald was known for, and it will do him a world of good if he could adapt to what Zarate will be posing him in the coming match.
Yep, so looks like we'll wait for the players to get ready. And for those of you watching, we have our codes coming up later on after our second match. Our next match is going to be Vietnam B against Indonesia. That is the action coming over from Group B. But we're waiting for Joseph as well as Hong Tian to get ready. And we'll go into what might possibly be the last match of this series for Singapore. But Joseph, all our hopes rest on you, my friend. Pull it back, please.
We know you can.
Yeah, we know you can. And like I mentioned, Joseph is the most experienced player in this team. And what better player to have than Joseph? I believe Joseph and Zephilos from Thailand are the only two players that have represented their respective countries in every single FIFA Online 3 tournament before. I believe. If I'm not wrong, if I get it correct, alright? It's based on memory, not based on facts. But Zarate and Zephilos are the only two players to have represented Singapore and Thailand respectively in every single international tournament for FIFA Online 3. Joseph, hopefully he claws one game back for Singapore.
Well, he does seem to have a very calm disposition to his face going into this match. So hopefully that will transcend into the way he's gonna play later.
That's right, so let's have a look at how both these teams are going to be lining up. For Joseph, he's playing as Barcelona as the home side in this game. In goal, he has Lloris, right back Zacaro, centre backs Lewis and Boateng. He switches out Zacaro for Xabi Alonso. Maicon comes in at centre back. Left back is going to be Abidal. Defensive midfielder David Luiz, and the other defensive midfielder is going to be Khedira. Central attacking midfielder Frank Ribery. Left attacking midfielder Cristiano Ronaldo. The two players up front, interestingly, are going to be Peter Crouch. And what was Aubameyang has been switched over to Ronaldo. So this guy is going for a little bit of mix of a bit of pace, of a bit of power, a bit of aerial threat. And yeah, it's a little different to what we've seen being played by Wen Chin and Gerald.
Yeah,
It's going to make a change. One more. Out goes Crouch, in comes Tony.
Well, I would be taking Crouch if I were to him anyway. Okay, so anyway, it's an interesting starting lineup with Alonso in right back. I would expect if he is to be in a defensive position, it will be centre back and Maicon to be right back. But I'm sure he has his reasons for doing so. I'm looking at a lot of mixture of gameplay here for Joseph. So it's definitely gonna keep the opponents guessing on what his approach is gonna be like. So hopefully it's gonna work to his advantage.
That's right, so we'll have a look quickly at how Hong Tian is going to be lining up. In goal, he has Julius Cesar, fullbacks Rojo and Aspilicueta, centre-backs Ferdinand and Hawides, defensive midfielder Matic, central midfielder Sergio Busquets, wingers Totti and Son, centre forwards Ibrahimovic, and the main man up front is Karim Benzema. Same formation Hong Tian played in the game against Gerald. Both players are ready. We're going to go into our match. We wish Joseph the best of luck. Win the game back for Singapore, and let's go into it. How do you think it's gonna go?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, going into this match is definitely advantage Joseph. And seeing how, I mean, he's the more experienced of the two, definitely, then I'm not being biased here, but I'm definitely leaning towards Joseph to equalize for Singapore and go into the rubber match in the fifth and final match.
So let's get the players ready to get into the match. Joseph will be playing as Barcelona and attacking towards the right in this first half. Hong Tian will be playing as Real Madrid. Remember, Vietnam is leading this series 2-1. They are 1 win away from taking 3 points in Group A. Let's go. Joseph getting on the ball now. Tony finds the run of Ribery, unable to get the turn into the box. The defenders were there to intercept. And Vietnam will go for the attack. This is Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Run being made by Yu Ming Song on the right side. Lots of space for him. He's going to get into the box. Will he go for the shot? Goes for the roulette. That's not going to be a foul. The referee does call for it. It's going to be a penalty. First attack for Vietnam, and they get themselves a penalty. The roulette coming in from the attacker. Let's see if Joseph can come out the save. So close! Almost getting his hands onto the ball. Ibrahimovic somehow manages to convert Lloris. Unable to get his hands onto the shot. Seemed very, very close. But Joseph will be looking to bounce right back. So push forward with David Luiz now. Ribery goes back towards Abidal. This is David Luiz pushing forward. Look at Tony, gets it back. Ronaldinho making a run. Tony goes for the long shot. And it's gonna go over the crossbar. Joseph gets it back. Ibrahimovic sticks a leg out and wins it away from Jerome Boateng. Ibrahimovic again finds Busquets. Back towards Ibrahimovic. Lob pass looking for Benzema. Too close to Lloris. Joseph will be able to collect. Boateng now finds Abidal towards the left side. Ribery over to Tony. Ronaldo gets it. Does a skill move and gets past one defender and goes back towards his right back. David Luiz, good pass towards Ronaldinho. Tony going for the turn. Can he get a second one done? Tony, fantastic skill moves coming out from him. And Joseph pulls it back 1-1. That nutmeg coming off from Tony is what created that chance, and he bounces right back.
Wonderful skill there by Luca Toni. Not the sort of movements and agility that we expect from a player of his size and weight, I would say. Okay, but brilliant comeback there, brilliant response there by Joseph. He has to deal with this.
Benzema though gets it towards Ibrahimovic and he buries it in. Vietnam make it 2-1 back again. Celebrations will not lift much by Joseph. He's got to claw his way back again. Going 1 goal, losing by a 1 goal deficit again. He's got to try and equalize.
I must say that was slightly poor defending there by Joseph. The through ball down the middle was just too easy for it to have gone through. He would have been slightly gutted by himself at how he had let that through ball in and that conceded that goal so quickly after equalizing.
One plus point though is that Ibrahimovic is down injured, so Vietnam have got to make that substitution. Joseph will try to make full use of this attack. He's going to not win himself a free kick. There you see Ibrahimovic is injured. Looks like Vietnam do not want to change. They will look to carry on and play Ibrahimovic at the centre forward position. Matic is gonna win. No, referee is very lenient so far, not giving a couple of fouls. And we'll see Ronaldinho going down the right side. Ronaldo making the run in the box. Well done by Ronaldinho to track off Ferdinand so far. Couple of skill moves being done by him. No cross being sent into the box just yet. And he's gonna play a short pass over to Luis. Back towards Khedira again. Luis collects it back. Tony unable to get it off. We'll see Heung-min Song. Over to Benzema. Back towards Totti on the left side.
Nice.
Well done by Xabi Alonso, playing at right back of all places. And the referee will blow for halftime. Vietnam are leading this match 2-1. I wouldn't say deservedly, but they've made full use of the space that Joseph has left out in his defense, and they've buried the 2 chances that they've got.
Yeah, definitely, and you're seeing a different sort of approach being adopted by Hong Tien in this match in comparison to the first match. He's quicker in his passing and the movements, and you know, I believe that could be one of the factors that got Joseph Ogat. Look at that here, just stick out the leg, but wasn't that convincing a defensive move there by Joseph.
It was the case, right? Even for the penalty, it seemed like, you know, he was there, just the hand wasn't strong enough. For the second goal, the challenge coming out with the leg just wasn't strong enough. Hopefully Joseph does something about it in the second half. Substitution being made. Of course, Ibrahimovic. In comes Amari for Vietnam as we get underway in the second half. We will have Busquets in possession. Well done by David Luiz to win it back for Singapore. Tony. Ribery finds Ronaldinho on the left side. He's all over the pitch. And he'll look to send a cross into the box. He goes himself, finds Abidal, goes for the shot on his weaker right foot. And it gets blocked off. Abidal does well to collect it back again. David Luiz finds Tony. This is fantastic passing coming up from Joseph. Ribery wanted to get onto his favorite right foot. Defender with the interception, and it's going to be a corner. Will he be looking to send a cross? Yes, he will. Into the far post. Will that header come in? Boateng unable to get his head onto the ball. And Vietnam will be looking to go on the counter attack. This is Marcos Rojo. He's going to slow down the play and give it over to his right back and right winger. Tony doing defensive work for Singapore. Khedira now finds Ribery on the left side. One skill move gets past 2 defenders. This is Ronaldinho. Lots of defenders in the box of Vietnam. They're defending very, very deep. Ribery now going for the pass towards David Luiz. Not going for the shot. This is Ronaldinho. Finds Ronaldo in the box. And his move will get cut out. He's still going to get a throw in. Xabi Alonso going for the short pass. Well done by Khedira to win the ball back. Abidal will get it on the left side. Frank Ribery back towards Abidal again. Khedira finds Ronaldinho in the middle. He goes towards Ronaldo, getting the one turn. But Rojo with the interception. And Vietnam will play a lobbed pass over towards Amari. Benzema now making the forward run, but that will surely be called out for offside. Singapore for a very good opportunity. Ribery running down the flank. Will he pass into the middle? Ribery going by himself, not going for the shot, not going for the pass. And he lets that chance go away. Vietnam will be able to collect the ball back, and they will go for their own attack.
That was a poor decision there by Joseph. However, it was wonderful defending by Hong Tien because he totally cut off the possible cutback that Ribery could have given to the centre forward, which prompted him to just go down the wings, go to the byline, and at the end of the day, it was just a weak left-footed shot by Ribery straight into the hands of the goalkeeper.
Ribery though tries to find the pass into Tony. It gets cut off again. And Vietnam going for the lock pass. Lots of space now for Francesco Totti. There's 2 players in the box to aim at. Goes alone, and Boateng comes in with the interception. We are into the 90th minute already. Joseph, if he wins the ball back now, he might have one chance to go on the attack. But Vietnam are going to take a short corner. Benzema holding on to the ball. Sliding challenge comes in from Joseph. And it's going to be yellow card for Ronaldo. Vietnam are going to get a free kick very deep in Joseph's half. They will look to keep possession.
That was just cynical there by Joseph. I mean, there wasn't a need for him to sliding tackle there. Poor Joseph.
Totti standing over the ball now. He's gonna send the ball all the way back towards his defenders. That is Marcos Rojo. He's gonna pass towards Matic. Still having the ball. Ronaldinho almost getting the ball back. Will Joseph get one chance? This is David Luiz. Goes to the wings. And Vietnam win that match 2-1. Joseph unfortunately coming up short. And Singapore will lose this first match against Vietnam A 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, it was a poor penalty to have conceded, early in the match, and after which, and the second poor thing that happened was, to have conceded the second goal so quickly after equalizing, But credits to Vietnam, credit to Hong Tien. I was talking about adapting your strategy to fit your opponent's gameplay, and he did, because he totally mixed it up as compared to the first match against Gerald, where he was more conservative in his passing. However, in the second match against Joseph, he was a bit more forceful in his attack, a bit more aggressive in his pressing. So. And he was able to force the errors upon Joseph to make, which he duly did, and as a result lost the match 2-1 to the Vietnamese counterpart.
That's right. You mentioned the sliding challenge that came in from Joseph. That was all down to just putting the challenge in, and not really frustration. It was because Vietnam was just going to keep the ball at the corner. So you'd rather just give the foul away and try to win the ball back from the free kick, which Vietnam were going to take, but they took their free kick, passed it all the way back to the defenders. So there was nothing that Joseph could do about it. Unfortunately, Singapore lose the first game 3-1, and we'll be going into our second match, which is going to be Vietnam B against Indonesia. Our next Singapore game will be against Thailand, and that's happening at 6 p.m. So hang on, if you're supporting Singapore, we still have one more match to go. As for Malaysia, their match against Vietnam B is at 4:15 p.m. We will be going for a short break. After the break is Vietnam B against Indonesia, and we have lots more matches to look forward to today. That was just the first match in this FIFA Long 3 Southeast Asia Invitational 2015 in Vietnam. We'll be right back.
Xin cảm ơn anh Khôi, anh Luận, và đứng kế bên tôi đây là Hoàng Thiện, người vừa có được trận đấu rất tốt đem về chiến thắng mở màn cho đội chủ nhà Việt Nam A. Đầu tiên thì xin được chúc mừng Thiện với chiến thắng vừa rồi. Tôi sẽ bắt đầu hỏi với việc là sau khi bốc thăm kết quả của bảng đấu này, các bạn rơi một bảng được đánh giá là khá khó với lại đối thủ Thái Lan và Singapore, thì cái cảm giác chung của đội như thế nào sau khi có được cái bảng đấu này?
Cảm giác của toàn đội khi vào bảng A được xem là bảng tử thần. Thật sự thì cũng không có gì phải lo sợ, vì cả Thái Lan và Singapore thì mình đã từng có kinh nghiệm gặp nhau ở giải lần trước rồi, nên mình biết rõ lối chơi của họ, nên vào chung bảng có lẽ đó là một điều tốt.
Như vậy thì tôi thấy ở trong cái trận đấu lại Zarate thì cái lối đá lệch trái của đối phương đã có một chút xíu khó khăn dành cho bạn, thì bạn đã giải quyết cái sự khó chịu đó đến từ đối phương ở trong cái trận đấu cuối cùng như thế nào?
Từ trước đến giờ là mình chủ yếu thực hiện lối đá tấn công rất là nhanh. Vào giải này thì mình có rút kinh nghiệm là mình đá chậm, giữ bóng chắc hơn một chút để kiểm soát thế trận.
Như vậy thì với cái chiến thắng trước Singapore, các bạn đã tiến một bước khá là dài ở tại bảng đấu có cả Thái Lan và Singapore. Vậy bạn nghĩ như thế nào trước cái trận đấu của hai đội còn lại trong bảng này, đó là hai đối thủ sẽ gặp nhau? Bạn nghĩ trận đấu đó sẽ có cái chiều hướng như thế nào? Thì Thái Lan hay là Singapore sẽ là những người có được lợi thế?
Ở đây thì có lẽ là tất cả mọi người đã xem đều có thể là đánh giá Thái Lan tất nhiên sẽ nhỉnh hơn Singapore một chút xíu, nhưng trong bóng đá thì nói chung không thể nói trước được điều gì, biết đâu bất ngờ sẽ xảy ra.
Và xin được một lần nữa chúc mừng Thiện và đội tuyển Việt Nam A nói chung với chiến thắng mở màn. Xin cảm ơn bạn và bạn phỏng vấn và xin chúc bạn may mắn với những trận đấu còn lại ở tại bảng này. Chúng tôi xin được chuyển về cho sân khấu.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Like a time bomb set in motion, we knew that we were destined to explode. And if I had to pull you out of the wreckage, you know I'm never gonna let you go. We're like a time bomb, gonna lose it, let's defuse it. Baby, we're like a time bomb, but I need it, wouldn't have it any other way. Well, there's no way out of this, so let's stay in
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FIFA Online 3 Southeast Asia Invitational 2015 that's happening over in Vietnam. But we are here in Singapore covering all the action that's happening live over there. So our next match that's going to be coming up is Vietnam Team B taking on Indonesia. But both of you saw on the schedule that it's Vietnam against Malaysia. That match is happening at 4:15. So hang on, that's coming up later on today. Now it's Vietnam against Indonesia, and this is how they'll be lining up. As for Indonesia, let's quickly run through how they'll be going through, how they'll be lining up. In goal, they have Joe Hart. Fullbacks, Dani Alves and Vertonghen. Centre backs, Vidic and Thiago Silva. Defensive midfielders, Marquez and Estienne. Right midfield, Neymar. Left midfield, Di Maria. Central attacking midfield, Wayne Rooney. And striker up front is Mario Gomez. As for Vietnam, in goal, they have De Gea. Fullbacks, Richards and Alaba. Centre backs, Terry and Hummels. Defensive midfielder, Marouane Fellaini. Central midfielder, Toni Kroos. Left midfield, Marco Reus. Right attacking midfield, Hulk, and the two strikers up front, Fernando Torres and Didier Drogba. Alright, so those are your two players and the two lineups that's coming up. So, Hilmi, what do you think about this? Just looking at it on paper, Vietnam has a very strong defense.
Yeah, definitely. Vietnam having Vidic, Silva, Alves and Vertonghen. That is definitely a huge defensive lineup there.
That's Indonesia.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay, yeah, and furthermore, they have most of the defenders and defensive midfielders on the up. So it's definitely going to be a huge task for the Indonesian in trying to break down the defensive line of the Vietnamese. However, I think it's going to be a very tight affair with lots of pace and power down the middle, and hopefully we're looking into a tight affair going into this match.
Alright, so we're gonna go right into our game. First two players that's coming up for either of them. For Indonesia, it's gonna be Khairul, and for Vietnam, it's gonna be Van Tan Dui. And look at just the size difference. Khairul is gonna get smashed, I would assume, just if they go up for a fist fight or something, you know.
Well,
looking at it.
Well, the smaller ones can actually overhaul the big ones, I mean, provided with agility and stuff like that. But we are not going into that. We are going to the match. Indonesia kicking off from left to right in the white of Wolfsburg, and Vietnam kicking off from right to left in the red of Manchester United.
Right, so let's see how it's gonna be panning out. Indonesia on the ball now with Di Maria. That's a good turn pass, Mika Richards, but a strong man gets it back. And Vietnam will go down the right side. Indonesia collected back. That's a through pass coming for Gomez. Fantastic through pass comes in, and Indonesia get the first goal of the game. That was, just Vietnam losing the ball in their own half, and Khairul managing to capitalize.
Sloppy play there by Vietnamese, and we were talking about them having a strong defensive lineup, but that was just poor play, and the through ball just split them in between, and Gomez, being the finisher that he is, just coolly slots the ball into the bottom corner. Advantage Indonesia, 1-0 to them right now.
So we'll see Vietnam going on the attack down the right side now. They'll be looking to bounce right back into this game.
Poor.
The ball is going to go out, and it's going to be a throw-in for Indonesia. Thiago Silva loses the ball. Came in with the interception, but Indonesia still keep possession. This is Neymar now. Rooney making the run down the middle, and Neymar wins himself the free kick. Dani Alves looking for options, probably going to hit it towards the middle. Di Maria goes for the short pass. Michael Essien back to its Vidic. Essien again. Rooney. Neymar. This is quick passing coming up from Indonesia. Rooney now waiting for the run. This is Di Maria. Can he shoot? Di Maria makes it 2-0 Indonesia. Fantastic stuff coming up from Khairul. And we talked about how size doesn't quite matter, and he's showing what he's made of.
Well, that was a brilliant interplay there between Di Maria and Rooney, and you can just see the movement of Di Maria just bursting through the middle of the Vietnamese defense after he passed the ball to Rooney, completely split the defense apart. Once he got the ball back from Rooney onto his left foot, using his acceleration brilliantly to get away from his markers, and after he got a bit of space in the penalty box, he was able to coolly slots the ball away from the reaches of the goalkeeper. Brilliant start from the Indonesian. 2-0 up in just less than 30 minutes gone.
We'll see Vietnam now on the attack. Center forward Fernando Torres in possession. He's gonna go towards the right. Huck is there. Gets intercepted off by Vertonghen.
Oh, nice
Di Maria tried to play the pass back towards Essien. But Vietnam will have possession down the left side now. David Alaba getting ahead of Dani Alves. Will he send the cross? He doesn't. Goes for the short pass instead. Referee will not call that for a penalty. That's a fair challenge coming in from Khairul. And he will bring the ball forward with Dani Alves down the right side. The pass was a little wayward, but Vietnam give the ball away. But they win themselves the free kick. They will be looking to send this ball probably into the box, but they're going to take a short pass instead. Mats Hummels gives the ball away. Vertonghen pushing forward. The run is being made by Rooney. Can Khairul make it 3-0? That will be a beast of a start. Khairul with the finish. This guy is just so cheeky. He is toying with Vietnam right now. It is 3-0. Indonesia, surprise, surprise, leading against Vietnam.
Khairul is just brimming with confidence right now, completely tearing apart Vietnamese defense, and what a counter there by Khairul. I mean, once Vietnam lost the ball, there was just no countering because of the speed of Di Maria, Rooney latching onto the pass there, and Vietnam is in a mess basically. 3-0 up and going to the halftime now soon.
Rooney playing the 1-2 with Di Maria. Will he get one more chance? Mario Gomez almost getting towards goal. Fellaini with the interception. And the referee will blow for halftime. It's been a miserable first half for Vietnam, and Khairul has been absolutely amazing. 3 shots on goal, 3 goals he has scored. Khairul having an amazing start.
Yeah, I mean, it was an amazing start by Khairul, but we must not forget that, you know, the Vietnamese player himself have made a couple of silly unforced errors that have led to a couple of the goals. You know, the first goal was losing the ball carelessly at the edge of the penalty box, and then the second one, nobody was tracking the run made by Di Maria through the middle, and he was able to, you know, accept the through ball given by Rooney. And the third one, as you have just seen, you know, losing the ball in midfield, and you know, it was just a classic counter-attacking move. Vietnam is in a mess. They need to unsettle the mess right here, right now in this second half.
We'll see how that's going to be going out for them. They have possession. They lose it out to Gomez. Can Khairul make it 4? Khairul almost getting past the defenders. The referee will pull it back for a free kick. This is the chance to make it 4. Rooney with a free kick, going for the powerful shot, and it's going to get deflected out for a corner. We get backed out a little, but Di Maria sends in the cross. Gomez with the header. De Gea will be able to latch on to that ball. And Vietnam will move the ball towards the right side. This is Hulk now. Towards Tony Cruz in the middle. Drogba making the run, as well as Torres. The lob pass comes in for Torres. Can he get there? The goalkeeper comes out, hits the ball away. And Khairul will bring the ball forward for Indonesia. Mario Gomez now finds Michael Essien. Towards Neymar. Back towards Essien again. Essien, Rooney, Di Maria. This is quick passing coming up from Khairul. Fantastic stuff from this young kid. Gomez towards Neymar. Back towards Neymar again. Finally he loses the ball. But that was just so much of the clock being run down by Khairul. Richards with the long pass. That's going to get called out for offside. Vertonghen finds Silva. Back towards Vertonghen and Di Maria. We're going to play the 1-2 with Rooney. But he gives the ball away. Marco Reus now can't keep the ball in for Vietnam. And Khairul has looked so comfortable in this match. Vietnam not even getting anywhere close to the goal, whereas Khairul is constantly posing the threat. This guy's passing is absolutely amazing. I've never seen something like this. Something that's so quick yet so effective.
And so accurate even.
That's right. I've not seen anything like this before. This guy is from another planet.
And they call it Indonesia.
Tony Cruz now giving it over to Drogba and Royce. Well defended by him again. And he'll bring it forward. Neymar gets past Alaba. Dani Alves making the overlapping run.
Oh.
But Vietnam collect the ball back. John Terry over to Tony Cruz. Marco Reus gets the ball intercepted off. Vidic with the interception. Neymar playing the pass in towards Rooney. Mario Gomez now going for the roulette, but his turn will get cut off. Drogba going for the pass, and in it comes towards Torres again. Cannot outmuscle Essien, and Indonesia will restart the attack from the back. They lose the ball out immediately. Vertonghen comes in with a strong challenge, but Vietnam get it back again. Fernando Torres finds Hulk on the right side. Vertonghen again. He's just been all over Hulk in this first and second half. Torres though with the opportunity gets the turn pass. Can he finish? Joe Hart puts a stop to that attack, and we're into the 90th minute. The referee will blow for full time, ending it 3-0. Khairul winning it for Indonesia against all odds, something we would never have expected, and especially of this kind of scoreline with this kind of dominance. This is something very different.
Yeah, definitely. We're talking about confidence, getting confidence from a good early start, and he definitely got that in abundance. Khairul, you know, the early goal just set his play pretty well, and then after which it was just all Khairul. All his passings were crisp and accurate, and you can see him overflowing with confidence after the third goal has come in. There was absolutely no chance whatsoever given to the Vietnamese by him, and you know, credit to him. Even I myself was unable to master any sort of recommendations trying to neutralize that sort of play given by Khairul in that first half especially.
This guy passes faster than you can even think. You know, this guy, he just passes the ball around in midfield, and there's nothing that the Vietnamese player could do about it. And also, he was so clinical with his finishing. You know, he capitalized off 2 mistakes made in the first half. You know, the misplaced pass coming in, and he scored one with Gomez, the other one with, you know, I can't quite remember, too many attacks for him. But this guy is
just got a fourth goal had Gomez, the skill move he made, Gomez
that's right. That almost could have got him that fourth goal as well. And the second Vietnamese player that's going to be coming up, he's going to have a huge task of trying to bring one game back against Khairul. This guy looks to be at the top of his game, absolutely brimming with confidence right now after winning that first match 3-0, and it's not something we are expecting at all.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that will certainly set the benchmark for him and the rest of his Indonesian peers, because you know, the manner he annihilated his Vietnamese opponent was just amazing. Yes, it was as a result of a defensive error by the Vietnamese, but you know, you have to be clinical and have the confidence to do so. So you know, credit to Khairul, he really played very well in that first match.
Defensively very good as well. You know, I think Vietnam didn't even have one shot on goal. Actually, they did towards the end of the game at the 90th minute, and even then Joe Hart came up with the save. So looks like we'll go into our second match, getting ready to get into that very soon. I believe our second player that's coming in for Vietnam is gonna be Ngoc Tien. We'll wait to go into the lobby to find out if that's who's gonna play against Khairul. But here you see the fans and the stadium that all these players are playing from live from Vietnam. They are the host country of the Southeast Asia Invitational again. And there you see your flags going up, your banners going up. I love Indonesia. And Khairul, even after that game, he won 3-0. He was so calm and composed. He didn't quite celebrate. He knows there's still more games to come up in the series, so he kind of calm and composed. It's not something you usually see from someone of his age. You know, looking at him, I would assume at max
17.
he's 18.
Yeah.
At max he's 18.
Yeah, we could have unearthed, you know, a gem in this tournament here in the form of Khairul. You know, he's just looking very composed and okay, what's the next game? I've just won the first game. Yeah, I won't be surprised if he comes out guns blazing in the second game as well.
Let's look at the lineups and see how both of them are going to be lining up. First up, that's going to come the player for Vietnam is Tan Tong. And he's going to have De Gea and goal. Fullbacks, Richards and Alaba. Center backs, Hummels and Terry. Defensive midfielder, Darren Fletcher. And the other midfielder is going to be Tony Cruz. Attacking midfielders, Hulk and Marco Roy. Strikers, Samuel Eto'o and Didier Drogba. It's a 4-2-2-2 that was previously very similarly adopted by Hong Tian, or rather Nok Teng, when they played against Singapore. So, what do you think about this formation going up against Cairo?
Well, I would say he has to adopt a more conservative approach, but you know, in the form of Cruz and Fletcher, he has a couple of quality deep lying playmakers there, and in Rice, Eto'o, he has, you know, speed to latch onto. He had another player in right midfield, but he has changed it to Casano. You have another potent passer there in the form of Casano. So maybe he's looking for the crosses to the heads of Gomez and for Eto'o to latch on.
Yep, that's right. So we'll have a look at Cairo, and first thing I'd like to immediately point out, very interestingly, he's playing Felipe Luis at left midfield and Valencia at right midfield. But otherwise, he's having Joe Hart in goal, fullbacks Ashley Cole and Dani Alves, centre backs Thiago Silva and Vidic, defensive midfielders Jermaine Jones and Michael Essien. Central attacking midfielder is going to be Wayne Rooney, and the main man up front is going to be Mario Gomez. What do you think about Felipe Luis and Valencia playing as the right and left midfielders?
I'm predicting he's gonna get crosses into the box this time, David. You know, with such a target man as Gomez to latch onto, and Rooney lurking in and around the penalty box of the pieces of Gomez, and Felipe Luis especially, a wonderful crosser of the ball. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes by the wings and crosses the ball into the box.
So we'll see if that's exactly what Cairo wants to do. We have Vietnam playing in the blue of Manchester City, and Cairo playing with Wolfsburg in their white. And Vietnam will be getting their attack off, getting intercepted off by Rooney. And Cairo going for the attack down the left side with Ashley Cole. Getting intercepted off by Kolo Toure. Well done by the Ivorian. Goes back towards Fletcher. Eto'o on the right side, giving it over to Casano. Eto'o gets the return pass. Can he turn past the defenders? Jermaine Jones was looking to come in. This is Gomez. Well done by Vidic. And Valencia will bring the ball forward, losing it out. This is Samuel Eto'o in towards Marco Reus. Marco Reus with the chance to shoot, but the challengers did come in. And Felipe Luis at left midfield will collect it back for Cairo. Good 1-2 being played by Luis and Rooney. Luis is just bursting down the left flank, but he just rushed his through pass a little too much. Rooney almost winning the ball back. And De Gea finally passes it out to Hummels, and Vietnam will look to build their attack again from the middle. This is John Terry. Very advanced position for a centre back. He plays the lob pass in towards Gomez. Dani Alves gets there first, and it's going to hit the ball back towards Joe Hart.
Well, so far, you know, it was almost suicidal start there by the Vietnamese, almost losing the ball at the edge of the penalty box. That could have been disastrous for Tan Tong in this match.
Tony Cruz in possession now. Finds Kolo Toure through pass. Finds Samuel Eto'o as well. Gomez is in the middle as well as Kolo Toure in the box. Two players to aim at. Finds Toure to Eto'o. Gomez now. And Carroll is able to defend. Antonio Valencia brings the ball out. He's going to get challenged off by David Alaba. Wayne Rooney finds Alves again. Valencia going for the through pass towards Gomez. But the defense is very well marshaled by Tan Tong, doing very well with his defenders. He finds a through pass in towards Eto'o with a fake shot. He hits the post with the shot as well. That was the start that Vietnam were looking for, but unable to finish it off, hitting the post with an open goal to aim at.
That was just unfortunate there.
Very, very unfortunate, I would say. We'll have Valencia down the right side now. Gomez is in the middle, goes for the fake shot, passes it to Essien. This is Gomez back towards Jones again, and there were just too many defenders for Cairo to navigate through. And Vietnam will go down the other end. Well done by Thiago Silva, winning it. Sano back to Atomos. Fletcher in possession. The referee blows for halftime. So far, it's been a comfortable first half for Tan Tong, and he's had most of the game going his way, other than that one chance which he managed to hit the post with. Khairul has not got his attacking game going in this game at all.
Yeah, definitely, David. You mentioned about Khairul not having his attacking game. Oh, that was definitely a close one there by Eto. And credits to Tang Tong, you know. He marshaled the midfield well, you know, cut the passes out early and not allowing Khairul to pass the ball around as much as the previous player allowed him to do so. And you know, Khairul have to adapt now to maybe adopt a different sort of an approach, because whatever his plan was in the first half, we weren't able to see much of it, but whatever it was, he has to tweak it a bit in trying to get back into this game and gain some more impetus. So as Khairul kicks off the second half from left to right, you know, in the white of Wolfsburg, he has brought on Di Maria and another substitute. I couldn't remember which one. Okay, but hopefully we'll get more of the ball in this second half.
We'll see how it works out for him. Jermaine Jones finds Rooney back towards Gomez, blasting into Berbatov, looking for the run of Gomez, but Vietnam were able to defend. Eto finds Royce, and Khairul is defending very high up the field, trying to win the ball back as high as possible, but in comes a through pass. Tony Cruz, can he finish it off? Finally, he puts it in. Tan Tong, first attack in the second half, and he gets one goal for Vietnam.
Well, great play there by Tan Tong. Passed the ball around comfortably and, you know, patiently until there was a space for him to exploit in the form of Tony Cruz, who just squeezes himself in between the body of defenders and slots it home with his weaker left foot. No chance whatsoever for Khairul in that goal. Well deserved lead before Tan Tong.
So it looks like Khairul will be looking to make one more change. He has just one substitution left, and looks like he probably made that already. This is Jermaine Jones now, playing in an attacking midfield position. Let's see where that leads to. Dani Alves, the pass, unable to find Berbatov. And Vietnam going for the lob through pass. Eto will get onto that ahead of Thiago Silva. Can Eto finish it off? He gets past the defender. That's a sliding challenge. That's a penalty as well. Maybe a red card might come for Thiago Silva, but I think the referee is going to be a little lenient on that. Will he go for it? Yellow card given to Thiago Silva. And a penalty for Vietnam. Desperate challenge coming in. You know, if that challenge did not come in, it surely would have been a goal. So Khairul trying to make a save off this penalty. Gomez against Joe Hart.
Changes to Cruz.
And he puts it in. Cruz just to the left, or to the right of the goalkeeper, and it's gonna be 2-0 to Vietnam. That huge bubble which Khairul had blown in that first game is now being burst by Tan Tong.
Yeah, Tan Tong has really gotten a stranglehold of this match and a measure of his opponent. Khairul has not been able to get into his normal groove, or his groove that he showed in the first game. And he has, you know, as of now, made 3 changes tactically and as well as personnel-wise. So, but credit to him, he has not given up. He's trying and trying to find that one piece of solution to try to get something out of this game again.
It looks like he's pushing his players further and further forward. Now, Jermaine Jones is playing at centre forward. So we'll see what that brings to the table. We have Wayne Rooney playing at the right wing, 2 players in the box. Goes for the cross towards Dimitar Berbatov. He puts it in. It is 2-1. Khairul pulls 1 goal back, and there is still 20 minutes in this game to find another goal and an equalizer. Fantastic cross coming in from Rooney, and Berbatov is the man you would want to look for. You know, Berbatov and his ball control is amazing. took the ball down on his chest and finished it off.
Yeah, it was a wonderful piece of skill there by Bobatov. You know, on the run, chesting the ball down perfectly to to his foot, and once he was clear of the defenders, one-on-one with the goalkeeper, with the goal gaping, there wasn't really any chance whatsoever that Bobatov's gonna miss. 2-1 with less than 20 minutes to go. It's definitely game on. Hopefully Cairo can get back his groove of the first game, and we're gonna have an interesting last 20 minutes. Almost there, a third goal for Tantung.
You'll see Bobatov now getting challenged off the ball, and it's going to be a free kick going the way of Khairul. It's going to take a short pass. Di Maria loses out after playing a careless through pass. Adebayo is through on goal. Can Adebayo make it 3-1? This is Tantong. Surely no. Joe Howard the save. Second chance, buries it, and that is 3-1. All the momentum that Khairul had built up after that, scoring that one goal which he just got, has now been brought back towards the side of Tantong.
Yeah, definitely, David, definitely. I mean, it was a wonderful ball over the top for Adebayo to latch onto. Brilliant fingertip save there by Joe Hart. However, Adebayo was just had too much advantage ahead of the defenders, just latches onto the rebound and volleys it into the empty goal. 3-1 Tantong, and I believe this could be game over for Khairul with just 12 more minutes of game time to go.
Let's see what he does. Yes, Dani Alves on the ball now, finds Berbatov and over towards Rooney. Rooney gets past the first defender, sends a cross in towards Gomez. Defenders will be there. Second chance still comes out to Jones. Gomez not going for the shot, passes it to Berbatov instead. He gets the ball back now again. Berbatov, can he turn past the defenders? Terry with the interception. And Vietnam will bring the ball forward. Emmanuel Adebayo finding the run of Marco Royce. Can Vidic get there? Vidic will get ahead of Royce. But Adebayo gets it back for Vietnam. Will he look to make it 4? Adebayo with a shot. Joe Hart has been doing so much work for his team. Another interception by Tony Cruz, but Khairul gets it back. Berbatov back towards Jones. Quick passing by Khairul, but can't get towards goal with Gomez. And Tantong will just keep possession of the ball, and the referee will blow for full time. It ends 3-1 in favor of Tantong, winning this game against Khairul, who had a fantastic first showing against the first player of Vietnam. So the series is tied up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, definitely. You know, a wonderful game played by Tantong, completely neutralizing whatever adrenaline, whatever momentum that Khairul have mustered after the huge win in the first game. You know, Tantong devised a well thought out plan to try to neutralize Khairul, and you know, he won the game deservedly with brilliant goals scored by the likes of Adebayo and a penalty by Cruz. So yeah, it was a good match played by Tantong. Unfortunate slightly by Khairul.
The one more thing was that Tantong actually had a different sort of positioning of his players before the match started, and you know, just basing off the observations of the first match being played by Khairul, he changed the position of his defensive midfielders and his attacking midfielders a little to try and defend a little better, and it clearly worked out for him very well as he went into this second game. So Tantong will be looking to lead Vietnam into game number 3, and the second player for Indonesia will be stepping up. Will we see more exciting action from Indonesia? You know, these guys from Indonesia, every single tournament they've used different players. It's never been the same batch of players that's come in again. I don't quite remember any of these names.
Maybe they have changed. No, you mean the real names? Okay.
Yeah, that's right. As in, I don't remember any of these players playing in the previous tournaments. Maybe they have. I'm just basing it off memory. But every time they come up, they get close to winning a series, but they just stumble at the last block. So hopefully they do better this time. They've always been the whipping boys of this whole region, you know, in this regional tournaments for FIFA Online 3, they've always come in last or second last. Hopefully they break out of that shell and do something better.
Yeah, maybe they could have it as a result of inexperienced players and, you know, just a psychological block and anxiety too much on the new players. But yeah, if what we're seeing of Khairul is what's to come for Indonesia, then you know I'm pretty excited to see what Nico and Reza has in store for us, because if Khairul being the first player is that explosive and has set that high an expectation, a benchmark for the team Indonesia, I don't think they're gonna go home being the whipping boys of this tournament this time around.
Yeah, so certainly expectations are a little higher for them now, and potential seems really good as well, especially after we saw that showing from Cairo. So we're getting ready to go into our second match, and we'll see who's going to be coming up for Indonesia. They have two players left, that's Nico and Riza. So either one of them will be looking to make the series now in advantage of Indonesia. You know, the caster over there changed his clothes, you know. I think, you know, we've got to like get some our clothes changed. He changed his coat, he changed his tie. The only thing he didn't change was his specs. So
I would like to do so, but a bit of a limitations here, you know.
oh, I get it.
Yeah.
I'm sure everyone gets that. Yeah. But yeah, we're just waiting for our next match, and remember, this tournament has a first prize of 18,000 US dollars. That's huge money. I'm not sure if we've seen any prize pool that's bigger than this for the Southeast Asia Invitational, but $18,000 is absolutely huge right now. And in the group stage, every win that you get is $450.
Wow. Convert that to Indonesian rupiah, that's a lot for for a young boy like Khairul to have, man.
Yeah, and if you're gonna split that 18,000 between the three of them, if you know Indonesia do come up with the win, that would probably last I don't know, a good 5 years or something. I'm not exactly sure how it works out in Indonesia.
An early retirement, semi-retirement for them.
Yeah, and if the Singapore or Malaysia team comes up as champions, of course they're gonna come back and give us all a nice treat.
Yeah, definitely. Make it halal, hopefully.
Yeah, so hopefully that's what we're gonna be looking forward to. Look at this, you know, the Indonesian player right now, as you can see on your screen, which is coming up right about now. There you go. He's gonna be playing on a keyboard and he's playing cross. You know, his right hand and his left hand are he's gonna play the cross style, which is what usually the Vietnamese players play like. It's the first time I'm gonna be seeing a Indonesian player playing like that. Usually they use the controllers, but it's quite an interesting thing. I think he's a left-hander, so he plays the other way.
Oh, is that so? Because
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I would be more comfortable playing with a controller. I don't like the keyboard; it's too rigid for me.
Yeah, and yeah, they play it like this, so
Yeah.
it's very weird, but that somehow it works out for some people. We'll have a look at the lineups. Indonesia playing with Brondby, and the player that's going to be representing them is Dayanto. And we have a look at the lineup. In goal, he has Reina. Fullbacks, Ashley Cole and Dani Alves. Centre backs, Silva and Vidic. Central defensive midfielder, Morgan Schneiderlin. And the other defensive midfielder is Jermaine Jones. Right midfield, Neymar. Two strikers up front, Christian Benteke and Wayne Rooney. And left winger, Angel Di Maria. And that's how Indonesia lining up. More focused towards the left side. Very interesting the way he's lined it up.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're got to do with anything to do with him possibly being left-handed or what. Okay. Anyway, it's interesting to see him congregating a lot to the left-hand side. Di Maria and Rooney, wonderful combination Khairul had between the two of them, and with Benteke, a combination of pace and power. I'm pretty sure they're looking to exploit the likes of Cahill and Richards, especially Cahill on that right hand side of the defense, because Cahill is not exactly the fastest of players.
Yeah, so we'll have a look at the lineup now for Tantong in goal. Here's De Gea. Fullbacks Alaba and Richards, centre backs Cahill and Terry, defensive midfielders Fellaini and Tony Cruz, attacking midfielders Griezmann and De Bruyne, and the two strikers are going to be Didier Drogba and Adebayor. So same formation that he deployed against Cairo, and he did very well, defensively solid, attacking wise, managing to finish off his chances. He constantly managed to create one-on-one opportunities against the goalkeeper, so that is something that Tan Tong might be looking to do as he goes into this game.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this is that he has two target men up front and the wingers are inverted. So I don't know whether he's gonna cut in and cross, or the strikers are just gonna act as ploys to try to feed off any rebounds that could be gathered from the shots that De Bruyne and Griezmann will be taking, because especially De Bruyne, he has a wonderful right foot there. He has a sweet shot in him, so any shots that he will be making would definitely trouble the goalkeeper, and we'll see if Adebayor and Drogba will be able to feed off scraps of the shots of the midfielders.
Alright, so we're getting ready to go into the game. Nico is the player that's playing for Indonesia, and he's using the yellow of Brøndby, attacking towards the right in this first half. Tan Tong using the blue of Manchester City. Neymar on the right side, going back towards Thiago Silva. Ashley Cole in possession now, going forward in attack down the left side, looking for the run of Di Maria, couldn't get it off. Lob pass comes the way of Adebayor, and a lob through pass goes towards Griezmann as well. He's batting in towards goal. Adebayor, or rather jog pass in the middle. He goes for the shot himself. It hits the post and it's going to go out for a goal kick.
Yeah, that was a cheeky little play there by Tan Tong, trying to catch the goalkeeper in the near post with that right-legged shot by Griezmann. Everybody, I'm sure, was thinking he would be cutting into the left leg, but yeah, it almost caught the goalkeeper off guard there.
Ashley Cole now goes back towards Jermaine Jones and Wayne Rooney. Schneiderlin gets past the first defender. Rooney collects it back for Indonesia. Ashley Cole, Vidic, Schneiderlin collects it back from Dani Alves, but Tony Cruz was all the way back to cover for his team. Indonesia get it back again. Ashley Cole down the left side, over towards the striker, but looks like Vietnam are able to collect the ball back, and they'll push forward and attack with De Bruyne down the left side, over towards Didier Drogba. Adebayor making the run in the middle. Vidic came in with the interception, and Di Maria will get it on the left side. Rooney back towards Di Maria. Benteke unable to get ahead of Fellaini. Vietnam get it back. De Bruyne. This is Dani Alves down the right side now. Neymar looking to play the 1-2 with Alves. Christian Benteke. Wayne Rooney finds Di Maria down the left. Back towards Ashley Cole again. Both these sides being very conservative with the attack so far. That's going to get called out for offside for... And also, neither one of them have yet to master a single shot on goal.
Yeah, definitely. This is an interesting midfield battle we are seeing between Tan Tong and I believe it's Daryanto of Indonesia. You know, both of them are rather conservative in the attacks that they are mastering. You know, they don't want to commit too many players up front and exposing the defense to a counter attack. But right now, it almost fell to the legs of the strikers. But Daryanto on the counter attack. Wayne Rooney down the left hand side. He has space to run into. He cuts in, passes the ball to Jermaine Jones. Why did he pass the ball? Because he had all the space in the world in front. And right now it's a counter attack by Tan Tong to master. But you know, the ball with Fellaini right now and Alaba, and the defense is back for Daryanto.
Gets it now with Drogba playing the pass in towards De Bruyne, but he was just making an advance run a little too far off. The defenders played up a line and he was called out for offside. Short pass being played out from the goalkeeper. We're into the 45th minute and it will be halftime. It is 0-0 between Indonesia and Vietnam in their third match in this series. And so far we've had 2 shots coming in from Vietnam. Neither one of them really testing the goalkeeper, but Indonesia have not had anything go their way in terms of attack at all. Especially with the way that he's used Benteke and most of his attacks are coming down the left. It seems like Tan Tong has had enough players in defense just to stifle out all the attacks that's put out by Indonesia. We will see a substitution. Off goes the striker and in comes Pavlyuchenko for Vietnam. Oh, that's a misplaced pass coming in. Wayne Rooney does not have the pace to push forward in attack. This is Di Maria now. Finds Benteke. Looking to find around Rooney again. Very bad pass being played off by Nico. And Tan Tong going for the attack. Jokpa back towards Cruz. Griezmann on the ball. Back towards Cruz again. 1-2 being played up by the midfielders. But Indonesia are able to defend and they win themselves the free kick. This is Ashley Cole going to take a short pass off the free kick. And Indonesia will take their time with this attack. Neymar down the right. Very isolated up there, as there is no attacking players down the right. Di Maria. Good turn past the first defender. Can he get across? In it comes towards the attackers. But it's going to get deflected out and it's going to be a corner. There you saw the opportunity. Di Maria with the cross. Looking for Wayne Rooney to get his head onto the ball. And the defenders will be able to hit it over the crossbar. It's going to be a corner. Dani Alves will be the one taking it. Switching it over to Di Maria now. Hitting it into the far post.
Ooh.
None of the players were able to get a convincing header towards goal. And it's going to be a throw-in back towards Vietnam. This is Jokpa. Back towards Cruz. Pavlyuchenko gets the ball back. Looking for the run of Jokpa. But Alves was there to cover up. Indonesia passing it over to the left side. Di Maria pushing forward in attack. Finds Benteke. Finds Rooney. Can he get towards goal? Defenders are simply everywhere and Indonesia unable to get into the box. De Bruyne now for Vietnam. Alaba switching flanks over towards Richards. We're heading into the last 10 minutes of this game. Let's see if they can score from this. Jokpa does put it in and it's 1-0 after 78-79 minutes of trying. Vietnam finally get the first goal of the game.
Yeah, it was a wonderfully, composed goal there. Passing the ball behind the Griezmann to the centre mid, after which straight to the foot of Drogba. Uses his body well to leverage on the defenders and just to turn him away and get a shot into the bottom corner. I mean, it's been a cagey affair between these two. Unless Daryanto is willing to make a drastic change, it's hard to see him getting back into the game in the last 5 minutes.
See what he can do with the ball now. As he goes down the right side with Neymar, looking to play the 1-2. Benteke giving it over towards Di Maria, but the return pass was Benteke was very poor. And Vietnam look to probably get goal number 2. De Bruyne on the ball now. Toni Kroos finding the lob through pass towards the Man City man, but it's gonna go out for a goal kick. And this would probably be the last chance, and he gives the ball away. Can Tan Tong make it to goalkeeper will come out to collect, and that will be full time, ending it 1-0 in favor of Vietnam, scoring the goal in the 79th minute with Didier Drogba. Tan Tong is all smiles right now as we head into what could possibly be the last match for Indonesia against Vietnam B. One player left for them, and that is going to be Riza. And I think this is the one player that's appeared before in the previous tournament. I think so. I kind of remember his name. Seen it somewhere before, but that will be the last player for Vietnam. Can Tan Tong make it a clean sweep? So far, he's swept aside 2 of the Indonesian players. Can he make it 3 in a row?
Well, given how disciplined he has been in his 2 matches, now I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to take to make an all kill on this Indonesian team. But in saying that, Riza is also has his own level of experience in the regional games as well as in the local leagues. It's going to be a tight affair, definitely. Tan Tong, we have seen in the first 2 matches, he's not one to concede much possession or space in midfield and in defense for the opponent. So it's up to Reza right now on how he wants to set his team out, having already observed 2 of the matches being played by Tan Tong and how he has disposed of his 2 other, counterparts in this tournament.
That's right. Nico in that game didn't even get 1 chance on goal there. Very disappointing game being played out by him, and unfortunately he loses out the game 1-0. Very narrow scoreline, but it should have probably been more for Vietnam. And so we wait to go into that 3rd game for Tan Tong.
Yeah, definitely.
So after that game, we're gonna go back into Group A. And that should probably be the most exciting game of this whole group stage. That's going to be Vietnam Team A taking on Thailand. So that's going to be very interesting coming up right after this at about 2:30 p.m. And of course, after this match, we have our codes to be given out. So those of you wondering what we're going to be giving away, it's going to appear on the screen now. Now? Nope.
Later?
Not yet. Coming.
Hold it.
Now. There you
Yeah.
go. Alright, so we're gonna give our codes right now. So here you go, get yourselves your 10U purple keys, and later on we'll be giving out 1 million EP after our 4th and 6th matches. Tomorrow we've got bigger stuff to give away. World Cup draft packs, 1 million EP, 2 million EP. All you gotta do is to just stick around, support the teams that are playing in this tournament, especially Singapore and Malaysia, and you can walk away with some fantastic prizes like these. So Hilmi, back towards our next match that's coming up. Tan Tong is a player that's showing how good he really is. I remember him from the previous tournament as well. He was somebody that came up against Singapore, and I think he was that last player that managed to win against Joseph in that last game in the semi-finals. So this guy is someone that is really strong, and I think he's the captain of the team as well. Looking at it, he's the strongest player, and we'll look to go into our last game. We'll get into our feed from Vietnam and look at our 2 players as they get ready to go into the game. It's gonna be Tan Tong taking on Riza from Indonesia.
Yeah, definitely the pressure is definitely on Riza right now, being the last man standing in the Indonesian team up against Tan Tong, who has yet to make any sort of clear errors, both in his play as well as in his strategies. He seems very comfortable there in his chair, very confident of his team play so far, and he's looking into making an all kill. But Reza, as I've mentioned, is not an easy opponent himself. He has abundance of experience. He's looking focused, and hopefully he can at least equalize and make this into a rubber match.
Alright, so let's go into our teams and see how that's going to be lining up. Tan Tong using up Man City again, same formation for him. In goal he has De Gea, fullbacks Riches and Alaba, centre backs Hummels and Vidic, or rather Hummels and John Terry. Defensive midfielders Michael Carrick and Tony Cruz, attacking midfielders Hulk and Marco Royce, 2 strikers Samuel Eto'o and Didier Drogba. Pretty much same thing we've seen every game from him.
Yeah, definitely. In Cruz and Carrick, two excellent ball-playing midfielders and deep-lying playmakers. Huck and Royce will definitely add speed, and Huck definitely power down the wings. And Drogba and Eto'o, I mean they're almost like complement each other. One with strength, the other one with pace and balance. So, but however, Eto'o is slightly down, so we don't know whether that will affect him that much. Tan Tong, a very disciplined player. Let's see if he can capitalize on this tournament. I mean, on this match, and bring the team one step closer to the next round of the tournament.
Right, so we'll have a look at the lineup over for Riza. He's playing as the away side. In goal here, Reina. Fullbacks, Dani Alves and Ashley Cole. Centre backs, Vidic and Carvalho. Defensive midfielders, Thiago Silva and Michael Essien. Attacking midfielder, Neymar. At centre forward, he has Mario Gomez. On the left wing, he has Wayne Rooney. And the striker up front is going to be Chicharito. And this is your lineup coming in from Riza. What do you think about this?
The interesting thing is to see Thiago Silva in defensive mid, and Vidic and Carvalho in defense is not exactly the fastest combination to have, especially when you have to deal with the likes of Eto'o up front and Huck and Royce bombing down from the midfield. But if he can get the ball up quickly into attack and pack the midfield and defensive line back of Tan Tong, then you know he'll definitely have a game in his hand to deal with the Tan Tong in trying to preserve his unbeaten run so far.
Right, so it looks like we're gonna get ready to go into our game, and Tan Tong will be looking to make it a clean sweep, 3-0 sweep for himself against Indonesia. He'll be using the blue of Man City, attacking towards right in the first half, and Riza using the black of Salzburg 08. I believe they're a team from Sweden or Norway or something, not sure, but he's using the black kit. He's gonna play a long pass. Didier Drogba gets there. Eto'o hits the post and finish. Drogba comes in. Finally, it goes in. The two strikers combining together with the post. And 1-0 to Tan Tong. That's a very good start for him.
Yeah, that's the show of a happy man. Drogba sliding in for the pass for Eto'o. Unlucky with the shot, hits the frame of the goal. But then again, Drogba, being the poacher that he is, sledged onto the rebound to put Tan Tong firmly in control of this game. 8 minutes on, 1-0 ahead, or one step closer to winning this series.
This is Wayne Rooney now down the flanks. Rooney gets it back again on the left side for Indonesia. Thiago Silva finds Essien in the middle. Mario Gomez. Neymar on the ball, finds Rooney again, back towards Neymar. Quick passing by Indonesia.
Ooh.
But right as they went into the box, it gets cut off. Ball being played forward. And Tan Tong gets it back. Hug playing the quick passing in midfield, creating some space for Michael Carrick. He cannot bring the ball forward, and the referee will blow for a foul. It's going to be a free kick for Vietnam. They're going to take it short. Tony Cruz back towards Hulk again. Mika Richards. Carrick finds Royce on the left. There's Drogba and Eto'o in the box. He sends across towards Eto'o. Fantastic pass coming out from him. He's going to hold on to the ball, and he's not going to win himself a corner. Rooney will bring it out by Eto'o for a strong challenge against Rooney. Quick passing again from Tan Tong. Lots of space for Hulk down the right side. Lob pass coming in from Eto'o. He cannot get towards goal. It's going to be a corner for Tan Tong. Short pass being taken. Alaba sends across towards the near post. Tony Cruz unable to get it off. Eto'o, second chance. Eto'o puts it in. It is 2-0 now for Tan Tong. Very fortunate with the way he managed to get onto the second balls time and time again, but he makes it 2, and very comfortable game for him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, luck certainly played to his hands with the ball bouncing around and then just kindly dropping to his foot, and on the turn slotting it into the net. I mean, it has been a poor start here by Reza. 2-0 down ever so quickly, and he's making the changes and now trying to salvage something out of this match and trying to, you know, stretch the series further into a tiebreaker. But as of now, given how well Tantong has been playing, it's definitely gonna be a tall order for him.
We'll see if Riza can do something about it now. Hernandez unable to get anywhere closer towards the goal. Eto playing the pass towards Jokpa. Royce is on the left side. Lob pass going the way of Jokpa again. He gets the better of Vidic and he squeezes his way through. Looks like he can. Marco Royce fake shot, puts it in. That's 3-0 for Tantong. This guy is just on fire and he just can't stop scoring.
Yeah, definitely. But you know, the main thing here was Jokba. Look at that. He would just literally bulldoze his way through two defenders. You know, and the ball went poked away by the defender, just trickled into the feet of Marco Royce, and it's just, you know, a wonderful goal to be taken there. Very clinical. Oh.
Charito going for the shot, and that's the first save that De Gea has had to make all game and even in the previous game. So we'll see a corner now coming up from Indonesia. Let's see what they can do from this. Ashley Cole hitting the ball into the far post. De Gea gets his hands onto the ball, and we'll be heading in towards halftime very soon. Can Tantong make it 4? He gets the knockdown from Eto towards Jokba. The defenders intercept, and Rooney will play the pass. They're going to play the 1-2. Chicharito unable to just link up with any other players in any area of the pitch. And at halftime, Tantong is leading 3-0.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for Reza, he has not gotten his gameplay at all whatsoever. But credit to Tantong, he has, you know, continued from where he left off in the second match. You know, playing the sort of disciplined game that he has been playing all throughout this series, and you know, it seems that he is en route to having an all kill of this Indonesian team. And right now, Indonesia kicking off from left to right, trying to salvage something here, or if not, they will suffer their first defeat of this tournament.
Tantong will get it back. Rooney comes in for a strong challenge, and Riza will look to build this attack down the left side with Neymar. Skill moves past one player, gives it back towards Ashley Cole. Neymar gets it back again. Out towards Gomez. Chicharito, can he finish? Chicharito puts it in. And it is 3-1 now. There is still the whole second half left to play. So Riza still has time to try and make this comeback.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a wonderfully worked goal between, you know, a few of the players for Reza. You know, passes the ball around crisply, and once it gets to Chicharito in the penalty box, you know, he's a potent finisher, and he was able to put the ball away and, you know, offer some degree of hope for Reza. Ooh, that was almost there by Royce with the finesse shot. Well caught there by Reina.
Very strange to see the goalkeeper using a orange top and a blue short. So something quite new that we're seeing. But
Maybe he's taking a leaf out of Santiago Canizares.
yeah, probably.
Yeah.
This is Carrick now, finds Rooney. Neymar's on the left. Ashley Cole making the forward run. Rooney unable to get the first time pass in towards Neymar.
Ooh.
Riza gets it back on the right with Thiago Silva. Interestingly, Thiago Silva is playing at right midfield now. So he only has one defensive midfielder and Michael Essien. Carrick finds Alaba. Royce again. Runs straight into Alves. And this is Michael Essien. Rooney making the run. Ashley Cole going forward towards Rooney. Neymar unable to get the pass towards Gomez, and Royce will bring the ball forward and pass it back towards Alaba. Didier Drogba now, close control, very well done by him by getting pushed off the ball. Rooney asking for the lob pass. Rooney will not get there ahead of Hummels. And Tantong will look to run the clock down. 10 minutes left in this game.
Michael Rice now free with the chip, 4-1, yes it is. Sign Su delivered, Tantong with the win, definitely right now. What a wonderful through ball there to the feet of Michael Rice, who spots the goalkeeper's position was in disarray. It was neither here nor there, expected of Jose Reyna, and he was able to tuck it away beautifully, and definitely now that's a win for Vietnam Team B. What a way to start there for the second team for Vietnam.
That goalkeeping, nothing like Canizares.
He made a shame of his Spanish counterpart there, Reyna.
See Eto now going forward, close control, off the ball, winning himself a free kick. Tony Cruz looks like he goes direct for it, and Reyna will tip the ball over. That should have been a comfortable catch for him.
But Reyna is one for the dramatics.
Yeah, he surely is. Royce with the short pass. Mika Richards not gonna send the ball into the box. He's gonna try and dribble his way through. Gomez to Silva, and the referee will blow for full time. It ends 4-1 in favor of Tantong. This one man has defeated the whole of Team Indonesia, and Vietnam picked themselves up the 3 points in Group B. Handshakes all around, well played by them. And Tantong showing what champions are made of, winning that game single-handedly for Vietnam. And most impressive player, of course, for Indonesia was that game number 1, which we saw coming up from Cairo. Fantastic passing coming up from him, but unable to win the second game. And after that, when Tantong came in, he just beat everyone that came down his path. So Vietnam winning the series 3-1, and the next match that's going to be coming up is going to be an absolute cracker, and it's something which we are all really looking forward to. Next match happening at 2:30 p.m. is going to be Vietnam Team A. They already have won themselves 3 points by winning Team Singapore in our first match of the day. They're going to go up against Thailand, the previous winners of the Spearhead Invitational, and really I would say the favorite of this tournament. Let's see how that match is going to be coming, or rather be going about. We'll be going for a short break. After the break, that's what we're going to look forward to. We'll be right back at about 2:30. Don't go anywhere, guys. Get your lunch, come back. We'll be right back.
Xin chào các bạn khán giả của Vietnam Esports TV. Người đang đứng bên cạnh tôi là Thanh Tông, người có cú quét sạch đầu tiên ở tại giải đấu này khi một mình hạ gục toàn bộ các thành viên của Indonesia. Xin anh có thể chia sẻ một chút xíu cảm xúc mình sau chiến thắng rất áp đảo của vừa rồi hay không?
Tôi thấy trận vừa rồi là cũng không quá áp đảo đối phương thi đấu. Thực sự là tụi em rất bất ngờ với sức mạnh của đội bạn.
Vậy thì đúng là như vậy, bên phía Indonesia đã có một cái khởi đầu vô cùng thuận lợi, thì không biết là cái trận mở màn đó có phải là do thành viên của đội Việt
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, into the FIFA Online 3 Southeast Asia Invitational 2015 that's happening live over in Vietnam. And we're going to go into our third match of the day. That's going to be Vietnam Team A taking on Thailand. And of course, we saw earlier Singapore unfortunately losing out against Vietnam 3-1. So Vietnam have 3 points now over in Group A, and the first match that happened in Group B, Vietnam winning that game 3-1 as well. So we'll go into our next match, Vietnam against Thailand. Let's quickly look through the lineup for Thailand. First player for them is going to be Pia Luk, and he's going to be playing up with Kotua and goal. Fullbacks Luke Shaw and Javier Mascherano. Centre backs Alex and Smalling. Defensive midfielder Pogba, attacking midfielder Yaya Toure, centre forward Thomas Muller, and the two wingers James Rodriguez and Danny Welbeck. Striker up front is Romelu Lukaku.
Okay, so yeah, it's an interesting formation that he has with 4 attackers. I mean, up front with being supported by an attacking midfielder in the form of Yaya Toure. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a powerful team that has been set up by Pia Luk, given the abundance of pace that the likes of Rodriguez and Welbeck would pose.
And looking over the side on Vietnam, they have Neuer in goal, fullbacks Sanya and Lam, centre backs Ferdinand and PK, defensive midfielders Matic and Busquets, attacking midfielders Heung-min Song and Francesco Totti, and the two strikers Wilfred Boni and Zlatan Ibrahimovic. So same formation that Noktung adapted in his first game against Wen Chin back in the first game of the day. So he's going to be looking to use the same formation to try and get the win against Thailand.
Yeah, and not only is the same formation, but it seems that he's gonna probably employ the same kind of strategy where you have Boni and Ibrahimovic up front, two powerful target men to target at, and Boni and Ibrahimovic themselves are in quite a good morale. And if you have noticed, the whole defensive back lines had a positive morale booster there in it. So based on that, it's gonna be a huge task for Thailand to break down this Ngoc Tung, who is brimming with confidence after beating Wen Chen in the first match. So it's gonna be interesting to see how these two teams will fare against each other in this match.
Alright, so we're gonna go into the game and see how both these players are gonna be playing out this match. So we'll have Pia Luk attacking towards the right. In this first half, he's using up the white kit, and Vietnam using up Chelsea in the yellow kit. Go for the attack now with Pogba, back towards Luke Shaw again. This is Thomas Muller to Lukaku, and almost putting the ball in at the near post. That could have almost been the first goal of the game for Thailand. And Vietnam just surviving, barely, and they'll have to defend again. This is Thomas Muller down the left. He has two bodies to aim at in the middle. Cross goes towards the far post, but the attacker was not able to meet. Second chance comes out to Lukaku. It's going to be a corner for Thailand. First 10 minutes, they've absolutely had all the play going their way. Danny Welbeck now going to take a short corner towards Luke Shaw. Cross comes in. Lukaku was trying to get his head onto the ball. And Thailand will get another go again. Thomas Muller trying to send the cross. In it comes Lukaku. Fantastic save coming up from the goalkeeper. Finally, Vietnam get the ball out of defense and they will go for their own counter attack. Heung-min Song cutting back out and looking to keep possession of the ball. Lob pass is going to find Sanya, but Smalling will get their hit. And it's going to roll out for a goal kick for Thailand.
What an explosive start that the Thais have made so far in this series. Straight on the attack from the get-go and almost getting a couple of goals. In fact, from Lukaku himself had 2 opportunities, and Thailand is really stating the intent and stating it well early that they do mean business going into this tournament.
Let's see if they can score this one. The cross comes in. Muller again. The goalkeeper coming up with a fantastic save. Vietnam really have got to do much better in defense. We'll see a lob pass coming the way of Heung-min Song. Can he get towards goal? He's one-on-one the keeper. Fantastic save by the goalkeeper from the other end. Both sides are just surviving just because the keepers are making such fantastic saves. We'll have Muller on the ball now. Lukaku making the run. Muller will get intercepted off, and the lob pass will go the way of Boni. He's one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Can he finish it off? Vietnam again! The saves are coming up. Both keepers are not wanting to let the ball go into the back of the net. We'll have Thailand go for an attack again. Pogba giving it over to Mascherano. Lukaku gets it. He has support in the middle. If he decides to pass, he does give it to Muller, and he shoots wide.
What a missed opportunity there by Pierre Muller, the kind of finisher that he is. Would really have been gutted by the kind of shot that he took there. Really should have been 1-0 to Pierre there.
Both these guys unable to finish off their chances. Let's see how it comes back to haunt them. Rodriguez, his pass to Yaya Toure was cut out. And this is Totti now. Finding the run of Busquets, but Yaya Toure doing good defensive work for his team. Danny Welbeck. Back towards Luke Shaw. Luke Shaw again finds Yaya Toure. Gives it over to Muller now. Ferdinand comes in with a strong leg. Totti. He gets put off the ball. And at half-time, what a surprise that the scoreline is still 0-0. More of the possession going the way of Thailand, but both these sides have had really good opportunities to score, but they've not taken their chances.
Yeah, definitely. That's the beauty of football, you see. Even a 0-0 scoreline can be as interesting and exciting as a high-scoring game. Both these teams going on the attack from the get-go, especially Pierre, and only the wonderful saves of the goalkeeper have kept the score status quo even after 45 minutes.
We'll go into the second half to see if either one of them can break the deadlock. Philip Lam now going to keep possession, trying to keep possession in midfield, but he loses the ball out. This is Yaya Toure, finds the run of James Rodriguez, back towards Toure again, lots of space for him, he gives it over to Muller, Muller with the turn, Muller unable to finish, again the keeper comes up with the save. And Vietnam will go for their counter-attack. This is Ibrahimovic, good turn past the first defender, gives it over to Son, first time pass towards Boni. He has 3 players in the box to aim at, not going for the cross just yet. He's gonna just look for opportunities and he's gonna win himself a corner. Matic will be the one taking the corner, switching it over to Sergio Busquets. Now it goes to Hyun Min Song. Looks like he wants to aim at Ibrahimovic at the far post, but comfortable catch for Couture. And the goalkeeper will just wait for his players to push up and then he'll kick it up. Yaya Toure, or rather Danny Welbeck, will keep the ball in. The lob pass finds Muller. Muller's one-on-one. Muller gives it to Lukaku. Can he finish? Lukaku! It's the post! Oh my goodness me! You guys cannot finish at all. Yaya Toure gives it back to Rodriguez, and he's unable to pass it on. Unbelievable stuff. I have no words to describe the finishing that's coming out from both of them. It's not that they can't finish, it's just how the game works and it's just not going their way.
I don't know how this game have been able to stay goalless even up till now. The amount of chances created for both sets of attackers, especially for Pierre, have been uncountable. And I wasn't expecting a goal. I mean, I wasn't expecting that much of a goal from Lukaku after he brought it down to his right foot. But he really should have done better with that shot. That really should have been 1-0 for Pierre.
Let's see if he can make it 1 with this corner. Cross comes in the far post. It's going to be yet another one. No, it's going to be a goal kick. So it looks like every time they get a one-on-one opportunity, I'm not going to get excited anymore. Just like, oh, it's a save. Oh, it hits the post.
Oh, it's another one.
Yeah, it's just a routine, Totti now, unable to get the ball into the path of his attackers. And Pierre will get it on the right side. This is James Rodriguez. Running straight into Gerard Piqué. And first time pass will not find Totti. It's going to be a throw-in for Thailand. He gets put off the ball. But Thailand get it back again. Lukaku pass finds Van Persie. Yaya Toure now. He's going to give it over to James Rodriguez, but the pass will not find the other attackers. Mascherano pushing forward from right back, finds Rodriguez. Will he send the cross? In it comes. But none of the players were able to meet. Carelessly given away. This will be the chance. Lukaku, can he finish? He tried to turn back, and the defenders will intercept. It's going to be a corner for Thailand. Look at that. He wanted to turn back onto his right foot, but the defender came in. I think that was Matic. It's going to be a corner. Danny Welbeck will be the one taking it, hitting it into the far post. Defenders not there to meet. The shot comes in, blocked off by the defenders. And Vietnam will go on the counter attack. Quick passing in midfield, but unable to get any further forward. Van Persie finds the pass to Yaya Toure. Will the long shot do the job? No, he won't go for it. Danny Welbeck puts it in. Finally, a shot from outside the box. Nothing we've seen the whole match. Finally, it works out. Looks like you can't score from inside the box in this match. It's 1-0 to Thailand now.
What a wonderful goal there by Welbeck. To his right leg with the finesse through many bodies of players inside the box. And of all players, Danny Welbeck to put the breakthrough in this tight, exciting match so far.
That is 1-0 now Thailand, and looks like Vietnam will be looking to make some changes to their team. Noctung making a double substitution. In comes Obafemi Martins and Kevin Prince Boateng. Let's see what that change does. There's just 5 minutes left in this game. What can he conjure up? Matic.
He has to go for broke now, David. He has to.
That's exactly what he's looking to do now. Martins on the ball, getting intercepted off. He still gets it back again. Smalling with a strong challenge. It's still going to be a throw in for Vietnam. Throw comes in. Martins unable to get there. And Pialak will be looking to just keep possession of the ball till the clock runs down to 90 minutes. He gives the ball away. Last chance now for Noctung. Comes in with Totti, the fake shot. This is Kevin Prince Boateng. Will he pass? Unable to get the pass off, and that will be full time. Ending it 1-0 in favor of Thailand. What an amazing match which we saw. Even though it ended 1-0, it should have been more for Pialak, and it should have even been a couple of goals for Vietnam as well. However, it ends 1-0. Thailand coming up with the win.
Yeah, definitely an exciting end-to-end match. You know, with abundance of chances for both these players to put a breakthrough and to put themselves in a position of advantage. However, I would say a combination of poor finishing, brilliant goalkeeping, and just bad luck on both accounts prevented the scoreline to have been broken through before that 80th minute shot by, of all people, Danny Welbeck.
Yeah, so Thailand winning that game 1-0, and you know, Thailand are the team that likes to use unorthodox kind of players and get their wins for themselves. I remember the previous tournament they used Adebayo to full effect, and Adebayo was their main man. Danny Welbeck now is the man to get the goals for themselves, so it's gonna be quite an interesting series of matches that Thailand are going to play against Vietnam. So second player that probably is going to come in from Vietnam is going to be Hong Tien, and he was the man that defeated both Gerald and Joseph as Vietnam won that series 3-1 against Singapore. So we'll see how he's going to do up against Pialak. Pialak has looked amazing in this game. Attacking wise, very good. Defensive wise, he's led a couple of lob through passes through, and unfortunately, the Vietnamese player was unable to score. But attacking-wise, this guy seems really good.
Wow, he has really been a beast in attack, man. You could see from that match, he started to attack from the very first moment. He was passing the ball around, and his wingers was just bombarding down the left-hand side, attacking the penalty box of Ngoc Tung, and from then on it was just him attack after attack after attack. But credit to him, he did not forgo his defensive duties. He defended stoutly. He recovered very fast whenever those lob through passes went through his defense, and it was a wonderful balanced performance from Pialuk. And not to take anything away from Ngok Tung, he played reasonably well. His attacking play was commendable, to say the least. It's just that he was unable to grasp the full effect of Pialuk's bombardment of attacks throughout the whole 90 minutes of the game.
Alright, so second player coming up for Vietnam, as you see on the screen on the left side, is going to be Hong Tien. A very emotional player, I would say. A player that really thrives on getting his goals early and trying to get the energy of the crowd to spur him on to win for his team. So let's see how that's going to help him as we get ready to head into our second match of this series between Vietnam Team A and Thailand. I mentioned during our break that there is a possibility of all the teams coming up with one win each. Imagine if Vietnam already won against Singapore, Thailand now wins against Vietnam, and Singapore pulls off the huge shock of winning against Thailand. That would come down to a tiebreaker. We are not sure how it works, but it would certainly be very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the thought of Thailand being upsetted by Singapore is definitely a mouth-watering thought there to have. But let's go to the starting lineups of the two teams.
See how it's gonna be heading out for Hong Tien. He's playing as Real Madrid. In goal he has Neuer, full-backs Aspilicueta and Rojo. Centre-backs Rio Ferdinand and PK. Defensive midfielder Nemanja Matic. Central midfielder Sergio Busquets. Centre-forward David Villa. Wingers Heung-min Song and Francesco Totti. And the striker up front is Karim Benzema. So this is how Hong Tien is gonna be lining up. Hilmi, any thoughts about this?
He has not changed anything in terms of his formation. It's still the same, with one defensive mid and one centre mid supporting the strikers, and he has wingers in the form of Son and Totti. And he has just changed Omori for Villa earlier. And I'm looking at a possibility of crosses being bombarded into Pialuk's defensive line, because Omori and Benzema are just, they just thrive on these crosses from deep, especially Totti with his technique. So yeah, I'm looking into wing play for Hong Tien.
So we'll have a look now at Pialuk and how he's going to be lining up. In goal, here's Thibaut Courtois. Fullbacks Mascherano and Luke Shaw. Centre-backs Alex and Chiellini. And in defensive midfield, there's Paul Pogba. In central midfield, Luka Modric, and the four players up front are going to be Lukaku, Danny Welbeck, and two other players which I had no chance to see. So
one of them was James Rodriguez.
Okay, James Rodriguez.
On the right wing, I think.
Yep, that's probably one of the players. So we're going to our match. Hong Tien using up Real Madrid. Pialuk back to the unknown team that's using the yellow jersey. So that's going to be our second match between Vietnam Team A and Thailand. So we'll go right into the game. Vietnam in the pink Real Madrid kit attacking towards the right in this first half. They look to be getting right on the go. Amauri looking to make the turn. He gets intercepted off the ball, and Thailand will go down the other end. Danny Welbeck against Sanya. Welbeck gets the better of Sanya for now. Luke Shaw back towards Welbeck again. First time pass finds Lukaku. Lukaku unable to bear in towards goal. And Vietnam will get the ball again. This is Benzema back towards Amauri. Amauri gets it back on the right side. Benzema is in the box waiting for the cross. That's a fantastic cross, and Courtois with a fantastic save. That again, Courtois, such an amazing goalkeeper right now for Thailand, keeping the ball out of the goal time and time again. Heung-min Song, through pass for Benzema, gets cut out by the defenders. And Vietnam will look to get another attack going, but that was a peach of a cross coming in from Vietnam.
Yeah, definitely, and of all people, but Omori, you certainly wouldn't expect that from him. But it has been And then end-to-end stuff yet again between Thailand and Vietnam with Pialuk in his customary bombardment of attack. But hold that thought as now Van Persie through and what a chip goal there by Van Persie. He showed great strength and balance in holding off the challenges of his the defender. Once he got the extra yard with his right leg, chips the ball over the oncoming goalkeeper. Out of nothing, 1-0 Pialuk.
Yeah, that lob through pass is what that did all the work as well. And the shot that came in, the goalkeeper off his line could do nothing about it to save that shot that came in on goal. It's 1-0 to Pialuk, and again Kotua is such a beast in goal for Thailand.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's so hard to beat him. You can't beat him from long range because he's just so big a body frame. To lob him over is also difficult because he's such a tall goalkeeper. So, and he has such a huge frame, so his reach is way beyond most of the goalkeepers. So, yeah, they have chosen the right goalkeeper to be backing up their goalpost at Thailand.
James Rodriguez going down the right wing and winning a free kick for Thailand. Yellow card is going to be collected by Marcos Rojo. Seemed like a fair challenge to me.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 50-50 chance. I don't think it was worthy of a yellow card. It might have been worthy of a free kick, but not a yellow card, definitely.
So we'll see Kim Min Song go down the right side. Sanya looking for the return pass back towards Son. James Rodriguez to Pogba. Back towards Luke Shaw. And he finds Danny Welbeck. Gives it over to Modric. Modric with the pass to Van Persie. Defender was there to get the block off. And Totti will bring the ball forward. James Rodriguez again on the right side. Gonna give it back towards the middle. Pogba finds Rodriguez on the right again. Cross comes in deep into the box. Lukaku is just powering over the defenders, and he's just too strong for the centre back. Lukaku makes it 2-0 for Pialuk and 2-0 to Thailand.
What a piece of a cross there by James Rodriguez. Cuts in straight to the head of Lukaku. First header was blocked by the defenders. After which, and that first header just pulled off the goalkeeper completely. He committed way too early in no man's land, and Lukaku just bulldozed his way through, headed in the rebound and into the empty net. The goalkeeper nowhere to be found. A comfortable 2-0 lead for Pialuk going into the last minute of the first half. Hong Tien making the early change. They're putting in Kevin Prince Boateng, and I think it was David Villa. Yeah, it was David Villa. So far it's all been Pialuk. Poor passing from Hong Tien. Have not gotten his passing up to par. That being one of the examples. It's gonna be an insurmountable task for Hong Tien to get back into this game with Pialuk just on fire right now.
Yeah, he's been looking really good, especially with the way he sort of switched up. Oh, look at that save for Kotua. It's just absolutely amazing. But just looking at the way he's changed up a bit of his style, he's putting in more of crosses in this game. And there you see Team Thailand cheering on the rest of their Thai teammates. So we'll be going into our second half. Thailand firmly in the lead right now. Let's see if they can extend the scoreline. They'll attack towards the right now. Danny Welbeck getting the ball back with Modric and Van Persie. Lukaku playing the 1-2. Van Persie again giving it to Rodriguez. Can he finish? Rodriguez with a shot. Second chance. It's gonna get called off for offside. I think the shot hit Van Persie. Yeah, that's right. Just a little too enthusiastic with his attacking runs.
A bit too high an attacking position stats there. But they are almost 3-0 there for Pialuk early in the second half.
Vietnam will get the ball back. Poor pass again by Hong Tien. Rodriguez to Welbeck. Back towards Modric. Luke Shaw finds Welbeck on the wing. He's gonna send across towards the other post, and Rodriguez unable to get there. It's gonna be a corner. Rodriguez looks to be taking it short. He will hit it into the box instead towards the far post. Pogba unable to get his head on the ball, and Vietnam will go on the counter attack. David Villa in possession. On towards his left is Francesco Totti, but he gets it back to the defenders, and Matic brings it forward. Finding space is Sanya. Pass finds Amauri. He cannot get his pass towards the attackers. Modric now waiting for the run of Welbeck. Does find him. Pogba back towards Luke Shaw. Pogba again. Rodriguez has lots of space on the wings. And finally, the ball will come out to him on the right. Rodriguez. Pialak is just, as long as he's just keeping the ball like that, he's just running the clock down. And it's getting more and more frustrating for Hong Tian as, time goes by.
Yeah, definitely, and I believe that one of the biggest flaws to Hong Tian's match in this game has been his poor keeping of possession. We shall hold that thought, but Lukaku was caught in an offside trap. Yeah, he was offside. Yeah, because Pialak has been very neat and tidy in his passing, very quick in his movements. However, Hong Tian, on the other hand, his passing have gone awry way too many times, and been too comfortable there for Pialak to deal with the attacks that have been mastered by Hong Tian. And with is that a penalty? No,
it's not.
With less than 13 minutes to go, Pialak making the change. I think he's just gonna see this game through, David.
Yeah, probably that's what he's gonna do. He's probably gonna make a couple of changes in his attacking position so that he can try to get those counter attacks going his way. Pialak has been looking very comfortable in this game, as he did in the first. So the changes have been made. Looks like it was just a formational change, no change in personnel for Pialak. He'll get the ball back now with Lukaku. 1-2, trying to find Modric and Van Persie. Vietnam will bring the ball forward. Totti's pass gets intercepted, but they still get the ball back. David Villa, Heung Min Song, Amauri turning past the defenders, getting a pass in towards Villa. First time pass to Heung Min Song. That's surely going to be a penalty, and it will be. The referee will blow for it. And the substitutions come in as well. Triple substitution. Every one of those substitutions are for the forward players. Totti just puts it in underneath the body of Thibaut Courtois. Imagine if he saves that as well. That would be amazing. But it is now 2-1 still in favor of Thailand. They have just 5 minutes left in this game to hang on to, and they will take the second win in this series. Modric finds Shaw. Pogba to Modric. Muller, Modric again. Muller finds some space. Modric has been the link up in this attack. Mesut Ozil towards Modric. Van Persie finds the pass, and Diego Costa hits the post with the shot. Ozil with a fake shot, and it's going to get called out for full time. It ends 2-1 in favor of Thailand, and Pialak has just been giving Vietnam no mercy at all, showing what he's made of.
Yeah, definitely, David. Pialak himself has been extremely well. He has played wonderful attacking play throughout both matches against Ngoc Tung and then now in Hong Tian. And he has shown that, I don't think there are many players in the region that can actually withhold his attacking play that he has shown so far in these first 2 matches. There's been quick attacking movements, quick passing, direct play by all of his attackers, and it helps that he has abundance of players up front, with the likes of Welbeck and Muller and other players like that. So it's really gonna take a whole lot of effort from the last player to try to stop Pialek from steamrolling this Vietnam A team to the ground.
Yeah, you know, especially looking at Thailand, they always seem to come up with drafts that don't really focus on their attackers. They focus more on midfielders. Like their first two picks were actually Pogba and Yaya Toure. And then later on they came up with picks like Van Persie and Welbeck, and you know, they come up with the Lukaku, those kind of players. And somehow they still manage to use all these kind of players, and it still works out wonders for them.
Yeah, it's a matter of knowing the strength of your players, and you know how to mold them together into a cohesive unit, and having the sort of attacking play, a sort of game plan that could, you know, mesh them up together and to form a solid attacking unit. I mean, we're talking about quality players, even though the likes of Welbeck and Van Persie are nowhere near the likes of Ibrahimovic and Cristiano Ronaldo, but they are good players in their own mold. Van Persie, a highly technical player. You give him on his left foot especially, and he can whip in a shot and a goal from any angles in and around the penalty box. So yeah, it's a matter of understanding the players well and having an attacking plan that suits all of them together.
That's right, and Thailand have sort of, from what Pialek has been showing, sort of mastered that already. So we're ready to go into our third game between Vietnam and Thailand. Third player from Vietnam is gonna be Duan An Tuan. I'm very sure I'm getting the pronunciation of the name wrong, but that's the third player that's coming in for Vietnam. It's also known as Ruback as his in-game name. And what we would assume to be the two stronger players for Thailand, Cressida and Zephylos, have yet to even touch their controllers and play a match, because Pialek has been pulling out everything. It's been one-man show so far.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm definitely sure he'll be aiming a clean sweep of Vietnam A's team this time around, you know. And what a confidence booster it would be for Pialek, especially going into the next match against Singapore. You know, you already have, as you mentioned, you know, two quality players in the form of Cressida and Zephylos waiting in the second and third rounds of the Thailand team. You know, to add to that, highly confident Pialek starting the games for them. This is definitely the team to beat this time around in this Invitational tournament.
That is surely the case. So it looks like we're still getting ready for players to get into the lobbies, and then we will start this match. Remember, every win that they get in this group stage is gonna net them $420 US. That is just very good money to win for every match.
Yeah, definitely, man. $450 US. That's enough for, I don't know, maybe a 3 days 2 night stay at a decent hotel in Vietnam, or possibly even a higher rating hotel.
Yeah, probably.
Cool money for them. They deserve it.
They surely do.
And you've been asking whether you want to share the money or keep it. If I were to be in Pialek's situation, I'm definitely keeping the money, man. I work my socks off for that.
I don't think he has a choice when you have teammates like Cressida and Nutakon. They have been there, done that. It's like, I don't care if you win all 3 games, you better give me part of the money, man.
I would rebut by saying, you have won all the money you can win, man. It's about time I keep some of this cash.
I'm not so sure about Nutakon and Cressida being that kind, or Pialek being as nasty as you.
Well, when it comes to money, it's good to be nasty.
Well, I guess that works for you, alright. It looks like some of them are falling asleep. Or are they using their phones? Yeah, I think they're using their phones.
I think the guy in the red Vietnamese shirt was sleeping there.
Yeah.
He was definitely sleeping.
Yeah, probably his favorite player has yet to play. Maybe his favorite player is in Vietnam B, so he's waiting for that match to come on. But so far, looking at the Vietnamese faces right now, they don't look all too confident. They don't look all too happy. They are 2-0 down in this series against Thailand. And Thailand are just one match away from taking 3 points against Vietnam. And if that is the case, and if that is what happens, Singapore have a huge task of trying to pull it back against Thailand.
Yeah, definitely. And seeing how Pierre Luc has played so far, not even saying how Zephylos and Cressida is gonna play. They are already in the league of their own. Seeing how Pierre Luc has been playing so far, the likes of Hibidi, Monet, and Zarate have a huge task in their hand, and that defeat against Vietnam looks all the more detrimental to their chances of going to the semi-finals.
It's not impossible. We shall believe. But Vietnam have got to believe now. That's what they gotta do as they go up for their match against Thailand. Looks like we're having some issues of trying to get them ready before we go into the game. So now they might be ready. This will be the first match in the tournament that Duan Antoine has to play for Vietnam. He's yet to pick up his controllers and play. So he's not kind of had a warm-up match just yet. So we'll see what he comes up with as he goes up against Pierre Luc.
Yeah, a good opportunity to warm up against a player of Pierre Luc. Hopefully he doesn't get a culture shock. Because Pierre Luc have been unstoppable so far.
So we're gonna go into our match right about now. No. We're going to the players.
I think they're experiencing some technical difficulties there.
Okay, so now we go into the match and we'll have a look at how both the players are gonna be lining up. Pierre Luc playing the same formation as he did before. He might make a couple of changes in defense and in midfield. In goal, he has Couture. This guy is such a beast. At fullbacks, he has Mascherano and Luke Shaw. Centre back, Alex and Chris Smalling. Defensive midfielder, Paul Pogba. Attacking midfielder, Yaya Toure. And the 4 players up front are Thomas Muller, James Rodriguez, Diego Costa at left wing, and Romelu Lukaku is the man up front.
Well, you're talking about unorthodox player picks by Thailand. This is unorthodox player positioning by Thailand. Diego Costa in left wing. We expect him to swap places with Lukaku, because Lukaku have been played before at the left wing position where you just get the long diagonal passes to his head. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it's going to work out for him.
We'll have a look now at the lineup for Antoine. In goal here, Julio Cesar. Fullbacks, Sanya and Rojo. Centre-backs, Ferdinand and Havidis. Defensive midfielders, Botma and Matic. Attacking midfielders on the left is Francisco Totti. On the right is Juan Vargas. And the 2 players up front are Boni and Ibrahimovic. This is the same formation which the first player, Noctung, played as well. And he couldn't come up with the win against Pierre Luc. But remember, that was a very close game. Lots of chances went the way of Noctung, but he couldn't finish it off.
Yeah, definitely. And it seems that he's gonna be employing the same sort of strategy with the 2 target men up front. Vargas slightly out of position there in right midfield. Expect him to be in his customary left side of midfield, and Vargas have abundance of energy to him and has a deadly left foot. He can whip in across like no other. So I'm curious to see why he has been employed as a right winger instead of right midfield player instead of a left midfield player, because with the strikers that he has, the target man that he has up front, Vargas could be a lethal creator of goals.
We'll see how that's gonna be working out for both these guys, as Pierre Luc in the yellow kit is gonna get us underway in our 3rd match between Thailand and Vietnam A. And Antoine will be the one playing in the red kit of Manchester United. Pierre Luc playing, he passes in midfield between Luke Shaw and Pogba, gives the ball away. And chance for Vietnam to go on the attack quickly, gets tackled off by Mascherano. Fantastic challenge coming in from the Argentine. Danny Welbeck and left wing finds the pass. This is Van Persie. Van Persie, can he get the shot off? Van Persie hits the post with a shot that was almost the start that Pierre-Luc would have been loving to get.
Yeah, what a explosive turn of pace there by Van Persie. Just breezing past the defender unexpectedly, because Van Persie isn't the quickest of players. And just similar to how the first match panned out, it started with Pierre-Luc hitting the post, but now Van Persie. Oh, I was about to comment on the wonderful tackle, but it's a free kick taken by Pogba.
Looks like he will change it over. It's going to be Yaya Toure taking a quick one. Yaya Toure unable to finish it off. Julius Cesar comes up with the save. Vietnam going to take a short pass off that ball and look to try and build the attack from midfield. This is Botma. Rojo gets intercepted off the ball by James Rodriguez. He's got a cut outside, send a pass in, unable to find Diego Costa. And Totti can keep the ball. It's going to be a throw-in for Vietnam. Botma trying to switch the play, but Costa using his big frame to win the ball back. James Rodriguez. Mascherano again. Rodriguez making the run. Will he send the cross? He's not deciding to go for it just yet. Cutting to the favorite left foot of Rodriguez. Giving it over to Mascherano. Goes to Van Persie. First time pass to Welbeck. Goes for one more pass instead of the shot. And Vietnam will be able to clear the box. They get it back now. Botma giving it over to Ibrahimovic. Fantastic challenge coming in from Pierre-Luc. This is a very good opportunity. Van Persie is free down the right side. Looks like he might want to cut into his left foot. He does do that. The pass comes in onto the onrushing Yaya Toure, but he couldn't finish it off. That's a poor pass coming in. Can he finish now? Diego Costa puts it in. Thailand make it 1-0 off that poor clearance from Vietnam, and Pierre-Luc is firmly in control of this game.
That was a poor throw there by Julius Cesar, straight to the chest of Pierre-Luc's midfielder. And after that, the defense was just on the way up. It split wide open. Pass to the feet of Diego Costa, who just slots it under the goalkeeper for the opening goal.
The lob pass comes in. Van Persie one-on-one. The goalkeeper will clear away. The goal is open though, but the defenders will be able to clear the lines, and it's gonna be a throw-in. Vietnam get the ball back. Lob pass comes the way of Vargas, unable to get the better of Chris Smalling, and quite surprisingly Smalling as well doing very good for Thailand so far.
Yeah, definitely has been a rock solid presence in defense.
Look at that pace coming from Diego Costa. He's dribbled all his way through and almost put in the finish as well. That is very uncharacteristic. We saw Van Persie showing so much acceleration after getting a turn, and Diego Costa of all people running down the left wing. And wow, Pierre-Luc is leading this game 1-0, and he's on his way towards demolishing Vietnam 3-0.
And look at the composed face he has in him.
It's not composed, it's gonna kill you face.
Well, he's doing it with sheer composure. He's just unmoved by whatever that's been happening so far to him. If it is for me, it would be like have the ecstatic look on me, but for him it's just cool and composed. And I don't know how Rubek is gonna respond to this.
Ibrahimovic, he shoots wide off that chance that came in, and that would have been the perfect time for Vietnam to bring the score back on level terms, but it misses the opportunity. They will get another chance again. This is Vargas, finds Hawidis, pushed up forward from centre back, and that's going to be offside.
Miles offside there.
But Vietnam looking, they've started the second half much better now.
Yeah, but that was the perfect opportunity to get back into the game and settle some, I don't know, unresolved jitters that Rubek might have had going into the match, because you know it has all been pure luck so far in this series. None of the first two Vietnamese team players have an answer to him so far, and that could have unsettled him a bit. But right now,
James Rodriguez one-on-one, unable to finish. Shot with his right foot, which is not too good with. And he misses the opportunity. Almost a careless pass by Julius Iza, but Vietnam will bring the ball forward. This is Vargas pushing forward now. Plays the through pass in towards Matic, but Smalling again gets there ahead of the attack as he gives the ball away. This is Ibrahimovic to Boni. Boni finishes it off. Finally, Vietnam are able to equalize, and they make it 1-1.
Yes, it's been a long time coming since the start of the second half. You know, the equalizer by Rubek, and what a pass that was. You know, simple yet effective by Ibrahimovic to the legs of Boni. One touch to the left, creates a bit of space, and he just slots home the ball into the bottom corner beyond the reach of the goalkeeper. And I must say, this is the first time that Pierre Luc has been in such a position where he has lost his lead. You know, it's gonna be either he responds greatly or it's just gonna be Rubek from now on.
We'll find out as the minutes tick by. Vargas gives the ball over to Matic. Totti now trying to play through pass in towards Boni, but the ball gets intercepted. It's going to be a throw-in for Vietnam as Antoine is going to make a change to his lineup.
Yeah,
I would assume he wants to change his wingers, you know, the attacking midfielders on the side, as they're probably low on stamina.
Yeah, and also Vargas was low on morale, so perhaps somebody who could be more penetrative in their runs, you know, getting behind the midfield. Yeah, as expected, Vargas will be out, replaced by Eriksson, I assume. And with a bit
out
more
goes
pace.
Boni as well.
Yeah.
And in comes Martins.
So maybe a more balanced attacking duo there in the form of Ibrahimovic and Martins.
Totti's cross. It's blocked off by the defenders. It's gonna be a corner for Vietnam. Tristan Eriksson will take the corner in towards the far post. None of the Vietnamese players will be able to get their heads on the ball. And we'll see Diego Costa going down the flanks again. Look at that pace. Look at that pace from Costa. He goes back towards the defenders though.
I would have imagined associating pace with Diego Costa.
Only happens in FIFA Online 3.
And only happens with a Thai player controlling it.
That's right. We'll have Ibrahimovic now trying to get the better of Gambarini. But oh, look at that strength coming out from Gambarini. That's a fantastic through pass. Diego Costa, you cannot catch this guy. Costa with the finish. That's 2-1.
Acceleration in Diego Costa. Oh my god, oh my god. He just left the defenders in his heels there. You know, in just a blink of a second, he was a good 5 to 7 yards ahead of the defenders. And once he was in that position, Pierre-Luc, there was no way for him to have missed that chance whatsoever. Antoine making a second round of changes. This is the first time I've seen some form of emotions there on the face of Pierre-Luc. A small smile breaking. But yeah, Antoine, with less than 5 minutes to go, has to go all out now to get the equalizer to extend this tie to extra time. A true ball.
We see that come. Ibrahimovic unable to get onto that through pass, and Pierre-Luc will look to keep the ball. This is James Rodriguez giving it to Diego Costa. Danny Welbeck gets the turn past Sanya. Welbeck is bearing in towards goal. Welbeck with the turn. Can he finish? Welbeck finishes it off. That is 3-1. And shooting to the skies is Pierre-Luc as he ends this series. 3-0. Thailand coming up with the win.
What a turn there by Welbeck. Completely, you know, bamboozling the defense and giving the space for himself to just finesse it to the top corner beyond the reach of the goalkeepers. Another win for Pierre. There's another 450 USD into his pockets. I don't care if I am him, Cressida and Natakon are not getting a single cent of it because he has played immensely well. He has overpowered the whole Vietnam A team on his own with the likes of Welbeck, with the likes of Van Persie, Diego Costa suddenly becoming a speed demon. You know, well done to Pierre, completely overpowering the whole of Vietnam A's team, and they are definitely the team to beat, and Pierre is certainly making a name for himself in this game so far.
He surely is doing that. Diego Costa, like you mentioned, becoming a speed demon. Welbeck becoming the master of long shots. Chris Smalling suddenly the best defender in the world.
Not so small after all.
Yeah, surely he's not. And Thailand coming up with the win 3-0 against Vietnam. We would have expected Thailand to win, but not by 3 games to 0, especially coming from Pia Lek, somebody who's, I assume, representing Thailand for the first time. Alright, so that would bring an end to the series between Vietnam A and Thailand. Next match that's coming up is Vietnam B against Malaysia. So that's what we are really looking forward to seeing, how the Malaysian team of Ol, Hanzo and Police Team Junior are going to perform. We have codes to be given away after that match as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll be going for a short break. After the break, Vietnam Team B against Malaysia. We'll be right back.
See you soon.
Welcome back everyone to the FIFA Online 3 Southeast Asia Invitational 2015, and we're gonna go into our next match. Very exciting match that's coming up, something I'm sure a lot of you have been looking forward to for the whole day, and that is gonna be Vietnam Team B taking on Team Malaysia. And Vietnam, remember, they've already won one match that they did against Indonesia earlier today, and now they'll be going up against Malaysia. So let's see how that's gonna be working out for both of these guys, rather both of these teams. And I'm sure the lineup that's coming up for Malaysia, first is going to be Police Team Junior, second up is going to be NIP Hanzo, and third one is going to be Old. That's how they're going to be going up. Hilmi, what do you think? How they're going to fare against Vietnamese players?
Well, I was there casting during the grand finals leg, and I must say I was especially impressed with Hanzo. He emerged as the overall winner for the Malaysian leg of the qualifiers. Police Team Junior is a relative unknown, I would say, especially in the international scene. Okay, but he did impress me with his high pressing and passing style. Whereas for Ol, well, we know Ol. Okay, he has been in and around for Malaysian team for quite some time now. So I must say, I wouldn't say it's a relatively easy game for Vietnamese team B, although as they completely annihilated Indonesia, especially after Khairul was defeated. I would say Malaysia would pose a bigger threat to the Vietnamese team as compared to the Indonesian team.
Yeah, definitely. And first team, or rather first player that's coming up, you mentioned Police Team Junior, relative unknown in the international scene, but absolutely love watching him play. This guy uses his skill moves to absolutely great effect, and he's such a really skillful player and very young as well, so he's got lots of potential, many years for him to go along. And Hanzo as well, very effective with the way he plays. He sticks to his formation and he's just so comfortable with it.
Yep.
But we'll get into our game and we see how both these teams will be lining up. I'm sure you guys will be looking at it pretty soon, okay? For now, just listen to me. I'll be looking at how this whole lineup is going to be going about. And for Vietnam, they're going to be playing as the home side. They have De Gea in goal, fullbacks Jordi Alba as well as David Alaba, centre backs John Terry and Mats Hummels, defensive midfielders Marouane Fellaini and Toni Kroos, left midfield Marco Reus, right attacking midfield is going to be Hulk, and the two strikers are going to be Samuel Eto'o and Fernando Torres. And we don't really want to talk much about it since our viewers can't really see it just yet. Just hold on for a moment. As for Malaysia, we're going to be having Police Team Junior. He's going to be playing as the away side, playing his traditional 4-2-1-3 formation. In goal, he has Petr Cech, right back Sergio Ramos, left back Daniel De Rossi, centre backs Vincent Kompany and Branislav Ivanovic, defensive midfielders Arturo Vidal and Steven Gerrard, right midfield Lionel Messi, centre forward Luis Suarez, left wing Ezekiel Lavezzi, and the striker is going to be Gareth Bale. So that's how Police Team Junior is going to be lining up for himself.
Well, I'm seeing for Police Team Junior a couple of unorthodox picks here. Firstly, Daniel De Rossi at left back. You know, he's usually more comfortable and more effective excuse me, in the defensive mid position where Arturo Vidal and Steven Gerrard are occupying. In saying that, Gareth Bale as a striker, an all-and-out striker, is also another interesting pick here by Police Team Junior. I'm sensing pace for Police Team Junior, and definitely, as you mentioned, skill moves by him, because you know, with the likes of Lavezzi, Bale, Messi, definitely, you know, you have not to mention Suarez. You know, you have abundance of technically gifted players there, and it's gonna be interesting to see how the first player for Vietnam is gonna be able to cope with this highly technical player in the form of Police Team Junior, because as I have observed in the previous match of the Indonesians, they are more of the passer kind. I didn't see much of skill moves being employed by any of them. So yeah, it's gonna be a different sort of threat for him in this match.
That's right. So looks like we've had some technical issues, so we'll restart the game in just a moment as it's happening live over in Vietnam. But the casters have, again, I just can't help but notice they have an abundance of clothes. Their wardrobe is magnificent. They
Yeah.
just change their clothes after every game.
I know, right?
I think we need to do something about it.
I'm so jealous.
Yeah.
But then again, I have to be contented with my expectations lah. Maybe you can bring something up.
Yeah, maybe. Well, it's too late to do anything about it right now, right?
Well, there's always another invitational coming
Yeah,
up
so
next year.
Next year, right? I'll bring different clothes for every game. So anyway, we'll just wait for the players to get ready and go into the match. But otherwise, let's have a quick prediction. We haven't had a prediction throughout the whole day. Now it's time for Vietnam against Malaysia. How do you think it's gonna go?
Well, I'm not that good at predicting, especially when you're around, David. Okay, but having seen how these three Malaysian players played in their local league, I would say the Vietnamese teams would just be a bit too strong for them. You know, Perlis Team Junior, a relative unknown. I'm presuming this is his first time playing in an international tournament.
It is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So, the onus is on Ol and Hanzo to really lift the team up, but I'm afraid it's gonna be a bit too much to be asking from them, especially from Ol. So I'm predicting it might be a 3-1 victory for Vietnamese Team B. How about yourself, David?
Well, as much as I really would want Malaysia to win as well, like you mentioned, I think the Vietnamese team is too strong. I would give it 3-2 to Vietnam, but Hanzo and Ol, I mean, Perlis Tim Jr. is such an exciting player to watch, and I think if he manages to win that first game off, I think that will really set the ball rolling for Malaysia and really give them the momentum to try and win the series. So I think this first win, if Perlis Tim Jr. gets it, I would say Malaysia can win the series, but if he fails, and if he fails by a big scoreline, I think it's going to be very difficult for Malaysia.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for young players like Perlis Team Junior, and we have seen in the previous match involving Indonesia, where their youngster Khairul just blitzed through his first match. What confidence can make to a young player like him? So I'm guessing that, you know, if let's say such a confidence booster can happen for Perlis Team Junior, I wouldn't be surprised if another blitzkrieg were to happen this time from the Malaysian side, because all these young chaps with their adrenaline and stuff like that, you can never know what will happen.
That's right. So we're gonna go right into the game as we have Vietnam using the red of Manchester United attacking towards the right in this first half. We have Perlis Team Junior in the blue of the Red Book Salzburg team attacking towards the left. In this first half, we'll have Vietnam having possession of the ball early in this game, trying to make something, trying to penetrate the midfield of Perlis Team Junior. Casano on the right, gonna win himself the free kick. No, the referee plays on, and in comes the cross, which will get headed away by the defenders. But second ball comes back towards Vietnam again. Well done by Gareth Bale to win the ball back, and he's gonna get it back again towards Luis Suarez. Roulette being done, and he passes it infield towards Lionel Messi. Messi with the chop. Messi trying to find the pass in towards Bale. The defenders are there to intercept. Very risky play by the Vietnamese player, but he eventually clears his lines, and he'll be looking to build up his attack from there as well. This is Alaba towards Michael Carrick. David Alaba again, switching flanks over towards Mika Richards. Casano on the right side. Looking to find some space, sends the cross in. It's gonna get blocked off. It's gonna be a corner for Vietnam Team B. David Alaba will be the one switching over to Casano now. Gonna hit it in towards the box and the far post. The defender came in, but unable to steer his header towards the goal, and it's gonna be a corner, or rather a throw in for Malaysia. This is Alaba again towards Hummels. Gary Cahill to Richards and to Casano. So far it's been patient play from Vietnam. Gets stolen away though, the ball by Perlis Tim Jr. Gareth Bale gets it back towards Gerrard in the middle and towards Suarez. Lionel Messi Finds some space. Messi creates a lot of space for himself, going for the skill moves instead of the cross, and he wins himself a corner. Looks like that was what he was looking to get. He kept himself a free kick actually, and Messi will take it into the box. He's unable to finish. Second chance though. He hits it over the crossbar. Sergio Ramos unable to convert that opportunity. And the scoreline still remains 0-0.
Yeah, that was a glorious half chance there for Perlis Team Junior in the 33rd minute. You know, the ball was just bobbling around the edge of the 6-yard box and it fell almost too kindly for Sergio Ramos, but unfortunately for Perlis Team Junior, he hit it with his left leg and it just skied wayward off away from the goal.
This is Gareth Bale going for the roulette, unable to bear in towards goal after doing that turn as he miscontrolled the ball. And Vietnam will bring the ball out of midfield. This will be the last opportunity, but Bale is so strong, getting the ball back from the defenders. Luis Suarez trying to play the 1-2 with Bale. Lavetti on the left side with the chop, gonna turn on the outside, gets the fake as well. Unable to send the cross into the box, and that will probably be the last action in this first half. And there you go, referee blows for halftime. It is 0-0. Neither player really doing much in this game. Vietnam having more of the possession, but like I mentioned, neither one of them doing anything much. Unable to get a shot in on goal.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for Tan Di, the first player for Vietnam, he hasn't really gotten going. Whereas for Perlis Team Junior, it's just a couple of half chances here and there, nothing much. But he has started the more brightly of the two in the second half. Oh my God, that was a mistake there by him, rolling the ball out of play.
Yeah, just a little too fancy with his skills. Puts the ball out, and Vietnam will take the goal kick short. This is Richards, plays a short pass in towards Fellaini. Bale doing so well. He always runs back to help out his team defensively. This is Lavetti, gives the pass over to Suarez. Lavetti making the forward run. In comes the lob through pass. Lavetti does get there. Will he send the cross? He goes for himself. Tries to make the roulette turn, but the defenders will intercept, and Vietnam will bring the ball out with Cassano on the right side, giving it over to Torres in the middle. Michael Carrick gonna go back towards Alaba, and they'll start again on the left. This is Michael Carrick, very advanced position for him. The cross comes in at the far post. Cassano will be there, and he will still collect the ball. Cassano in possession. Cambiaso makes the interception, playing at left back, and we'll see a corner for Vietnam. In it comes towards the far post. Defenders will clear away. We'll see if Perlis Team Junior can make this counter-attack work out. This is Gareth Bale leading the charge forward. Does one roulette, waiting for the support. Lionel Messi finds Luis Suarez. There's two more players pushing forward in attack. Sergio Ramos gives it back towards Messi. Suarez gets it back again. Goes for the roulette. Again, he fails with it. So far, Vietnam and their player Tan Dui has been able to read every single skill move that Perlis Team Junior is trying to pull off.
Yeah, definitely. It's starting to be a little bit too predictable here by Perlis Team Junior, where Tandy has time and time again managed to read it. And out of nothing against the run of play, Tandy has stolen a goal. This time scored by, I didn't catch who the player was. De Bruyne.
Yeah.
You know, nice through ball there on the left foot, spilled by the goalkeeper, the only player to have gone on for the rebound. Tandy against the run of play. Vietnam 1 goal up against Malaysia.
Yeah, it was just too many players pushed forward in attack for Perlis Team Junior, and he was unable to defend. We'll see if he can try and get that goal back. There is still time for him. More than 20 minutes are left in this game. Actually, just about 15 minutes left. So he's got to try and win the ball back as quickly as he can and be more decisive with his attacks. Down the right side goes Cassano. He's going to push forward. Get the ball now with Richards. Back towards Cassano again. Space for Cassano. He's going to get out-muscled by Cambiaso. It's going to roll out for the throw-in though. Vietnam going to pass it over back to Cassano again. This is Fellaini. Cassano. Looks like Vietnam is just content with keeping possession of the ball. They have no intention of putting the ball into the box. Mika Richards almost getting out muscle by Cambiaso. Still gonna be a throw in for Vietnam. Michael Carrick towards Gomez. Gomez trying to turn and shoot, but gets out muscled by Ivanovic. This will be a very good opportunity for Perlis Team Junior. In he comes with Lavezzi. Steven Gerrard to Vidal. Further upfield is Suarez, but his first time pass unable to find Lavezzi. And Vietnam will just keep possession of the ball and run the clock down. We're into the 90th minute. And I don't think there's any more time left for Perlis Team Junior to get that equalizing goal. Jokpa, or rather Gomez, comes in with the turn. This will probably make it to Fernando Torres, scores the goal at the near post, and that seals game number 1, being won by Vietnam and Tan Dui, 2-0.
Yeah, a poor end to Perlis Team Junior after such an encouraging start. You can see the naivety and the lack of experience in this young boy, where he is just a bit too rash in his passing. The blind passes coming in, the quick passes without any form of conviction in his direction and his power, and losing possessions cheaply, especially in the middle of the park. So, and for Tandy, credit to him, he soaked the attacks that have been put forward by Perlis Team Junior, and when the opportunity arose, he duly delivered with that rebound there, and what a true ball that was by Gomez, and a first touch worthy of a goal there by Fernando Torres. So a deserved win for Tandy.
Yeah, that's right. So he's gonna walk away with the win. And next player that's coming up for Malaysia is gonna be Hanzo, and Hanzo is what is considered to be the best player in Malaysia right now, the player that's in form, the player that's winning every single tournament for the past couple of months. So he's gonna be that man to try and pull one game back for Malaysia. It's not the start that they were looking for, but Hanzo, will he prove to be the man?
Well, the thing about Hanzo, especially in that tournament, was that he actually won through the losers bracket of the competition, and he was actually defeated by Ol in the earlier rounds. So for him, he was comprehensively defeated by Ol, and he was comprehensively defeated due to naivety in his tactical approach. But once he got his tactic right, his formation right, he was really unstoppable. And that's the thing about Hanzo. If he gets his tactics right from the start, then you would see a totally different player. You would see a world beater, in fact. But there's also the vulnerable side of him where, if he gets his tactics wrong, a little bit too adventurous in how he lines his team up, then he might be, just annihilated, picked apart by Tan Dui or any other opposition that he might be facing.
Yeah, that's right. So he's gonna be the one that's gonna step up and go up next for Team Malaysia, and if he fails as well, we still have Ol to rely on. But of course, Hanzo will be looking to pull this game back. I'm sure all our viewers are going to be rooting for Singapore and Malaysia. We don't want to be seeing Malaysia go down 2-0 early in this series. So we'll look to see if Hanzo can do something about it. Hanzo has I think he plays a 4-2-1-3 formation, where he plays a left midfielder and then a right winger and 2 strikers up front. That's what he usually plays, and so far when I've seen him play, he's very clinical with his finishing. He creates very little opportunities during the game, maybe 2 or 3 opportunities, but he finishes off at least 80% of them. So that's how he manages to grind out those wins. So he likes to keep possession and make full use of those chances. But so far, looking at the way that Tan Dui is defending, it's going to be very difficult to even keep possession. He presses high up the field. He puts a lot of pressure on you. So
yeah, definitely. He has a similar sort of gameplay as to Monet, where, highly possession-based game plan rather than all-out attack that have been employed by players like Pialek, as we've seen earlier. But when he does create his chances, he is able to convert a a higher percentage of his chances. So it's just a matter of him having those chances to create in the first place, because if he doesn't, then it's gonna be a struggle for him, because if he employs the two defensive mid, then at least his defensive is rock solid. But if he employed the one defensive mid as he did against the first round of matches against all, then he is really gonna be ripped apart by Tandui.
Yeah, so it looks like Hanzo is all smiles and is ready to go into his game.
He is always smiling.
Yeah, he's always smiling actually. He's getting his good luck wishes over from old. And we'll go right as we see our lineup. So Hanzo is going to be playing as the home side using Arsenal. In goal he has Pericek, fullbacks Ivanovic and Marcelo, centre backs Koscielny and Sergio Ramos, defensive midfielder Esteban Cambiaso. On the right side of midfield he has Lionel Messi, central midfield Steven Gerrard, left wing is going to be played by Oscar, and the two players up front are Thierry Henry and Soldado. What do you think about this lineup?
Well, he's employing the one defensive mid strategy with the one center mid. I'm fearing for him already because he was ripped apart in this formation. But you know, he has Cambiaso marshalling that defensive mid position, and Cambiaso is really a combative midfielder. And hopefully, with the energy that Gerrard has, we'll be able to cover some ground. Messi and Oscar, they are deadly in their respective positions, and in the form of Soldado and Henry, we have two very clinical strikers, and if they do get those chances, then I am pretty sure he'll be able to tuck them away.
Yeah, so that looks to be the game plan coming in from Hanzo. And interestingly, he's playing Oscar on the left wing position. And we'll now have a look over at Tandui. He's using the same formation as he did in the previous game. He has De Gea and goal, fullbacks Alaba and Richards, centre backs Kolo Toure and Hummels, defensive midfielders Fellaini and Cruz, wingers Marco Reus and De Bruyne, and the two strikers up front are going to be such beastly, amazing attackers, Didier Drogba and Fernando Torres.
Yeah, I especially like De Bruyne in this in any games for that matter, because he is such an intelligent player. His movement, his positioning, and he has such a sweet right foot to him. As you saw in the earlier match, he will definitely get into the right positions at the right time, and given the opportunity, he will definitely tuck his chances away 70-80% chance of the time. So it's a matter of how Hanzo deal with the likes of De Bruyne by Tandui.
Alright, so we're gonna see how Hanzo is gonna fare. He's playing Arsenal and the red kid attacking towards the right in this first half. He loses possession in midfield, and Tandui will be looking to go for the attack. Cruz playing the lob through pass towards Fernando Torres, but Koscielny was able to hit that away. This is Steven Gerrard now, finding Thierry Henry in possession, back towards Cambiaso. Ivanovic pushing forward an attack, giving it back towards Cambiaso, making some space for himself, goes for the fake shot, goes for the pass. This is Gerrard with the finish, and Malaysia take the lead. Something, quite a bit of a really good through pass coming in from Cambiaso to Gerrard, and that's all he needed to finish it off. That's 1-0 to Hanzo, taking the lead in this game.
Yeah, it's a great play between the two midfielders of Hanzo. Cambiaso twisting and turning, not something you would expect from a combative midfielder such as him, but a great pass to the feet of Steven Gerrard, who just opened up his body a bit, tuck his shot into the far bottom corner of the net, beyond the reaches of the goalkeeper, an early lead for Hanzo.
That was Drogba going down the other end for Vietnam, getting shrugged off the ball, and Hanzo will keep possession. This is Marcelo pushing forward from left back, giving the ball over to the left winger. That's Oscar. He has lots of space, and he's gonna push forward, gonna win himself a corner. And let's see if Hanzo can make it 2-0. Steven Gerrard taking the corner. He has 5 bodies in the box to send across into. Switches over to Oscar, takes a quick corner into the far post, but none of his players were there to meet, and Cambiaso almost getting the pass back. Actually, that was Sergio Ramos. And Tandui will look to go on the counter attack. This is Tony Cruz. Waiting for the runs of the players. De Bruyne in possession now. Finds Didier Drogba on the left side. Drogba going for the pass. Defenders were there to intercept. And Hanzo will go. Oscar waiting for the right time to pass. And he wins himself a throw in. This is Sergio Ramos. Goes back towards Koscielny. Ivanovic to Messi. Henry making the run. Couldn't find the pass. De Bruyne will give it over towards Drogba. Good turn past the first defender. David Alaba joining the attack as well. But Steven Gerrard puts in good pressure, and this is a lob through pass looking for Thierry Henry. Can he get there ahead of the players? Kolo Toure comes back to cover. Henry gets it back again. This is Lionel Messi. Space to get the long shot. Messi puts it in, and that is 2-0. Hanzo making use of the space to curl one in, and he leads the game 2-0.
What a shot there by Messi. You know, once he get Messi onto his left foot, you know there's only one thing in his mind, which was going to curl it to the far corner. Typical Messi goal. And we were talking about Hanzo not creating many chances, but when he does create, he will tuck them away. So far, that's what it has been so far for him. You know, 2 chances, 2 almost clear-cut chances, and he is comfortably leading Tandui by 2-0.
You'll see Hanzo now probably looking to get a third goal in before halftime. He'll bring the ball forward to Marcelo. He has 2 people in the box to send across into Oscar, trying to skill move his way through, but he gets intercepted off, and that's probably gonna be halftime. There it is. Halftime. Hanzo is leading this game 2-0. Very good start to the first half for him, and he's been, like I mentioned, clinical with his shots.
Yeah, definitely 2 shots on target. I mean, 2 shots, both shots on target, and both have resulted in goals. So, you know, it's very comfortable for Hanzo in going into the second half. Tandui have yet to come up with any sort of an answer for Hanzo's game plan so far, and it'll be interesting to see what sort of changes that he will be bringing during this halftime break going into the second half, to see if he can, you know, he can conjure up any sort of a comeback that would put Vietnam on level terms with Malaysia in this match.
In comes a couple of substitutions for Vietnam. John Terry and Casano come into play. Let's see what that change brings in for Tandui. This is Richards now in possession. Finds Fellaini. Back towards Hummels and Alaba. De Bruyne on the left side. Will be looking to send the cross. Well defended by Ivanovic, and Messi with the roulette. Gets past the first defender. Gives it over to Henry. Marcelo back towards Cambiaso and Steven Gerrard. This is comfortable passing now by Hanzo. Can he create one more chance? He goes for a very wayward pass, very ambitious pass, and he'll be able to intercept again and get possession. Oscar back towards Marcelo. He's gonna get called out for a foul. Ball comes into the box. Sergio Ramos will be there to meet, but he's gonna hit the ball wide, and it's gonna go out for a goal kick.
It has all been Hanzo so far in the second half. Tandui have not yet, you know, gotten his groove in this game.
That's exactly right, but he might get a chance now. Didier Drogba one-on-one with the keeper. Can Drogba finish? He puts it in. That was 1-2 passing in midfield, and a lob through pass for Drogba, and there's no catching him once he's through on goal. So Hanzo, he's still in the lead, but he has 20 or so minutes left to hang on to it or further extend it.
Yeah, it was a mistake there by Hanzo, giving too much space behind the defense for Drogba to latch onto the through ball. You know, but momentum could swing back into the favor of Tandui after such a disappointing first 60 minutes of the game. You know, hopefully he can maintain this momentum and, you know, maybe even get an equalizing goal.
So substitution being made by Hanzo. Off goes Soldado. In comes Diego Forlan. I don't even remember seeing Soldado touch the ball in the whole of the game for Hanzo. So hopefully this change helps him out. This is Oscar now. Finds a lob through pass. Was looking for the run of Henry. Gets it back towards Henry again. Still having possession. Gerard finds Henry. Henry with the shot. Trying to score at the near post. The goalkeeper was there to handle it. And Tandui will look to build this attack. Well intercepted by Messi. Oscar now finds Steven Gerrard. Pass was a little wayward. De Bruyne gets back possession for Vietnam. This is Hummels towards Fellaini. Sano is on the right side. Finds Torres in the middle. Good fake shot past the first defender. But Gerrard wins it back for Hanzo. Can he keep possession? Henry unable to hold up the play. And we'll see Casano down the right side. Two players making the run in the middle. One is Fernando Torres. Can he send the cross in? Well defended by Hanzo again. And we'll see him bring the ball forward with Oscar and Gerrard and Messi. Henry making the run in the middle. Henry gets the ball. Can he finish it off? Thierry Henry. No space to find the shot. And Tandui has got to go for the attack. One last chance for him. He gets intercepted off the ball. All Hanzo has to do is to keep possession. He finds Gerrard. Plays a lob through pass. Henry unable to get there. And that would prove to be costly if Vietnam can go on the counter attack. Tony Cruz bringing the ball forward. Finds the pass towards Torres. Back towards Didier Drogba again. Pass finds De Bruyne. Still having possession. Gives it to Torres. Torres unable to finish it off. And the defenders will be able to keep the ball. And they will clear the lines. Hanzo doing very well to bring the ball out of the own box. And the referee will blow for full time. Ending it 2-1 in favor of Malaysia. Hanzo winning that game 2-1. And we will now go into game number 3 between Vietnam and Malaysia.
What an even match there between Hanzo and Tandui. And the last 20 minutes, especially after Tandui scored that one goal, was really intense. I could only imagine, what were the both of these players were feeling, especially for Hanzo, hanging on to dear life, that one solitary advantage that he had over Tandui. And credit to both players, they never gave up. They went all out. They tried their very best, and Hanzo was just able to nick this win, as a result of a more effective first half that he employed over Tandui, who never really gotten going until like the 60th minute of the game.
Yeah, that's right. So Hanzo brings one game back for Malaysia, and our next player for Vietnam is probably going to be Tan Tong, and that guy was that one man who demolished the whole of Indonesia. Can he do the same to Malaysia? We certainly hope that he cannot. And Hanzo can win one game back for Malaysia again, and that would put them on match point as well. So Hanzo, looking at this game, he was comfortable in the whole of first half. Second half, he sort of faded away. What do you think he has to improve on going up against Tan Tong?
Well, the key hallmark about this Vietnamese team is that they press us early and they press us strong. So Hanzo need to be aware of this, because there are not much things that he should change in his playing style, because he has been very effective. But he just needs to be wary that they'll be coming in thick and fast. So in him keeping possession and passing the ball around, he should just get it released slightly earlier and not like change too much. Change too much in his approach to the point where he changes completely to like a long ball approach or like a skill-based sort of attack.
Yeah, so Hanzo has got to be looking to take those pointers. If he somehow can hear us, the GMs can convey the message.
Maybe through WhatsApp.
Yeah, I don't have his number though.
Me too. Maybe the GMs have.
Maybe. So hopefully Hanzo comes up with the win. That's exactly what we are looking to get, and try to get Malaysia off to a good start in this tournament. So we'll be waiting for our next player that's coming up. As you see, the banners are already going up. Tan Tong is probably the next player coming up for Vietnam. So that's a very scary prospect to go up against for Hangzhou. But this guy has experience, he has the form, he has the momentum, and I possibly think he has the game plan as well to seal this win.
Well, Hanzo is a very momentum-based sort of player. You know, when he's on song, he's definitely unbeatable. And you could see from, you know, at least the previous round of matches when he was at the final leg of the Malaysian league, you know, once he gotten that form, once he gotten that formation right, you know, he just stuck to it, and nobody, and I do mean nobody in that arena could do anything about it.
Yep, so we're gonna go and watch, rather go into our lobbies and see how they're gonna be lining up. As for Tan Tong, he's the second player for Vietnam and he'll be playing as the home side. In goal, here's De Gea. Fullbacks, Richardson, David Alaba. Centre backs, Hummels and Gary Cahill. Defensive midfielders, Michael Carrick and Tony Cruz. Right attacking midfielder, Hulk. Left attacking midfielder, Marco Reus. And two strikers, Fernando Torres and Didier Drogba. Same formation as he has been using the whole of today.
Yep. And in Royce and Hulk, you know, he has two lethal players down the wing, you know, bombarding down the sides, supporting Drogba and Torres. And Cruz and Carrick, not to discount their influence either, you know. They are very solid in midfield. They control the play well, and it's up to Hulk, Torres, Drogba, and Royce to deal the damage on Hanzo.
Yeah, so let's have a look now for Hangzhou and how he's lining up. In goal, here's Martin Sacklenburg. Defenders in the center are going to be Ramos and company. Fullbacks, Marcelo and Maxis. Defensive midfielder, Vidal. Central midfielder, Cesc Fabregas. Right side of midfield, Gareth Bale. Left wing is going to be played by Messi, and the two players up front are Messi and the man on form at the moment, Robert Lewandowski. There's no stopping him. Let's see if Tan Tong can stop Hangzhou and Lewandowski up front.
Yeah, in Lewandowski and Suarez, you have two clinical strikers there, and you know, Hanzo in himself is already clinical and having a high conversion rate. So when you add that to the mixture, it's definitely going to be a potent one. But you know, it's interesting to see Maxes being deployed as a right back. Yeah, I can't remember whether was it Hanzo or was it Tan Tong, but you know, yes, Maxes has slightly more pace for a centre back, but to put him as a right back might be detrimental to him and his team, you know, especially with, you know, the players employing quick wingers down the sides.
Alright, so we're gonna go into our game. Tan Tong is playing the blue of Manchester City. He immediately gives the ball away to Hangzhou. He's playing the away kit of Arsenal. We'll see him go down the left side now. Marcelo. Back towards Maxes on the right side. Tries to play a through pass in towards the striker, but he couldn't get it off. Fernando Torres collects it for Tan Tong. Torres, 1-2 passing, finds Didier Drogba. Drogba for good turn. Drogba trying to get space. Drogba finds that space and makes it 1-0 for Vietnam. And this guy just uses his upper body strength to burst past the defenders and scores his goals.
Yep, definitely. You know, it was all him from that moment onwards. Right turn, left turn, through the bodies of defenders. You know, and with the first attack, with the first shot on target, Tan Tong has sealed his influence upon this game and upon Hanzo, and you know, it will just be it's a huge bummer on Hanzo, you know, to have started the game this way.
So we'll see a throw in, given the way of Tan Tong again. We'll have possession down the left side. Didier Drogba finds David Alaba. Gives it back towards Marco Reus. Marco Reus might go for the shot. Goes for a pass back towards Torres instead. And the goalkeeper will be able to collect. And Hangzhou will be looking to get a quick counter attack going. There's still lots of players in defense for Tan Tong. So it's going to be difficult to try and play the lob through passes. Just as I mentioned it, he tries it. And he collects the ball with Gareth Bale down the right side. Good turn past the defender. But it gives the ball away. And Tan Tong will bring it out. Very careless pass. Gives it back towards Hangzhou. Messi, good turn past the defense. Messi, can he get past even more? John Terry stops him right there. And Tan Tong will bring it out. Double interception by Marcelo. Still has possession, gives it to Messi. But Hanzo has not been able to find his strikers with the passes.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, both these players, their passing have been slightly off this match. They have not met their target so far, but it's just that Tantong have had the one clear chances of the two. I'm looking to see Hanzo getting back into his passing groove and posing a much more bigger challenge for Tantong.
We'll see him with the ball now. Luis Suarez finds Mixes. Gareth Bale gets it back, but Hanzo is still having it. Although his pass got intercepted, he's not been able to find that final pass into the box. Tantong has been reading the play time and time again, and Hanzo has not been able to penetrate into it. Hulk down the right side, one-on-one against Marcelo, gets the better of him. Fernando Torres collects the ball now. Can he finish it off? Torres gets it back again, but Hanzo will quickly pass it out of his box. Gareth Bale towards Lewandowski. Couldn't get the pass in towards Hulk. Come towards Mika Richards. Lewandowski gets it back, but the referee will blow for half time. It is 1-0 in favor of Tantong. And it was just that one chance which he got with Jokba, and he finished it off.
Yep. And in tight matches such as this, it is really hard to distinguish one from the other, and it's this sort of opportunities that when being presented to you, or when you yourself master it, you have to take them and tuck it away.
That's right, so we're gonna go into our second half now. Hanzo getting us underway, and he'll not be able to find the pass in towards Lewandowski. We'll see Torres now trying to chase onto the ball, gets a bit of Marcelo. Torres trying to get there, Drogba with the finish. That's gonna be 2-0, and that was the first attack that Tantong managed to get, and he finished it off.
Yeah, for a while there I thought the lofted through ball caught Drogba in an offside position. However, it was not to be, and Drogba with the simplest of tap-ins into the back of the net. And Hanzo, as I mentioned earlier, he's a very much momentum-based sort of player, and I can sense that his momentum has truly gone away, and he's pausing the game now, trying to reconfigure some of his tactical approach. But yeah, he has not played at all well in this game. He has not mastered any form of coherent attack so far, so it'll be interesting to see, with about 30 more minutes to go of game time, can he conjure up something out of nothing.
That's exactly what he's looking to do as he makes changes to his lineup. And he's gonna take his time on it. Looks like he's ready, and gonna finalize those substitutions. Off goes Cesc Fabregas, in comes Matuidi. Looks like Cambiaso is pushed further forward in central midfield. Actually, that's Vidal. So we'll see Hanzo going for the attack, but getting intercepted off by Marco Reus. Gets the ball now with Didier Drogba. Can he make one more turn? Drogba going to the byline and winning himself the corner. Short pass comes in from the corner. This is Hulk, and he's gonna win another one. This is Marco Reus. Looks like he wants to take another short corner.
He's in definitely no rush whatsoever to get the ball into the penalty box. He will just need to keep the play nice and tidy. Tantong, with slightly more than 30 minutes of game plan left, and just don't let Hanzo back into the game.
We'll see Tantong have possession now. Go towards the right side with Hulk, finding Fernando Torres. Matuidi collecting it back for Hanzo, but he gives it straight back towards Vietnam again. This is Messi, and his pass is gonna go out, and a throw in for Vietnam. Fernando Torres towards Toni Kroos. David Alaba at left back. Gonna fail with the roulette, but still has the space to get the ball back again. Fernando Torres waiting for the run of Jokpa. Couldn't find him. So Hanzo will bring the ball forward with Sergio Ramos and Luis Suarez. He's gonna run straight into the sliding challenge of John Terry. This is Hulk now. Hulk loses out as well. Fernando Torres, first time pass towards Jokpa. Can Jokpa find space? He finds Marco Reus. Can Reus finish it? Low cross was coming in, but a sliding interception gives the corner away. And Tantong will take it short. Has space, sends the cross. Jokpa will get it. Jokpa the shot, too weak of the shot to trouble any of the the defenders or the goalkeeper. And 10 minutes are left in this match. This is Vidal finding Maxes on the right. BL is waiting in the middle. Maxes still having the ball, and it's gonna go out for a corner. Gareth Bale will be the one standing over the ball to take this corner. Gonna switch over now. The goalkeeper will catch onto the ball. And last 5 minutes are left in this game. Drogba chests the ball down, and it'll go all the way back to his goalkeeper. And Hanzo, I don't think he has time to score 2 goals. Lob pass comes in. Luis Suarez will not get there, even onto the careless pass. And Tantong just playing so close to the edge, but still managing to come out on top every single time. Marco Reus look to find that final pass, and Tantong winning that game 2-1 against Hanzo. Very, very comfortable match. Hanzo unable to conjure anything at all. Not even a single shot on target for Hanzo. Very poorly played by him, or I would say very well defended by Tantong, and it ends 2-0 in favor of him.
Yeah, it was a mixture of both actually, you know. Hanzo never really gotten into the game, especially after the early goal. As for Tantong, he was just smooth sailing after he gotten that first goal. Hanzo couldn't get into his game, and it was just too comfortable a match for Tantong to just see it through.
That's right. So we just have one last Malaysian player left, and I believe this is Perlis Team Junior's parents, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
I guess that's his parents waving over to the crowd.
Should wave back, David.
Yeah, I waved. So one last player left for Malaysia, and that is old Mr. Hassan. Can he do what Hanzo and Perlis Team Junior have not been able to do?
And the whole of the Indonesian team actually.
That's right. Or will he be that man, that old man?
Who played one.
We're gonna wait for that match to start. Gonna wait for Ol to get ready. And Ol, as far as I can remember, he plays with 2 strikers up front, and he also likes to use his skill moves. He's very good with the turns that we've seen Tantong do, especially with Jogpa in the box. You know, he likes to make those diagonal turns, and Ol is pretty good at that.
Yeah, that's basically Ol's strategy, the template strategy that he usually employs. So I would like to see how Tantong would be able to address to that strategy now, because it is slightly different from what Hanzo employed in his match against Tantong earlier. Yeah, if it's anything similar to that, I believe it's going to be another comfortable victory for Tantong.
Yep, so we'll wait for Hassan to get ready, and we'll go into our match pretty soon.
The crowds over there are still lively as ever, even though they might have been there since 10 or 11 local time, supporting and cheering their team on to achieve greater heights. And if I were to be them, I would still have a lot of things to cheer for, because my Vietnam team A have won Singapore in their first match, although they were annihilated by Pia Luk in their second match. But who doesn't? Okay, then their team B is currently in a very comfortable position after defeating Indonesia 3-1 in the first match, and right now having a 2-1 lead over their Malaysian counterparts. So yeah, all to play for, all to cheer for both Vietnamese teams.
That's right. And so Vietnam is on match point right now. They're one match away from coming out on top in Group B. That this win will secure themselves top spot in Group B. But of course, all will be the man to try and break that winning streak that Tan Tong is on right now. And he's on a 4-game win streak right now. 3 games against Indonesia, 1 game right now against Hangzhou. So looking to stop it from becoming 5. That's what I was trying to say. So all has all to do, and probably is the most reliable person to do it right now.
Yeah, hopefully he lives up to his expectations and to his billing, because if there's any more crucial team for him to step up to the plate and be a leader to his team, it is definitely now, at match point for Vietnam, the last game, the determining game for Malaysia, because if he loses, then it will be 3 points for Vietnam. So he really has to step up in this match and also in the last match after this.
That's right. So we'll wait for all to get ready to go into his match against Tan Tong, and after that match we're going to go into the final match of Group A, that is Singapore against Thailand. Singapore have got to win by at least 3 games to 1 in order to proceed into the semi-finals of this tournament, whereas Thailand, as long as they win it, they're going to top the group, as they've already won Vietnam earlier today. So we're waiting to get into the lobby. Looks like we are ready to go. We'll wait for the players to get in. And after this match, we'll be giving away our code as well. Our second code of the day, that is gonna be for 1 million EP. So those of you watching, don't go anywhere. After the Vietnam and Malaysia game, we're giving away 1 million EP. Alright, so we're gonna go into the lobby now and see how they're gonna be lining up. Hassan, also known as Old, is playing as the home side, and he's playing with Pericek in goal, fullbacks Ramos and Cambiaso, centre-backs Marisek and Koscielny, defensive midfielders Arturo Vidal and Steven Gerrard, attacking midfielder Luis Suarez, and the 3 strikers up front are Gareth Bale, Thierry Henry, and Roberto Soldado.
Well, Soldado in the left-sided striker position as compared to Henry, because I would expect it to be the other way around, where Henry would just cut in and do a finesse shot over to the far post. But I'm pretty sure he has his tactics going, and Messi in the centre attacking mid position would definitely bomb up to support the strikers in the penalty box. And however, my main concern right now is definitely on Mertesacker, because with the likes of Eto'o, Torres, Royce and Hulk on the other side of the field, Mertesacker, given his lack of speed, would definitely be influential in determining the winner of this match.
That's right. So we'll have a look over on the side of Tan Tong and his Vietnamese team. Looks like he's playing the same formation. In goal, here's De Gea. Fullbacks Alba, Richards, Hummels, Terry, Fletcher, Cruz, Hulk, Royce, Eto'o, Torres. That's how it's lining up. That's 11 players that's gonna be used up by Tan Tong. And Old will be looking to stop him in his 4-match winning streak right now. So we'll be going into the game and see how it's going to be panning out. Here we go. Get underway. All is using the luminous green and black kit of Tours FC, and it's attacking towards the right in this first half. Makes an opportunity for himself. This is Soldado trying to find a pass in towards Thierry Henry, unable to get it off, and it looks like Vietnam will go on the counter attack. This is Jaron Fletcher, finds Richards on the right, Hulk in the middle, Gonna play a pass back towards Fletcher. Fletcher over towards Royce. Royce with the shot. That's a cross actually in towards the far post, and that's a fantastic save coming up from Petacek. And Malaysia will be able to clear the box and go for their own attack. This is Lionel Messi playing in central attacking midfield, finding Cambiaso down the left side towards Henry. Bale now back towards Henry again. Henry with the turn. Henry with the finish. That's 1-0 to Hassan. And just as I talked about the diagonal turns coming out from him, he does one right there with Henry and finishes it into the bottom left hand corner.
That was a wonderfully taken goal there by Hassan. You know, Andre, half a chance, half a yard of space in the penalty box, stuck it into the far bottom corner of the net. Deserved lead, which did not last that long because I think it was Cruz there who latched onto the through ball and who's after the first shot was saved, was there to shoot in the rebound.
That's exactly what Tan Tong does every single game. Right after his opponent scores, he goes right back, getting his attack going his way, and he scores right back. So there's no time for the opponent to enjoy their lead or something like that. He makes it 1-1 right back again. Let's see if Hassan can look to make it 2. Gives the ball away to Tan Tong, who gets it with Hulk. John Terry gives it over to Fletcher. Tony Cruz. Surprisingly, he's been very influential with the way that Vietnam are playing. But here's Jordi Alba. What is he doing in the box on the other side? Going forward from left back. And Jordi Alba applies the finishing touch. It is now 2-0 in the lead for Tan Tong.
Yeah, Jordi Alba in in unfamiliar position there, all the way up at the centre forward position. But you know, credit to him, even though it's a place of unfamiliar situation for him, but he was able to, you know, finish off the move with his right leg somehow to put Tan Tong in the lead, 2-1, barely like 10 minutes after conceding the first goal of the match.
We'll see Tan Tong going for another attack again. Torres is on the left side, not going for the cross. He's one-on-one against Murasaka, and he comes in with the challenge. It's gonna be a goal kick, and Hassan still has lots of time in this game to try and make a comeback, and he'll look to do so if Messi gets the ball again. Messi with the pass to Soldado and towards Henry, but there's just too many bodies back in defense for Tan Tong. Old is finding it hard to penetrate through, but Eto is through on goal. He's gonna go for sort of a scoop shot, but it goes just wide of the post. That was almost 3-1 for Tan Tong.
Tan Tong is just on fire in this tournament. You know, there's nothing you can do to stop his attack. Attack after attack after attack. Tan Tong, Hassan, Hanzo, and Hassan and Hanzo have no match for him so far.
You'll have another attack now in towards Tony Cruz. In comes the challenge. That's gonna be a fair challenge, and Henry will play a lob through pass into a Soldado. I think one of the defenders are injured for Tan Tong. That should be John Terry. In comes the lob shot, but it's gonna be comfortably caught by the goalkeeper, and Hassan almost made use of that injury to the centre backs of Tan Tong. So he'll make a substitution. He's probably going to kick the ball out. And yeah, he's going to get the throw in and the change as well. So out goes Hummels. In comes Gary Cahill. And he'll keep possession. Probably trying to make it 3-1 before halftime. Torres down the left. Still keeps the ball in play, but the defenders will be able to clear. Tan Tong gets it back, gives it back to Hassan, and we go into the halftime break. 2-1. Tan Tong is leading this match. Right after Hassan scored the first goal, 2 quick fire goals from Tan Tong, and he's back in the lead.
Yeah, definitely. You are seeing a player brimming with confidence play here. You know, even when he conceded that goal, his head never dropped, and he was confident always that he would get the equalizing goal, if not the goal that would put him in the lead, which rightfully he has done so far. Look at that. Calm and composed of the left wing back to slot the ball under the goalkeeper and to put his team in the lead in spite of being in a position of deficit just earlier on.
Yeah, so we'll get our second half underway, and Tan Tong will be on the attack. This is Jordi Alba finding Toni Kroos towards Samuel Eto'o. Quick passing by Tan Tong, finding the ball with Hulk, and it's gonna get tipped over the crossbar by Czech. Gonna end up being a corner for Vietnam.
That was a chance there, almost sneaking at the far post. Tan Tong with the corner, short corner.
Gonna get intercepted off by the defenders, and Thierry Henry will push forward in attack. This is Sergio Ramos finding Lionel Messi. Back towards Henry again. Gareth Bale is on the right side, waiting for his forward players to make the runs. Cambiaso at left back. Gets the ball back for himself, sends the cross in towards Henry. Messi gets it back. This is Thierry Henry, unable to finish it off. Cambiaso, can he keep it in? He will do so. Will he look to send across again? He gets the better of the first defender. Second one as well. This is Messi, unable to finish. Thierry Henry sneaks the ball in, and Hassan makes it 2-2. Again, Henry on his weaker foot, able to finish chances off, and that's what we want to see from Old.
I must say it's quite some time coming there. Cambiaso from the left back position, passing the ball to Messi, who tried to sneak his way past his defender, but the ball hit him and trickled into the path of Henry right at the edge of the 6-yard box, where he just smashes it to the bottom corner with his left foot. 2 goals apiece to both players.
It's gonna turn out to be a very interesting last 20 minutes in this game. Soldado almost winning the ball, trying to still chase it back down. Hassan will be looking for that winning goal. This is Fletcher giving it over to Kroos. Henry does good defensive work for his team, but Tan Tong still having possession. Fernando Torres now trying to get the better of Mertesacker. He does well to put a foot in. Sergio Ramos down the right side towards Gareth Bale. Messi, Gerrard looking to play the quick passes, but Hassan gives the ball away. Eto'o is one-on-one through towards the goalkeeper, unable to finish. Second chance comes out, and Mertesacker will clear it away. This is the kind of goalkeeping which you're looking to see to save your team, but very poor passing from Hassan, almost giving the goal away on that opportunity, or rather in that play of attack that came out from Tan Tong. Left another chance again with the corner. Toni Kroos sends it in towards the box. Petacek collects it with his arms, and Hassan is looking to make some changes to his team. Probably want to make a couple of substitutions that will go his way. Maybe he wants to change a few of his forward players. I feel like Henry is not getting enough support from the midfielders, but Hassan has probably made the change. We'll look to see him pass the ball out of the defense. This is Cambiaso. Over towards Messi. 10 minutes left in this match. Lob through pass. Not gonna find a run of Henry, or will it? Thierry Henry through on goal. That's gonna be surely a free kick and a red card as well for the defender. There you go. Red card being given over to the defender, and that's gonna be a free kick right at the edge of the box. One more step, it would have been a penalty.
Oh, it is a penalty.
No, it's a free kick. Thierry Henry will be the one taking it, and substitution comes in as well. Off goes Soldado, in comes Lewandowski. Can all finish this match off with this free kick? Lionel Messi and Henry standing over it. Messi with a shot, and it goes in! There you go, Hassan taking the lead with that free kick. Nobody expected that low shot coming in. Goalkeeper unable to get a stronger hand onto the ball, and he is now in the lead in this game.
Yes, what a well-taken free kick there by Lionel Messi. We know what he can do with that left foot of his over a free kick taker. And look at it, the wall just inched to the left a bit, which provide that extra bit of space for for him to exploit for his low shot there. I wonder if it would have been, a slight change of what could have happened had the ball not moved to the left side at all. All giving the thumbs up to his teammates. I assume that everything is okay, everything is in control, and you can see the look of reassurance in his face that now that he's in the lead against Tan Tong.
That's what we hope. Tan Tong always scores after his opponent get a goal. We'll see if O can stop that streak right now. Marco Royce in possession on the left side, finding Tony Cruz in the middle, trying to go back towards Royce, but Ole is able to win the ball back. He plays a long pass in towards Gareth Bale. One-on-one against Alba, and he runs away from the ball. Last minute in this game and last attack for Tan Tong to try and get an equalizer. Samuel Eto'o might find a pass, or actually Koscielny comes in with a challenge, and that should end the game. Steven Gerrard brings it out, and Hassan comes up with the win. Malaysia tie up the series. 2 games apiece right now, and we will go into a decisive last match between Hassan and the third player for Vietnam. That's going to be Ngoc Ten. That's going to be the last player for Vietnam. But that was an absolutely amazing match played out by Ole. He was leading 1-0. He was then losing 2-1, and he came back again to win it 3-2. What nerves, what composure, what mental strength. This man, like we mentioned, is trying to carry his way through and bringing Malaysia into the semi-finals.
Yeah, definitely. He showed the experience he's had playing at the very top level in the region. He never gave up, even though he conceded almost immediately after getting a goal in. But he just stuck to it, kept playing, and it was a quick thinking of him to take that low shot of the free kick, because we rarely see free kick goals at this level of competition so far. So credits to both players, definitely more credits to all for the win, and it was a deserved win for either one of them had they won.
Yeah, it surely was. And so all is gonna go into the last match between Malaysia and Vietnam. Hopes are now really high for all to try and get this win for them.
Yep, definitely. And I'm pretty sure these 3 teams in Group B would look at the other teams that are in the same group as them as saying that this is the perfect opportunity for us to qualify for the next round. We do not have the better of the 2 Vietnamese teams. We definitely do not have Thailand. Even if we do end up meeting Thailand in the semi-finals, at least we are already there. So these 3 teams would definitely have to go all out in trying to make sure that their team is able to qualify for the semi-finals, because you won't get a better opportunity to do so than the groups that they have been dealt with.
Truly is. So we are getting ready to go into our final match. Tan Tong, the man that was on a 4-game winning streak, has just been stopped on his tracks by this man called Hassan, also known fondly by all of us in Singapore and Malaysia as Old. And he'll be looking to secure the win for Malaysia against Vietnam. Oops, cameraman deciding to have a break, I guess. So this is your last player over for Vietnam, and he's going to be playing his first match in this tournament. He's yet to play just yet, and his name is Ngoc Ten. So he's the last player for Vietnam Team B. Hassan, I don't know if he's texting his girlfriend saying he won his game or changing his song, I guess.
I think he's changing his song.
No, he's texting his girlfriend.
I thought there's reception over there.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was. Okay, but he seems confident. Just final words of encouragement there by Hanzo for his teammate Ol. He must be saying that, come on man, let's do this for the team. One last one.
Let's do this for Malaysia. Malaysia boleh.
Yes, Malaysia boleh. Okay,
Yes.
this is the perfect opportunity for them to really get to the semi-finals and, you know, have a step at the prize money of $18,000.
Yeah, that's huge money to take back, and I expect them to give us all a treat when they, if they win that money.
That would be about 60 to 70,000 ringgit per
You could
team.
buy, I don't know, 3 houses or something like that.
Just buy one
Okay.
then buy something else.
What, a team house?
Okay, we'll get into the starting lineups for both teams. Ngok 10 having De Gea in goal, right back Micah Richards, left back David Alaba, centre back pairing of Matt Hummels and John Terry. You know, he's playing 2 defensive mid in the form of Moran Fellaini and Michael Carrick. Up front, you have right wingers Tony Cruz, left wing Marco Reus, and right and left strikers Didier Drogba and Samuel Eto'o. It seems that, you know, Ngok 10 is employing a 4-2-2-2 formation here with 2 wingers supporting the 2 strikers. Any thoughts, David?
It's the same formation we've been seeing pretty much all day from the Vietnamese players. Looks like they just really like this 4-2-2 formation coming up, and they use it to full effect. Unfortunately, Tan Tong couldn't get it done against Hassan, and so far, if Hassan can use that same kind of style, he will certainly walk away with the win. So we'll have a look at Hassan and how he's lining up in Gokia's check, fullbacks Ramos and Ivanovic, centre backs Koscielny and Mertesacker, defensive midfielders Steven Gerrard and Esteban Cambiaso, attacking midfielder Luis Suarez, and the 3 players up front are going to be Gareth Bale, Soldado and Robert Lewandowski.
We have a full health of defenders here for all, and the goalkeepers also, they are pumped up for this game, all morale up for this
All
game.
ready to go.
All ready to go, yes. You know, Steven Gerrard and Cambiaso in midfield. There's a very strong midfield supporting the attack made up of Suarez, Soldado, Lewandowski and someone else.
Alright, so we are into our game, and I believe something just happened, and we are actually into the 72nd minute of the game, and Hassan is losing 2-0. And the shot comes in as well from the Vietnamese player. Spoiler alert, Vietnam are leading 2-0 in this game. And we're into the 75th minute. Hassan has all to do in this last 15 minutes of the match. Tall order for him to come back from. Hassan is playing the blue of Tours FC, and Noctan is playing the green of Wolfsburg. Fellaini now in possession, finding Carrick. Alaba over towards Marco Reus. Sends the cross in, and it's going to get deflected out for a corner. Ball's going to come out. Soldado is going to bring it out towards Lewandowski. And All has to score right now in order for him to stand a chance to try and get a second goal. Gets the ball back. Luis Suarez in possession. Tries to get a couple of turns to get in towards goal, but the defenders will be there to cover. There was just not enough pace for Suarez. Not enough stamina as well to run in towards goal. And Marco Reus will bring it out of midfield. Giving it over to Drogba. Drogba finds Cruz. Can Cruz try and make it 3? Cruz sends the cross. It's going to get caught by the goalkeeper. Hassan throws it out. This is Luis Suarez. Losing possession. Michael Carrick gets it back again for Vietnam. David Alaba loses out to Ivanovic. Gareth Bale in towards Steven Gerrard and Robert Lewandowski. And the game ends 2-0 in favor of Vietnam. Unfortunately, Hassan couldn't come up with the win. I know we only watched 2 minutes of the game and suddenly it was 2-0 and yeah, it all collapsed. But there you go. Hassan unable to win that last game. Vietnam win the series 3 matches to 2. And Malaysia, even though they were so close, they were just 1 match away from winning the series, just falling at the last step. And they will have to go against their next opponent, that is Indonesia, and try to do their very best to win that.
Yeah, I mean, credits to Malaysia, as what we have predicted, pose a bigger threat to this Vietnamese team as compared to Indonesia, and they were very, very close to upsetting the home team. uh, I mean, we didn't know what happened in the first 70 minutes of the game, but you know, all did very well in the previous match against Tan Tong, stopping his almost perfect winning streak, stretching to the game against Indonesia in the first round. So, you know, he did pretty well to stop that winning streak by Tan Tong and going to a tiebreaker match against Ngoc Ten. But I guess it was just one game too many for him, and unfortunately Malaysia fell 3-2 at the final whistle.
Yeah, so we're sorry about that, about those technical issues. We couldn't show you the first 70 minutes of the game, but somehow all unable to get that win. Vietnam coming up, and they have not now won themselves 6 points and top place in Group B. For those of you watching, we're gonna give you your codes right now. 1 million EP. Here you go on the screen right now. Get it for yourselves. So that's our little prize to you for, I don't know, sort of failing at the broadcast. I don't know what happened, but
Peace offering.
yeah, our peace offering. Peace, my brothers and sisters, whoever's watching. So there's your code. We'll be going for a short break. After the break, we will have the final match for Singapore. That is going to be happening against Thailand. It's going to be a tall order for them, but we certainly wish that Singapore will come up with the win. So don't go back. Don't go anywhere. Come back. We'll be having a fun and exciting match to look forward to. We'll be right back.
Hỏi trận đấu của từng đồng đội cũng như là từng trận đấu của em. Bởi vậy mỗi đồng đội đã chúng em đều quyết tâm. Như vậy thì khả năng rất cao là ngày mai các bạn sẽ gặp đội đứng nhì bảng bên kia. Bởi vì các bạn đã nhất bảng B. Thì tôi nói hơi sớm một xíu, khả năng khá cao đó sẽ là đại diện còn lại của chúng ta tại giải đấu này, đó là Việt Nam A. Nếu như cái cặp đấu đó xảy ra thì bạn nghĩ rằng cơ hội của Việt Nam A và Việt Nam B ở trong cặp đấu bán kết đó sẽ là như thế nào? Dạ thưa anh, là theo em thì tỷ lệ là khoảng 50 thôi, chứ chưa biết hết. Bóng chưa lăn thì chưa biết điều gì xảy ra. Một câu trả lời rất quen thuộc của bóng đá đúng không? Bóng chưa lăn thì không thể nào biết điều gì xảy ra, và chúng ta sẽ cùng chờ đợi xem liệu có đúng là Việt Nam A sẽ vào bán kết tiếp theo sau Việt Nam B hay không, thì còn phải chờ xem đã. Xin cảm ơn và xin chúc mừng Ngọc Thanh một lần nữa, và chúng tôi chuẩn bị trở lại với sân khấu.
anh là Ship F3.
Tới người cuối mới chính xác, xin mời bạn lên sân khấu nhận 10 triệu AB.
Ăn mừng bằng điệu nhảy robot luôn nha bạn.
Rồi, yêu cầu của chúng tôi là bạn phải biểu diễn điệu nhảy robot trước khi lấy 10 triệu AB. Bấm tổ hợp phím nào để thực hiện cái kỹ năng vừa rồi? Tôi cũng xin nói trước là do thời gian không còn nhiều nên tôi chỉ gọi 2 người thôi. Nếu người đầu tiên đúng thì không nói gì, người thứ hai không.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FIFA Online 3 Southeast Asia Invitational 2015 happening live at Vietnam. And we are here over in Singapore covering all the matches for you over in English, as the casters in Vietnam are of course speaking Vietnamese. It's myself, Easy Game. I'm joined by Hilmi, and we've seen lots of exciting matches today. Final 2 matches that are remaining. That is going to be Singapore against Thailand and Malaysia against Indonesia. Let's have a quick look at the group standings, and here's how it stands for now. Thailand in Group A, Vietnam in Group A, both have 3 points. Next match, Singapore against Thailand. If Singapore wins that match, it will be 3 points across the board, and we will be going to tiebreakers. And if Singapore does lose, that means they will unfortunately get knocked out of this tournament. As for Group B, Indonesia against Malaysia, Indonesia have 0 points now. Malaysia also have 0 points. So the winner of that match will be going into the semi-finals of this tournament. So we are going to get ready to get into our next game. Very exciting game that's going to be between Singapore and Thailand. Oh, hi. I was just, trying to take a break. But anyway, we're going into this game. We saw Singapore play earlier against Vietnam, and they lost that series 3-1. The one game that was won by Gerald. And going up against Thailand, their player Pia Luk, this one guy managed to defeat the whole of Vietnam Team A. So we'll see how Wen Chin is going to do against him. So on the home side, it's going to be played by Wen Chin using RSC Enderlag. In goal, he has Buffon. Fullbacks Abidal and Maicon. Centre backs Boateng and Pepe. Defensive midfielders Khedira and Frank Lampard. Centre forward Ronaldinho. Wingers are going to be Robin and Sturridge. Main striker up front Cristiano Ronaldo.
Okay, he's going out for a similar formation as compared to the first game, with the 4-2-4 sort of formation, but this time Lampard in with supporting Khedira, and up front we have centre forward in the position of centre forward for Ronaldinho, a true playmaker in his form. And we have three very fast, very clinical players in the form of Robin on the right, Sturridge and Ronaldo. So I'm guessing he's definitely going to adopt the Pia-Luk approach and going all-out attack and going it quick.
Yeah, that's exactly what Wen Chin will be looking to do. We'll have a look at Pia-Luk and how he's been gonna be playing the same formation as he did before. Thibaut Courtois in goal. Fullbacks are gonna be Mascherano and Luke Shaw. Centre backs Alex and Gambarini. Defensive midfielder Paul Pogba. Attacking midfielder Yaya Toure. Centre forward Thomas Muller. The two wingers are James Rodriguez and Danny Welbeck. And the striker up front is gonna be Romelu Lukaku. Very underrated players, I would say, who've been performing absolutely amazing for Pia-Luk.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we definitely have better alternatives to as a target man in the comparison to Romelu Lukaku. And in Danny Welbeck, well, he has worked wonders for Pia-Luk in the 3 matches that he has played against the first Vietnamese team. So really, this boy has really worked wonders with the limited players that he has had. And to think that Mascherano is being played as right back is really unorthodox in his way. So yeah, it's very interesting to see how Wen Chin would try to neutralize this beast of a Thai player, because so far 3 Vietnamese players have tried and all 3 of them have failed miserably.
Yep, so we're gonna go into our match pretty soon to see how Wen Chin is gonna do. Of course, all our hopes are gonna be resting on Singapore right now. We really hope that they're gonna take this win. And Wen Chin, being the captain of this team for the Southeast Asian Invitational, really hope that he can carry his weight through and win this first match against Pia-Luk, because this Thai team is sort of a star-studded team right now. Pia-Luk, being the new boy in there, has already won 3 games. We still have Cressida, who's yet to play. Zafilos also yet to play. So this is, like I mentioned, star-studded lineup for Thailand. So hopefully Wen Chin comes up with the first win, and that would be a really good start for Singapore. And of course, we don't want to see Singapore going up without a single win. So this is something which we were really hoping and looking forward to.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that first game, that first win would definitely prove crucial. If it goes to Singapore, then Thailand, the momentum that Thailand has garnered from that amazing win over Vietnam would be rattled, if not shattered totally. But then, if the first win goes to Pia-Luk, as I think most would expect, then it would just compound the momentum that they have garnered so far, and it's definitely gonna make this boy all the more confident and all the more difficult to be beaten.
Yeah, the more wins that Pia-Luk is gonna be getting for himself, it's gonna end up being like a snowball which just gets bigger and bigger, and his confidence is just gonna grow, and it's gonna be very difficult to take him off that winning streak. So we really hope that Wen Chin will be there to stop that streak that's coming in from Pia-Luk right now. And Wen Chin is the kind of player who likes to play very unusual style, lots of skill moves, and really utilizes the wings very well with his wingers, which he currently has in the form of Robin, as well as not sure who the other winger is, but I'm sure they are very skillful players on the wings. and he'll be looking to make use of that pace and 5-star skill moves of those wingers.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw how Pialek totally annihilated all three players from Vietnam with direct football, just going all out from the get-go. So perhaps it would be good for Wen Chen to take a leaf out of Pialek's books and, maybe perhaps give a taste of his own medicine. Just go ahead with the attack, be aggressive, and be very forceful when attacking, and not just being contented with just possession play and being too defensive.
That's right. So it looks like the players are gonna get ready to go right into our match. Wen Chin really has got a lot to do, and he's the kind of player who also really relies on momentum and confidence. He's the kind of player, once you get that early goal, he'll celebrate, he will get the crowd pumped up for him, and it's sort of an arrogance that pays off well for him, because it just helps him to get better as the game goes by.
Yeah, some players, they really need that degree of pride to him to be able to perform better than his true potential, because he just thrives on this momentum, on the confidence that it garners, and the adrenaline that it provides will just bring these guys up to the next level of play. So Wen Chen is such a player, and that's why the first goal of this match would be very crucial. Giving it to Wen Chen, and you can see this aura of invincibility will come back to him, regardless of who the other player would be. But giving it to Pialek, and as you saw in the previous match, or in the previous Wen Chen's match against the Vietnamese player, after that it just went all awry for him.
That will surely be the case. So we're waiting to get into the lobby and into the game to find out how this match is going to be panning out. Looks like there are just a couple of delays as we get into the game, but after Wen Chin, we still have Gerald and Joseph. Gerald, of course, won his game earlier when he played against the Vietnamese second player, or actually the Vietnamese first player, and Joseph came up short when he played against the Vietnamese second player. So all these guys actually have not had the best of starts playing the game against Vietnam, but hopefully they turn it around and get that win against Thailand.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Thailand is not the most ideal of teams to restart your engine and to gather some momentum, but these guys are professionals. They would need to dig deep within them and try to beat whoever it is that is in the opposing team, regardless whether you're deep in the ruts or high up, on cloud 9 in your form. So yeah, this is a very important game for Singapore. They really, really need to win. Whereas for Thailand, a defeat could still put them through. However, having seen how indomitable Vietnamese team B have been, you do not want to be second, even though it will still put you in the semi-finals. And at the same time, too big a defeat for Thailand could put them out of the competition even.
Yeah, that's
there's
right.
slight possibility. So, it's a tricky affair with both teams actually needing a win to get to the semi-finals.
That's right. So both teams, of course, looking to do their best. Singapore especially, as we are here, putting all our hopes right now on Singapore and Malaysia to try and make it to the semi-finals. So it looks like we're having some issues with getting into the match, so both the players have still got to wait, and we'll just leave you with the sights and sounds from Vietnam while we take a short break and enjoy the rest of the stream. We'll be right back.
luôn luôn theo sát nguyện vọng cầu thủ và cái đó là tôi cảm thấy được không khí của ngày hôm nay thì tôi tuyệt vời bởi các bạn khán giả là không biết mệt mỏi vào cái bầu khí tương tự này liên tục cổ động và những và càng có lại cho các bạn rồi. Trong bóng đá là nó đi vào thể thao nó được thì nói là trong bóng đá nó có thể lấy cái sự đặc biệt là trong mắt của cả người làm và chúng ta ngày hôm qua đã thấy được sự tiến步những giọt nước mắt đó trong cái mặt của lên sau một mặt là cực kỳ là không bao giờ tôi biết như thế cho người Việt Nam rõ ràng chúng ta đánh giá nó là thấp hơn 15 tuổi nhưng mà đã trình diễn được lối chơi mà gây ra cho nó rất nhiều bất ngờ và rất khác đi và có nhiều là chứng tỏ là ông vẫn đang tại sao vẫn giữ được cho mình như thế là như vậy với điều đó là tiếc là phút 95 trận trên trận đấu đã hết thời gian bây giờ và cuối cùng chúng ta lại bại hòa ở một cái bàn tay của Thanh Hiệp không tôi thấy là cái chút tiếc rồi nhưng mà em tưởng nó là
vâng, và bây giờ tôi đang muốn nhìn thấy cánh tay của cổ động viên của Singapore đấy ạ. Ai là fan của VVD ạ? Đây, bên phía các bên phải này rất là nhiều đây này. Còn ở bên phía Thái Lan, ai là fan của Buzela? Rất là mừng. Nói chung là vẫn là 50-50. Không có thể biết trước được đội nào sẽ là đội giành chiến thắng đâu. Nhưng phong cách của Vũ này là tôi biết là cổ động viên của Việt Nam
và đây chúng ta đang cần một chút nữa đó là gì ra thì nãy giờ nói về cái phần luận rồi thì chúng ta nói về những cầu thủ của Thái Lan đang chọn trong cái giải đấu này thì trong đội hình của họ còn đó là một con bài Đương Cafu và Tanga là một con bài tôi nghĩ là nếu như có được một cái số lớn rồi có thể tham dự vào như là Sri Lanka như Sri Lanka tôi không nhớ rõ là qua có nước luôn giờ làm đã từng thi đấu bên phía Lanka mà ở đội tuyển không biết có không còn Lanka thì chắc chắn là họ được chọn vào trong giải đấu
We are back into our lobby and we are ready to go for our match between Singapore and Thailand. This is game number 1. Singapore, I just had an update. Singapore, if they win by a 0-goal difference, okay, if they win the series and there is a 0-goal difference, they go through to the next round ahead of Vietnam. I heard that is how the tiebreaker is going to work. So Singapore have to keep their defenses tight and try to score as many goals as they can. As we kick off our first match, Wen Chin playing in the purple of Endelak going up against the yellow of Pialuk and the kit of Varela. So we'll have Wen Chin going for the attack, gets cut out by Yaya Toure. Pialuk will be going down the left side with Muller. Intercepted off by Abidal. This is David Luiz playing in defensive midfield for Wen Chin. This is Cristiano Ronaldo. He has a little bit of space to run into one-on-one against Alex. That is his first goal. This is Robin now. Ball with Maicon. David Luiz coming back to defend for Singapore. Luke Shaw in possession. There's a couple of step overs, gets past the defender. This is Robin Van Persie. Can he finish it off? Finesse shot a little too weak and Casillas will be there to cover. He's gonna hoof the ball upfield in towards his left back. That's Ramirez. It's gonna roll out and gonna be a throw in for Thailand. This is Alex now giving the ball over to Luke Shaw on the left side. Finding Yaya Toure on towards Diego Costa, the left winger who has so much pace. Ian Robin towards Cristiano Ronaldo, losing out the ball but gets it back on the second try. Luke Shaw. David Luiz unable to get it back for Singapore, but his teammates help him out, and he will now build the attack from the left side with Ramirez. Through pass comes in, the path towards Ronaldinho. Can he get past the defenders? Alex comes in with the interception. It's going to be a corner for Singapore. Wen Chin will be looking to take the corner shot. He has it now with Ramirez, trying to hold off the defender and try to make his way into the box. This is Ronaldinho, unable to get to the passes. James Rodriguez cuts it out. Luke Shaw to Rodriguez. Skill moves his way past David Luiz. Mascherano in possession. In towards Pogba and then to Shaw. Diego Costa on the left side. He gets bundled over by Ian Robin, and it's going to be a free kick for Pialak. He'll be looking to send a cross into the box. Luke Shaw is the one standing over the ball. And he's going to change it over to Diego Costa. In comes the cross towards the box, easily defended by Wen Chin. And he will go on the counter attack. Ramirez leading the charge, going back towards Xabi Alonso. It's gonna get put out for a throw-in. Throw-in taken a little long by Wen Chin. And Ronaldinho with a lob through pass for Cristiano Ronaldo. Unable to get ahead of Alex. And Pialak will be able to defend. Neither of these players letting their way through. But Pialak, will he get one goal before halftime? Well defended by Wen Chin again. Will we see him go for the attack that will grab the goal? This is Cristiano Ronaldo. Lob pass for Ian Robin. He'll get there, keep the ball in play. Couple of step overs, but he can't get past Chris Smalling. And the referee should blow for halftime right as the ball goes up. There you go, halftime. 0-0 between Singapore and Thailand. And like I mentioned, Singapore need to have a 0-goal difference and win the series against Thailand to go through to the next round. So far, they're on course to do that.
Yeah, encouraging start here by Wen Chen. You know, not allowing Pialak to have much time on the ball, able to stop the attack before it reaches the penalty box. So if he can continue doing the same way as he did, with a bit more conservative in his passing, he could provide an upset here.
Diego Costa though, his shot gets parried away by the keeper, and luckily for Pialak it falls in to his attackers who are running, and somehow the ball ends up in the back of the net. There you go, parried away, hitting his own defender Wen Chin. So unfortunate. I think that was Jerome Boateng that deflected the ball, and that was Maicon actually. And Wen Chin is down 1-0. All the momentum he built up in the first half, he had most of the play going his way, has now been broken down by what I would look to say as a fluke goal.
Yeah, definitely unlucky there on Wen Chin, because he was arguably the better player of the two in the first half, and to have gone down 1-0 to such a fluke goal is really a huge confidence sapping incident there for him. So I hope he can recover from this. He's a good player in his own standard, and you know, and recover from this and try to get a goal back at least.
We'll see Pialak getting another attack going. So much strength by Muller. Muller is trying to go into its goal, but enough pressure being put on by the defenders. That's a very risky throw being given out by Casillas, but Wen Chin somehow manages to get it right. And Robin will try to bring the ball forward for Singapore. This is David Luiz back towards Abidal on the right side. Interestingly, he's played his right and left backs inverted. Abidal is on the right and Maicon is on the left. Very poor pass being played out by Abidal. This will be a chance for Pialak to go into its goal. Yaya Toure in possession. Muller making the run ahead of him. Not going for the pass just yet. Now he goes for the pass towards Rodriguez, but the ball is going to roll out for a goal kick. Wen Chin has 25 minutes to make something of this game. David Luiz wins the first ball, gives it over towards Abidal. Abidal passes back towards Luiz. This is Ronaldinho looking promising for Wen Chin. First time pass, unable to find the run of Cristiano Ronaldo. Gets it back. Robin with a shot. It's gonna be an easy catch for Couture, and Wen Chin has tried to conjure something to come back into this game. So far, that's the only shot he's mustered in on goal. And even though he's had quite a bit of possession in midfield, it's in the final third in which he has been unable to get the through passes in. So let's see Pia Luk taking his time with the goalkeeper. He's gonna hoof it upfield in towards Diego Costa. Abidal unable to win the first header. Costa gets it back for Thailand. Smalling towards Shaw. Wen Chin gets it back. Let's see if he can do something about this. Ronaldinho gives it to Ronaldo. Ian Robin gets the better of the first defender, and the second pass will not go the way of the players. But this is Robin van Persie bearing in towards goal for Thailand. Well defended by Wen Chin again. Can we see the equalizing goal come now? Xabi Alonso in towards Daniel Sturridge on the left side. And the pass goes astray. It's gonna be a throw in for Thailand again. So far, the passing into the final third has not been working out for Wen Chin at all. We'll see Pia Luk down the right again. This is James Rodriguez. Ball gets intercepted, and Wen Chin will keep it in play. Xabi Alonso in possession. Finding David Luiz in towards Cristiano Ronaldo. Ian Robin. Turning the other way past the defender, and he'll win himself the free kick. Actually, no, the referee says no. And it's gonna go out for a throw-in. 1 minute left in this match. Wen Chin has got to win the ball back right now in order to score a goal. Lob pass comes in for Van Persie. Sliding challenge. That's a fair challenge as well from Wen Chin. Will he have the time to make one more goal happen? The referee says no. And it'll be full time, ending the game 1-0 in favor of Thailand, and Pia Luk scoring that one goal of Diego Costa. And it was, like we mentioned earlier, sort of a fluke goal, and I would say Wen Chin really deserved to, get even an equalizer, but unfortunately couldn't get it off, and Thailand and Pia Luk are off to a good start.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Wen Chin was controlling the first half. He had some encouraging possession play in and around the penalty box. However, he was unable to find a breakthrough past the defense. Pia Luk was just soaking the attack time after time, and when it comes to the second half was when the fluke goal happened. It was unfortunate on Wen Chin because arguably he was a slightly better player of the two. But after that fluke goal came in, Pia Luk just showed his poise and his control of the game by just maintaining the pressure and containing for the rest of the game without actually having to do anything fancy or anything drastic.
Yeah, that's right. So Pia Luk is off to a 4-game winning streak right now, and he's going up against Gerald. That's coming up next for Singapore. And like I mentioned, I think Gerald is the man in form for Singapore. He's been the best performer for Singapore in the Singaporean scene for at least the past 2 to 3 months, or even 4 months, I would say. So this guy has got to be up to his best A game right now. Got to bring his A++ game to Pia Luk right now and try to stop that winning streak that's going the way of the Thai player. And after that, you just got to hope for the best. You're going up against Crusader, you're going up against Natakon. That's big matches coming your way as well. But we got to take it game by game. First one against Pia Luk. What do you think Gerald has to do to break down the strong defense that's coming up from Pia Luk?
Well, we have seen that from Wen Chin that, when you get the passes around neat and tidy and quickly, you can actually get past the midfield of Pia Luk. However, it's just the defensive line that has been proven hard to penetrate. But I do believe that Gerald, with the kind of gameplay that he's having, a more patient approach, a more, I would say, exploiting the spaces that will be afforded by Pia Luk, could prove to be the difference between Wen Chin and Gerald, because he's much more clinical in that sense. He's much more penetrative in that sense, more direct. Because there were a couple of times where, or many times in fact, Wen Chin key parts of the game, his sloppy passing just lost possession and lost all the momentum of the attack that he has garnered. So yeah, we hope that Monet with his more tidy approach could prove the difference.
Yeah, that's right. And Singapore, in the way that they've drafted, they have a couple of target men on the bench if they would like to use. They have Peter Crouch as well as who's the other? Luca Toni as well to use. But so far, Wen Chin decided to go for Cristiano Ronaldo as the main striker, and it didn't work out well at all going against Pialuk. Alex was constantly able to just shrug Ronaldo off the ball. Ronaldinho seemed a little stifled out by the presence and the strength of Yaya Toure and Pogba in midfield. So Singapore have tried and got to do something different with the way that they're lining up. Hopefully Gerald has what it takes to try and make it 1-1 for Singapore against Thailand. We are getting ready to get into the lobby and to find out if Gerald can do something about it. But Gerald is a different kind of player from Wen Chin. Wen Chin, I would say one-dimensional in the way that he uses wingers, goes to the flanks. If he has space to shoot, he will shoot. Otherwise, he's trying to skill move his way through and try to get in. But Gerald is completely different. And he scored in the previous game, remember, from crosses, as we saw. So hopefully he utilizes that with the target man that he has in his disposal.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for Gerald, he has a couple of different approaches that he can adopt when it comes to attacking gameplay. So we hope that he can master those approaches in this game, going into the checking the starting lineup.
Yep. So we'll get into checking out how both these players will be playing. For Pialuk, playing as the home side now in goal. Here's Kotua, right back Mascherano, left back Luke Shaw, centre backs Alex and Chiellini. In defensive midfield, he has Pogba. Attacking midfield, Yaya Toure. In central forward position, he has Thomas Muller. The wingers are going to be James Rodriguez and Diego Costa, and the striker up front is Romelu Lukaku. No change other than Chiellini coming in.
Yeah, and Diego Costa on the left wing, also unorthodox, but he has worked well for him. However, in this match, going to this match, he is facing a vertically down form. So I'm not so sure if the effectiveness of playing Diego Costa would be the same as compared to the previous games.
Yeah, so we'll have a look at the lineup for Singapore now. In goal, they have Casillas. Right back was played by Maicon, and that was the last of the action that I saw. Up front, he was playing Klaas-Jan Huntelaar. That was the striker that was playing up front for Singapore. So hopefully
and
Gerald...
supporting him was Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, those were the two players up front. So hopefully Gerald will be able to use the aerial threat of Huntelaar as well as the leaping ability of Ronaldo to send the crosses in and hopefully get some goals that way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so far we have not seen much of crosses being bombarded into Pialuk's defense. It has all been passing in and around of the penalty box and trying to find the intricate ball to get through the defense. So who knows, maybe perhaps this, by mixing it up, mixing the approach up, could help unlock this unbreakable defense that is Pialuk.
Yeah, so far it has proven to be unbreakable, but Gerald will be looking to stop that. So we're still waiting for our match to get underway, and Pialuk, remember, in his previous match against Vietnam, he somehow manages to score. In the second and third game, the score was 1-1 heading into the 80th minute, but he scored his second goals in both those matches at about the 83rd to 84th minute. So this guy is dangerous, even right till the end of the game, right till the death of it. And in the third game, he managed to kill it off, scoring a third goal as well. So this guy, you've got to be careful about him throughout the whole 90 minutes, and that's mentally very tiring to play up against.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the true mark of a champion. You have seen Sir Alex Ferguson and his Man U team throughout that dynasty. They never gave up until the final whistle, and there have been so many times where his team have gone on to win the matches at the very death. So Pialuk is showing the champion that he is, and hopefully he can get through to past Singapore as well.
So we'll have a look quickly at how Gerald is lining up in goal. He has Buffon fullbacks, Maicon and Abidal centre backs, Boateng and Pepe in defensive midfield. He has Kadira and Xabi Alonso on the right side of midfield. He has Ian Robin. Left side of midfield, Ronaldinho. And the two strikers are going to be Hunter and Cristiano Ronaldo. You just see this being pointed out by the casters over in Vietnam. We have Cha Duri playing at right back for Pia Luk. And it's a player that not very commonly used, but this guy has lots of strength and lots of pace in him. So that's why Thailand have picked him up.
Yeah, and he also has abundance of stamina, so he can just bombard up and down that right flank and make it his all day long.
Yeah, so that is what Pialak will probably be looking to do. But Gerald, we wish you all the very best, and we really hope that Singapore will be able to get and tie up this series one match apiece as we head into our game. Hilmi, you think Gerald has what it takes?
Well, I certainly hope so. And you know, if Singapore would like to go through to the semi-finals at the expense of Vietnam, then they would need to win the remaining 3 matches. Yeah, without even dropping any match in between. So I'm hoping for the best, although I would still think that Pialak has the momentum to just nick it away from Gerald. But the ball is round, anything can happen. Let's just hope for the best.
And also remember, Singapore has to have a goal difference of 0 and win this series against Thailand to go through to the next round. So we're underway in our second match between Singapore and Thailand. Singapore playing in the blue of Chelsea, Thailand in the yellow. And Thailand now off the attack. Robin van Persie passes to Lukaku, and that's 1-0 to Thailand. First attack of the match for Pialak. And this is not something we want to see at all. It's gone all wrong for Gerald at the start.
Yeah, wasteful defending there by Gerald. No, complete naivety on his side, allowing the amount of space and time for James Rodriguez to turn and pass the ball to his striker. And given the amount of space his striker had to just tuck it into the net, was just criminal defending there, and almost another criminal defending there by losing the ball. But yeah, the insurmountable tasks have just gotten all the more impossible.
Yeah, but we still have lots of time. We'll see if Gerald can defend this attack. This is Van Persie. You can't catch him right now. Van Persie with a shot. But Buffon, full stretch right there, latching onto the ball. And we'll have Gerald restart the game. He doesn't quite have to rush just yet. Still lots of time in this match, but he'll be looking to get that equalizer as quickly as he can. This is Ronaldo finding the pass in towards Ian Robin. Huntela making the run into the box. Robin going for the short pass instead of the cross. This is Cristiano Ronaldo going for the finesse. And that pulled up a sharp save from Courtois. It's going to be a corner for Singapore.
Yeah, in Courtois, Pialak has one of the best goalkeepers in the game, and he has proven time and time again his worth, and that was just another customary save in his plethora of saves that he has made so far.
So Pialak is going to defend well from the corner and bring it out of defense. Down the right wing, James Rodriguez. Does he really have this much pace on him? These Thai players are cheating right now. Diego Costa, James Rodriguez, I had no idea they had this much pace. Lukaku with the opportunity. Lukaku makes it 2-0 for Thailand. And this is looking more and more difficult for Singapore to try and come back from.
This is just moving too easy for Pialak to rip apart. And I must say that was just poor defending yet again by Gerald, because his last man was just a bit too aggressive in committing into the tackle. Because if he had just stood tall and just, you know, waited for Lukaku to do something, then I believe he could have gotten in the way of the shot. But unfortunately, he just went a couple of steps ahead, and that provided the perfect opportunity for Pialak to turn Lukaku and slot it into the net very easily. So
Singapore gonna get the ball now, going down the left flank with Eric Abidal. Gonna try and probably send a cross into the box, but Alex will be there to cover. Pogba will bring it out of defense. This is Yaya Toure. Giving it over now to James Rodriguez. Yaya Toure over towards Lukaku. Well defended off. And Singapore will bring it out of defense. This is Huntelaar. Options on the right. He goes to the left instead of Ronaldo, and Alex is there to cover. Toure brings it out towards James Rodriguez on the right. Yaya Toure gets it in the middle of the pitch. He has lots of space. Defending not done by Gerald. He's going to give it over. Yaya Toure passes it over, and Diego Costa gets it on the left wing. Costa all alone. Costa the finish. That is 3-0. And Thailand are on an absolute rout right now. It is 3-0 at halftime. Gerald, please do something about it in the second half.
Well, we were talking about Costa having abundance of pace. He suddenly have abundance of agility and skill under the tutelage of Pierre-Luc. You know, he was twisting and turning the right back like he wasn't even there. And after that, it just cut in. And just cut in and, you know, slot into the empty net. Totally too easy for Pierre-Luc.
So we're gonna go into our second half. Hopefully Gerald does something about it and he tries to make a comeback. He's gotta make changes in his team. He's gotta make formational changes, and he's gotta play much better. So far, Pierre-Luc has been clinical with his chances. Every single time he's gone in towards goal, he's managed to bury every single chance away. There you see Diego Costa, vertical down arrow, so what? Showing who's boss. But Gerald is gonna make some change. Come on, you boy! You can make the comeback.
Let's do a Liverpool in Istanbul.
Yeah, come on. 3-0 at halftime. We make it 3-3. We win on penalty shootout. That's the way we roll. Gerald has lots of thinking to do right now. Pierre-Luc is looking comfortable, looking very composed. He looks like a world beater.
Yeah. And we haven't even seen Cressida and Cephalos in action yet.
That's
you know,
right.
Wonder how strong this Thailand team
Oh
is.
no, Gerald has given the ball away. Robin Van Persie makes it 4-0. Stop it already. You Pierre-Luc, can you just stop it? This is not turning out the way Singapore are looking to end the series. Remember I talked about, you know, we have to have a 0 goal difference. Now Joseph has to score I don't know how many goals to try and get it back again.
Yeah, totally have not gone the way, you know, the Singapore team have wanted it to be. You know, being
Gerald
ripped
though,
apart.
opportunity, hopefully can score, unable to get the shot off.
I don't think there's even a way past this defense that is Pierre-Luc. No, he's just all over the pitch. And look at that, Diego Costa twisting and turning. Boateng wasn't even there to him.
Xabi Alonso and Ramirez get it back for Gerald. There is still time. We shall still hope that Gerald can do something. Xabi Alonso over towards Huntelaar. There's the half of Pierre-Luc is just crowded out, and there's no options for Gerald to run into. He gets the ball with Yaya Toure. This is Patrice Evra down the left side. Back towards Van Persie. Lukaku in possession. This is Yaya Toure. And that is 5-0.
It is just clinical by Pierre-Luc. I mean, he was just passing the ball around, and suddenly Yaya Toure was free on his left foot, slotted it past the goalkeeper. There's just no stopping this boy from Thailand. There's just no stopping. I wonder how many more he could score, or could Gerald score a couple more to make it even more respectable for Singapore.
We will hope Gerald can score 6. We'll have Lukaku in possession now. Next the player. Lukaku is alone. He passes to Van Persie and he shoots wide. That was very close coming in. Van Persie on his weaker foot couldn't finish off that chance. And Gerald is going to take the goal kick long. Ronaldo doesn't win the header, but Xabi Alonso collects it back. This is a good chance for Ian Robin bearing in towards goal. Robin has to score with this opportunity. He's going to run outside instead of going towards the box, and Chiellini comes in with the interception. Every single time Pialak has gone on the counter attack, he's been able to score. Let's see what happens the next time he goes for it. There you go.
There's another
James
opportunity
Rodriguez gets the ball back. Yaya Toure, Diego Costa, quick passing from Pialak. This is James Rodriguez again, looking for the through pass, not going for it just yet. There it comes, Lukaku. That is 6-0.
This boy is just
Boy,
so
oh
little.
boy, can you just stop already?
I mean, there's just no stopping this Pialak boy. I mean, he twists and turns as though the defenders were not there. He passes the ball around as though the defenders were not there. And once the ball gets to the feet of any of the players, and I do mean any of the players in the penalty box, he is just so clinical in his shooting. 6-0 up with, I think, what,
10 minutes left to
10
go.
minutes to go. I wouldn't be surprised if Pialak is able to score one more goal before the end of the final whistle.
I certainly hope that's not the case. In comes Tirasil Dangda, the player from Thailand, the only Thai player in the whole game. He makes an appearance, and that is one for the crowd for sure. Dangda gets the ball. Will Dangda score? Oh my goodness me! That was so close. Gerald stops Dangda from scoring, and Gerald will go, trying to get the attack going. Iron Robin, lob pass is not gonna find Ronaldo. Back towards Diego Costa again. Van Persie. Boy, can you just stop attacking already? He's gonna go forward with Dangda. Stop it. Stop it right now. Stop it, Dangda. No, don't do it. Yaya Toure gets it back. He's gonna go Dangda. Oh my goodness me. Tirasil Dangda. Probably the first time in international history scoring a goal with the Thai player. Oh my goodness me. I told him to stop. He's not listening right now. I hate this guy.
This could be history where could be the first Southeast Asian player to score in such a huge tournament. I mean, yeah, I'm lost for words, David. I'm lost for words.
The game is over.
Finally.
I will not even mention the scoreline, but Singapore have just lost their second game of the series. Gerald getting dismantled by Pialak, and there is just one player left, and that is Joseph, to try and salvage something back for Singapore. Remember, we need to have a 0-goal difference in order to try and win the series. Joseph has to score 8 goals, concede none in the next of his games to try and come back. It's looking all but doomed.
I believe he can do it.
I believe as well. Joseph, we give all our energy to you. You are the man.
You are the man on a mission.
That mission is to take down Pialak first.
Then after that you're gonna deal with Natakon and Cressida.
We are at an absolute loss for words right now, but Joseph has everything to do to try and help Singapore come back in this series. It is heartbreaking to even talk right now, and
that goal against Wen Chen just killed everything off, you know.
yeah,
we could have gotten a win out of that match.
that fluke goal.
Yeah. When things just don't go your way, just don't go your way.
Yeah. Oh well.
There's
So we'll get ready, and Joseph hopefully comes up with something in his next match. He, of course, in his previous match played up with 4 attackers, if I'm not wrong, if I remember correctly. He played with 4 attackers. Hopefully that finally breaks this defense of Pialak. Looking at his stats, he has now scored 6 plus 7, that's 13, 14. He has scored 14 goals and conceded 2 after playing 5 games. This guy is disgusting.
This guy is a machine. Where did they get him from?
They manufactured him, I guess. That's what they did.
Made in Bangkok.
Oh my goodness me. Joseph, do something about this. I guess we are getting ready to go into our match pretty soon. And hopefully, really, hopefully, Joseph comes up with the win. Looks like we're waiting for the players to get ready as we look to get into this game. What could possibly be the last match for Singapore? This is newbie Zarate, Joseph Yo, going up against Astral Alvuzela R5, also known as Pialuk. And if Pialuk wins this game, Singapore will be out of the Southeast Asian Invitational.
Well, if there's one in the team that can, lift the spirits up in the Singapore camp, I do believe it's Joseph. He has played in every single FIFA Online 3 competition. He has abundance of experience, no doubt talent. So yeah, I'm pretty sure he can bring down Pialuk given the amount of exposure he's had to the style of gameplay that Pialuk adopts going into this competition, during this competition.
That's right, so Joseph will be looking to do what seems like the impossible. If Joseph wins this game, he has 2 more players to face, and remember, he has to do better than having a 0 goal difference. Right now, Singapore is at a negative 8 goal difference, so Joseph has to bring it back to 0 or to a positive goal difference to stand a chance of going to the next round. Let's have a look at how Joseph will be lining up. In goal, he has Casillas. His fullbacks are Maicon and David Luiz. In centre back, he has Boateng and Pepe. In midfield, he has Khedira and Xabi Alonso. In attacking midfield, he has Cristiano Ronaldo, Ronaldinho and Daniel Sturridge. And the striker up front is gonna be Ronaldo. Ribery comes in to the left attacking midfield position. And hopefully, this is the formation that breaks down the stubborn Pialuk.
Yeah, although I am having my doubts over employing David Luiz as a right defensive mid position, because I don't see him being that much effective in stopping the play or covering for the defense or even starting the attack. So he has been exposed way too many times in his positioning, not only by Pialuk but in all the other matches. So yeah, I hope he proves me wrong this time round.
Certainly hope he does just that. We'll have a look over on the side of Pialuk. He has Couture in goal. Fullbacks Luke Shaw and Mascherano. Centre backs Alex and Gambarini. Defensive midfielder Paul Pogba. Attacking midfielder Yaya Toure. Centre forward Thomas Muller. Wingers James Rodriguez and Diego Costa. Striker up front is Robin Van Persie. It seems that the only 2 players he ever changes is Van Persie for Lukaku and Gambarini for Chiellini. That's the only thing he ever changes. Nothing else changes, it stays the same, and it's working out well for him so far.
Yeah, and to be fair to him also, the other players haven't really changed that much in terms of their form. So in that sense, I don't think he sees a need for them to change any of them out. And as usual, if you are comfortable with the players that you already have, that you already know, if there's no need for them to change, there's really no need to change. And another interesting thing to note in this game is that we have been talking about Thibaut Courtois being unstoppable. Going to this match, his form is right up there, like vertically up. So when he was at a neutral or at a lower morale pace, he was already unbeatable. I don't know how much harder it's gonna be for Joseph to beat this man mountain of a goalkeeper.
Let's find out right now. Joseph has made one more change. In comes Luca Toni, and he'll be playing as the main striker up front. He gives the ball away towards Van Persie, intercepted in his own half, and Yaya Toure collects the ball now. Couple of step overs being done by Yaya Toure, well defended by David Luiz. Cristiano Ronaldo brings it out, and he gets the ball forward. This is Luca Toni. It's gonna be called out for offside though. That was the opportunity, that was the start that Joseph was probably looking for, but just a little unfortunate with the timing. Short pass being given over to James Rodriguez. Yaya Toure playing the 1-2 with him, finding Thomas Muller in the middle. Back towards Yaya Toure again. Pogba to Shaw, back towards Pogba. Diego Costa on the left wing. He's proven to be, very unfamiliar position, but he's played very well on the left side of attack for Thailand. Joseph unable to get the skill move going, but still wins himself to throw in. This is Pepe giving it over to Maicon. Losing the ball out to Van Persie, and Piala will spread it over to the left side where Costa is waiting, playing the lob through pass. Joseph will win it back. Xabi Alonso over towards Cristiano Ronaldo. Luca Toni. Sturridge over to Khedira. Sturridge gets it back again. This is the first time pass for Toni again, being called out for offside. So close. Joseph has been very unfortunate.
Yeah, that was very close there, and if that had gone through, Luca Toni would have been through on goal, and that could have easily been 1-0 for Joseph.
Thailand will get the ball again. Pialuk on the right side with Yaya Toure winning himself the free kick. Mascherano will probably send the ball into the box. He will switch flanks instead, and Pialuk will probably not get there. He will get there. Diego Costa will keep the ball in. He'll look to send across. In it comes. Yaya Toure was the one running into the box, but David Luiz came in with the clearance. Ronaldinho making the run. Ronaldinho bearing in towards goal. Ronaldinho might go one-on-one with the keeper. Alex is the one challenging him. Ronaldinho with the finish, and Joseph makes it 1-0. That's what we are looking to get, and Joseph comes up with Brazilian Samba magic, and it's 1-0.
Brilliant ball over the top there for Ronaldinho to latch onto. I thought he could have lost it there with Alex breathing down his neck, but he showed incredible speed and balance to hold off the challenge of Alex, and for that lob ball with his left leg was just wonderful. A great start to Zarate, the very first time Pialuk has been in this position of deficit. Let's hope that Zarate or Joseph can keep this up and get the win for Singapore.
Pialuk is gonna get the ball back after the careless bit of play from Zarate, or rather Joseph on the flanks. This is Luke Shaw pushing forward now. Gets the turn past the defender. Ronaldinho coming in, looking for the interception, unable to get it off. Yaya Toure pushing forward in attack, looking for the through pass. It comes in, and the goalkeeper didn't collect the ball. What was the goalkeeper doing? And that was the finish coming in from Muller. I'm telling you, this guy is so lucky. He's so lucky. You can't even do anything about it. This guy has just loads of luck. My goodness me. Oh my goodness me.
Well, you do need some degree of luck to be a champion.
Not this much, right? You certainly don't get this much of luck.
Well, the degree is subjective, David.
My goodness
his
me.
degree of luck is just.
Come
so
on,
much
Joseph. Let's get right back into it. This is Maicon. He gives the ball away. Robin van Persie back towards Costa on the left wing. Thomas Muller giving it over to Van Persie. Now James Rodriguez. That's got to be offside. Get away from the box. And it's going to be halftime. It's 1-1. Joseph against Pierre-Luc. Joseph, you see, look at his face. That's the look of disgust. It's like, this guy is so lucky. He doesn't deserve to be even getting one goal. My goodness me.
Well, on the bright side, the score is still level, even though it shouldn't be, but the score is still level. So, yeah, I think it's been an encouraging start by Joseph. He has played to his strength, and I'm confident that he can get a second goal before the end of the match.
Hopefully Joseph comes up with the win. He intercepts the ball now, and Ronaldinho is in possession. Pepe back towards Maicon. Xabi Alonso. Maicon to Pepe, back to Khedira. Diaby at left back. Joseph trying to slowly build his way forward. He gives the ball away to Van Persie. He has to defend right now. Van Persie, don't you dare finish from that kind of angle. This is David Luiz going forward. That's a very good pass, but Alex, will he get there ahead? He will get there ahead of Ronaldo. James Rodriguez over towards Yaya Toure. Daniel Sturridge, good turn past the first defender. Back towards Diaby again. Ronaldo gets there ahead of the defenders. Ronaldinho. Maicon spreads it over towards Xabi Alonso, who's playing it right back. He loses out the ball to Diego Costa. Yaya Toure playing the lob through pass. This is Van Persie getting in towards goal. And Diaby coming up with the interception, giving it over back to Maicon. Ronaldinho, Cristiano Ronaldo. Diaby will keep it in, not playing the lob through pass, trying to play it patient instead, and this is Ronaldinho. Khedira towards Tony. Good bit of passing coming up from Joseph. He's attacking towards the right side now, and he runs straight into Luke Shaw. Gets it back again though with Xabi Alonso, and he gives it right back again. Yaya Toure pushing forward in attack, looking for the run of Muller. Maicon against Muller, who will come out on top. Muller will do so. Trying to get the turn past Maicon. Gives it back towards Diego Costa. Pogba to Yaya Toure. That's not a bouncy. No way. No way. Get away from the box. Defenders will clear. And Ronaldo will bring it forward now. Ronaldinho to Daniel Sturridge. On the right side, Xabi Alonso is pushing forward. The space was there for him to pass, but he didn't pass earlier. And Pierre-Luc is going for the attack. Locked through pass, getting into the path of Thomas Muller. But David Luiz is there to cover. Joseph has got to do something. Try to get that winning goal. Sami Khedira towards Luiz. Ronaldo finds that little bit of space with Abu Dhabi. David Luiz now gives it over to Sami Khedira. Really good composure being shown by Joseph. He gives it to Ronaldinho.
Oh, nice.
Wonderful footwork by Ronaldinho. Joseph! Oh my God, you did it, you Joseph! Finally, Singapore get the second goal. And that is such amazing play from him. So patient, so composed. Over 20 to 30 passes being played out before he got that goal. Joseph, you have done it, my friend.
Well, not just yet. I mean, there's still about 5 minutes of gameplay to go. I'm not being a party pooper here, but anything can happen within like 2 to 3 minutes plus added time. Let's just hope Zarate can hold the lead till the end of the match.
Yaya Toure has the ball and the referee blows for full time. Yes! Singapore have won that game 2-1. And we will go into a second game. Joseph, you're the man. You can absolutely deserve to smile right now. But your next opponent, it is going to be
Cressida.
DFN Jeet, also known as Cressida. This guy is another beast. But you are the beast slayer, Joseph Yo. All our hopes rest on you. And we will now wait in anticipation to see if we can get the job done. Hilmi, what do you think about that performance?
It was immaculate. You know, it was just Joseph all over. You know, he showed his disgust at the goal that was conceded. You know, it was purely luck. But to a lesser player, he could have lost the game plot there and then. You know, he could have been distracted. He could have reveled in self-pity rather than sticking to his game and being focused, which what Joseph did. And credit to him, he was patient. He never lost hope. He never lost faith in his own ability. And you know, he played to his game and he played to his strength, which duly gave him the reward that he deserved. You can see some solemn faces there in the amongst the supporters for Thailand, because they know that was a huge upset. They weren't expecting Joseph to upstage Pialek, especially not in the kind of form that he was already on. So it will be a huge, okay, I wouldn't say a huge dent, but it will be a dent in the momentum that the Thailand team have garnered for themselves. And I can assure you that should Joseph prove victorious against, I believe it's to be Cressida in this next match, he will be the one with the abundance of momentum and most importantly confidence going into the tiebreaker in the last match against what would be Natakon.
That is what we are all certainly hoping that Joseph would do. Goal difference for Singapore is at a -7 right now. So Joseph still has a lot of work to do as we get ready to go into our next game. That's going to be between Joseph and Cressida.
Well, you're talking about the goal difference. I'm hoping that I'm pretty sure that would have been communicated to him to the players prior to the match. However, I hope that it is not at the forefront of his thought at the moment, because you know, the more you think about making up on lost ground on your opponents, the more it's gonna be put, the more pressure is gonna be put on yourself, and these are unnecessary pressures to begin with. You know, you're already up against immensely talented players such as Pialek, Cressida and Natakon. That is already a mountain to climb in its own. To put yourself with unnecessary pressures of trying to reconcile such a huge goal difference is just gonna throw you off your game completely. So, you know, our recommendation, our advice to Joseph is that if he's hearing us out, is that just play to your game. Focus on the next game, focus on just winning on these games rather than, you know, by how many you want to win, because that would just throw you off the game and put you under unnecessary pressures.
So hopefully Joseph does what it takes to win the second game for Singapore. Remember, the final spot in the semi-finals is decided in this match right now. If Singapore are able to win Thailand and advance with a goal difference that's better than 0, they will go into the semi-finals in second place. Thailand will be first, and the home nation of Vietnam will be eliminated in Group A. But if Joseph fails, Singapore will go out.
Hopes of a nation rest upon the broad shoulders of Joseph Yeo.
So the casters have changed their clothes again, whereas we are stuck here with the same clothes that we've had since the morning. But thank you all for joining in. It's been a very exciting day of matches that we've had so far, and we still have yet to get into our most crucial matches. That's now Singapore against Thailand. Next match, Malaysia against Indonesia. Whoever wins that game will go into the semi-finals. So 2 huge matches coming up right now. But our focus is, of course, right now on not even Singapore against Thailand. This is Joseph against Thailand. One man against 3 players of Thailand. He's got to do it all.
One man down, 2 more to go. Or actually, I
can
would
do
say
it.
1 beast down, 2 more beasts to go.
We shall slay them one by one. We are coming for you.
He is Joseph, the Beast Slayer.
Yeah, man.
Let's call him that from now on.
Yeah, we'll call him Beast Slayer. Like, you know, his team name is New B, right? So, New Beast Slayer. Yeah. Alright, so we'll get into the lineups and we'll see how Cressida is going to be lining up. He's using Leicester City. In goal, he has Couture, right back, Mascherano, left back, Luke Shaw, centre backs, Chris Smalling, best defender in the world, together with Alex. Central defensive midfielder, we have Yaya Toure. Left midfield, Johan Gokuf. Attacking midfielder, Paul Pogba. Right wing gonna be played by James Rodriguez, and the 2 strikers are gonna be Robin van Persie and, oh my goodness me, Harry Kane. I remember Thailand using him in the previous tournament, and this guy was the ace up their sleeve, and he's playing for them again.
Well, Thailand always have a couple of aces up their sleeves, and in Harry Kane, if they are able to maximize his strength literally, then he could be the thorn in Joseph's defense, because that guy is just a man mountain of a target man to be dealing with. And in Johan Gokov, you have a wonderfully talented playmaker. So yeah.
Alright, so we'll have a look at Joseph. Looks like he's using the same 11 that's played against the previous game against Pialuk. Other than the fact that Diaby is now at right back, Xabi Alonso being pushed up to defensive midfield. Abidal comes in at left back. Centre back is going to be Pepe and Maicon. And the 4 players up front are Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, Sturridge and Luca Toni. So Joseph has got to do what has been deemed the impossible, but we believe.
Yeah, I'm glad that Joseph have pushed Xabi Alonso up into defensive mid, because there were a number of times where when he went marauding upfield, there were abundance of space left on the right hand side of Joseph's defense. So hopefully with Xabi Alonso in the defensive mid position and the right back being occupied by Abu Diaby, which is now have been changed back to Xabi Alonso, forget whatever I've just said, because he has put Alonso back in right back and my worries are back on again.
Yeah, he did push up forward in attack a little bit, but I think defensively he was kind of solid as well. He did his defensive work. He was caught out of position a couple of times, but whenever Diego Costa came in from the left, I think Alonso did very well.
Yes, when he's up face to face with the attackers, he did immaculately well. However, it's when they are being caught out in the counter attack, that's when he is, you know, often caught out of position and spaces down, a lot of space down at the right hand side.
So it is gonna be Cressida against Joseph Yeo. Forget what you saw on the screen. It's not Gerald Lim, it's Joseph Yeo playing as the last player for Singapore. And boy, oh boy, we are in for an absolute cracker of a match. Let's get right into it. This is Cressida attacking towards the right in the blue of Leicester in this first half, and Joseph playing the away kit of Barcelona. We'll see Pogba push forward in attack. This is Harry Kane trying to get a turn in, but Joseph, fantastic defending by him. Daniel Sturridge over towards Ronaldinho. Cristiano Ronaldo gives it over to the defenders, and they're gonna push forward. Ronaldo now on the left side, trying to get a chop and a turn past the defenders. He wins himself a throw-in. This is David Luiz giving it over to Daniel Sturridge. Finds Luca Toni. Ronaldinho finish it up. Ronaldinho, yes! It's 1-0. Singapore taking the lead. I don't care if Thailand has luck. We need to have our own luck as well. Ronaldinho making use of the space that the ball rolled into, and he makes it 1-0.
Yes, definitely. And there was a piece of good luck there for Joseph, where the ball just trickled into the path of Ronaldinho. But you know, all good players need that degree of luck in them, and it's a matter of how you make full use of those slugs. And fortunately, Joseph have been clinical when presented with the chance and deservedly gotten the lead. One goal up with just 15 minutes gone is a huge boost for Joseph and for Team Singapore.
So we'll see Joseph go forward for another attack again. And he'll get the ball back to Daniel Sturridge on the right side of midfield. This is Xabi Alonso at right back. Abu Diaby pushing forward. Sturridge gives it back towards Alonso. He's the kind of man to send the crosses into the box, but he goes back towards Diaby again. Ronaldinho towards Tony. Diaby, can you finish? Diaby gets challenged off the ball, and Joseph will get it back again. David Luiz brings it forward.
Now the ball back to David Luiz. He lost the ball to Paul Pogba. Will he go on the counter attack? Ball up to Harry Kane. Back to Johan Grokov. Back to Harry Kane. Now to the right for Van Persie. He has space to work on. A turn, another turn to Mascherano. To the center of Rodriguez. Well marshaled there, the defense of Joseph. Right now he will be going on the counter attack.
And he'll get it forward to Luca Toni. Daniel Sturridge on the right side. Trying to find the runs. He finds Xabi Alonso in the middle, giving over to Ronaldinho. Back towards Alonso again, and Luca Toni couldn't get onto the second ball. Paul Pogba will bring it forward for Thailand. He'll look to send a lofted through pass, but well defended by Eric Abidal. Joseph is doing very well with his passing right now. He's not losing the ball in his own half as he did against Pia, and he's certainly looking a more confident player after that win.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we saw how much confidence booster a win can give to a young boy in the form of Khairul earlier, and this would be another perfect example of how a win could be, you know, beneficial to the confidence of an already established player. And he's passing the ball with such confidence to him that now
Sturridge, come on Sturridge! At the near post, goalkeeper comes up with the save. And Thailand will bring the ball out of defense. James Rodriguez finding Robin Van Persie. Attacking towards the right side now, and the referee blows for halftime. It is 1-0. Joseph is leading, and we are still believing as we go into the second half. Joseph is taking it step by step.
Joseph, the Beast Slayer, sure looks calm and composed despite the fact that all the pressures of the world is on his small shoulders.
New Beast Zarate. New Beast Slayer Zarate.
That's his new name now.
The New Beast Slayer. Alright, so we go into our second half right now. Joseph is 1-0 in the lead. And we'll see if he can further extend it in the second half. Cristiano Ronaldo on the ball on the left side. Gives it back to his Lewis. Well done by the PSG defender. Xabi Alonso bringing the ball forward. This is Luca Toni. Good run of play by Joseph. Goes for the long shot. That's going to be an easy catch for Couture. And he'll hoof it upfield towards the right side. And Joseph will comfortably get it back for himself. Eric Abidal towards David Luiz. Towards Cristiano Ronaldo. Back towards Abidal on the left side. He's going to probably try and pass his way through into the box, as he has always done. This is David Luiz in towards Ronaldinho, towards Daniel Sturridge, back towards Ronaldinho. Luca Toni, this is good bit of space, unable to find a through pass towards Ronaldinho, and Joseph again will collect it back. Cressida is all over the place right now. Joseph has got to make full use of this and extend his lead. Joseph covering the run, and Harry Kane gets a turn past the first defender.
No.
Paul Pogba, the through pass comes in towards James Rodriguez. Angle not his way to get a shot towards goal. Fantastic challenge from Pepe. And Joseph will go on the counter attack. This is Ronaldo on the left side, going one-on-one against Alex. There's no way Alex can catch Joseph. That's fantastic skill moves. Will he send the cross in? Goes in with a chop, and the keeper comes up with the catch. 20 minutes left in this game, and Cressida is very, very worried.
Yeah, he should be worried. Joseph is a man on a mission. full on confidence. You can see the smile is back on his face. There are no pressure. I mean, there are two extremes here. All the pressure on the world will be on his shoulders because he needs to win this match and the next match. But at the same time, he is not expected to bring Singapore through given the deficit that they are already in. So it's up to him on how he want to interpret his current situation right now to the best of his advantage.
That's exactly what Joseph is looking to do. There's a substitution that comes in for Thailand. Off goes Pogba and Gokov. In come Modric and Lukaku. We'll see what that change brings to the table for Thailand as he gives the ball right back towards Eric Abidal. Lots of space for the Barcelona man to run forward in. He's gonna just give it back towards Ronaldinho.
14
Daniel
more
Sturridge
minutes.
looking for the run out. Ronaldinho, look at Tony. Ronaldinho unable to finish it off. That's a penalty. No, that's offside. That's offside. Just got a little too excited there. But wait, I don't understand. I don't understand. Okay, now I understand. Okay, so Ronaldinho scored out offside, and Joseph is certainly looking like he's gonna win this game. Cressida has had nothing go his way the whole match. Look at it, Joseph constantly winning the ball back time and time again. We'll see if he can do it again. This is Lukaku finding Van Persie. Going for the pass towards Mascherano at right back. No space to pass into, and that's offside.
Good call there by the linesman. Ooh, a fraction of an offside.
Yeah, that was really close as well. So it's gonna be Joseph trying to keep possession for the next 5 minutes of this game. And that is something that's very easy for Joseph to do, I'm sure. He's gonna get the ball now with Luca Toni. Ronaldinho. Lob pass, looking for the run of Toni. And he gives the ball away. Probably the last chance for Cressida to try and attack. This is James Rodriguez. In towards Luka Modric. The run was being made on the outside. He didn't find or spot the run. This is Harry Kane giving it over to Lukaku. Oh my goodness me, no, you don't do that. And it's gonna be a corner for Thailand. Lukaku is gonna change it over to Harry Kane. Interesting choice to take the corner. In it goes towards the far post. Darby Lewis heads it away, and that should seal the game for Singapore. Ronaldinho runs it out. Roulette as well, just to seal it off. No, he gives the ball away. Lukaku is gonna run in towards the box. Lukaku gets tackled off. Will he still go? Lukaku is all alone, and finally Joseph clears away. No, he doesn't. He gives the ball away back again. Luka Modric to James Rodriguez. Not gonna send the ball in just yet. He's gonna look for space to run into and send across. James Rodriguez going all alone, gives it back to Modric. Modric not going for the shot. Referee blow the whistle. There you go. Joseph with the win. 90 minutes done. Joseph has slain the second beast, and we are going into the third beast. That is Zephylos. Oh my goodness me, Joseph. Whew. Okay. Whew.
Try to catch my breath.
My goodness me. All he had to do was pass the ball around, but he decided to give the ball away, make it so tense in that last 1 minute or so.
He thrives upon pressure, David.
Yeah.
You know, but that was a bit too much.
Yeah, that was just too much to handle. I have no idea how he would be feeling if we are feeling like this.
I wouldn't be surprised if he had a stone face on him. It's okay, you know, he just pressure.
Yeah, I got it under control, man.
Where are the shoutcasters who will be all obsessive over it? I got this under control, man. No problem.
Yeah.
Chill.
The problem for Joseph, he is one match away from defeating the whole of Thailand. Okay. Next player coming up from Thailand is none other than the biggest beast you can find in Thailand. The biggest FIFA god you can find over there. And that is Zephylos, also known, or actually Notakon, also known as Zephylos. So that is the final player for Thailand against the final player for Singapore. That is Joseph Yeo, also known as New Beast Slayer Zarate. And what a match you are gonna see. Last match of the day for Singapore and Thailand.
Singapore, yeah. No. Wonder what's going through the minds of Natakon right now, you know.
He's got to be afraid. He certainly has got to be afraid. Joseph has done wonders right now.
See, right in the face, man. We love you, Natakon. No, we love Natakon. So
I love Natakon as well. I love him as a player. I've met him before a couple of times. Nice guy to talk to. Nice guys to just chill out and, you know, have a nice chat with. But not this time, my friend. Not this time.
That's where we draw the line.
Yeah, that's where it ends right now. For the next 10 minutes, when you play against Joseph, our alliances end there. We also see Hibiri and Monet waiting anxiously as the game is about to begin. This is the biggest players for Singapore and Thailand going up against one another.
This is what the group of death is all about. You know, you are never safe until you're officially safe.
This is the death match.
Death match,
You
definitely.
can call it right now. This is the death match.
You know, even though Piala completely annihilated Vietnam, you know, but this is the true beauty of being in a group of death. You know, the once insurmountable beast that was Piala is now a long gone memory in us.
That is what Pialak has been, and Thailand is up against Singapore. Last match in the series. Let's see how Joseph is lining up. He has Buffon in goal, right back Xabi Alonso, left back Eric Abidal, centre backs Pepe and Jerome Boateng. In defensive midfield, he has Kadira and Zakado. In right attacking midfield, he has Frank Ribery. On the left side, he has Klaus-Jan Huntelaar. In central attacking midfield, Ronaldinho. And the striker arm front is Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. What do you think about this lineup from Joseph?
I am excited, David. Seeing especially the forward, the morale that they're in. I'm pretty sure they're as pumped up as all of us going into this match. You have Aubameyang with abundance of pace. I don't know why he don't want to put Huntelaar up front. I'm sure. Okay, now he has. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm pretty sure he's pumped up for this game, and so are the players. I'm really looking forward to this.
We'll have a look at Notacon quickly. What's his lineup? Couture and goal, fullbacks Evra and Mascherano on the inverted sides. Centre backs Mehdi Benassia and Alex. Defensive midfielder Yaya Toure. On the left side of midfield, he has Mario Kutze. Right side of midfield is going to be played by James Rodriguez. Central attacking midfielder Johan Gokov. And the two strikers up front are going to be the two target men. That's Harry Kane and Diego Costa.
Gokov is in a position where he can deal serious damage, especially if his passing prowess can really find players like Rodriguez and Götze in the wings, or even penetrate through to find the likes of Costa and Kane up front. And looking at him being vertically up in morale, he can really be a difficult opponent to deal with. But Joseph, as we mentioned earlier, had he won against Cressida, the momentum would have been swung back into his favor. Even though Notacon is the biggest beast of them all in this competition, arguably, but momentum, adrenaline can do wonders to a player's confidence. You know, I'm pretty sure the confidence is brimming, it's streaming, overflowing out of Joseph right now.
Let's look at his name. There's Notacon B, and the B means beast. So, Joseph has got to do...
Joseph has his own beast inside in the new beast.
Yeah.
So we go into the match.
What seemed like the impossible might turn out to be a reality for Joseph and Singapore as we go into our final match between Singapore and Thailand. Joseph playing in the away kit of Barcelona, Notacon playing in the away kit of PSG. This is Ronaldinho now in the middle of the pitch, waiting for the run of Huntelaar, gives it to him. And he finds the run of Daniel Sturridge down the right side. Ronaldinho is in the middle. Sturridge not going for the cross. Sturridge with the shot. And Couture is going to be at the right position to get his hands onto the ball. David Luiz, fantastic work at defensive midfield. Even in the previous two games, he's been really good for them, covering all the space out. And Ronaldinho going for the finesse shot, getting blocked off by Alex. This is Daniel Sturridge.
Penalty! No.
No, surely not. Referee does not give it. And Notakon will go on the attack. Diego Costa waiting for the run. Harry Kane unable to get that. Joseph, don't do that, please. And the referee will give a free kick. And it's going to go the way of Notakon. Will he score the goal with this free kick? James Rodriguez going to switch over to Mario Götze. Götze with the free kick. Going to go over. And that was a huge scare. Joseph, please be careful with your passing. The ball is going to go back the way of Notakon again. Come towards Johan Kokov. David Luiz unable to get the better of Kokov. And that's well done. As Joseph put in the pressure, Notakon gave the ball away. He's going to charge down the left side with Ribery. David Luiz unable to get towards the ball. And that's going to be another free kick going the way of Thailand.
It's been an even start to the match by both these players, you know, both attacking each other. Now Diego Costa twisting and turning, twisting again.
That was fantastic reading coming out from Joseph. He positioned his player knowing that the turn was coming, and that was fantastic work by him, defending off that chance that came in for Notakon.
He has been defending really well from the previous two matches, and he's bringing that form into this game.
We'll see him now almost getting through. Joseph very risky with his passing, but he still gets it back. Ronaldinho now in the middle of the pitch. Gives it towards Huntela, back towards Ronaldinho. Lob pass, finding the run of Daniel Sturridge. One-on-one against Alex. He gets ahead of Alex, and he's going to pass it back towards the middle. Ronaldinho again, waiting for the runs to be made. This is Sami Khedira with a fake shot. It's going to go out for a corner. And Joseph will get the chance to try and make it 1-0. He's going to change it over towards Huntela to take the corner. Back towards Xabi Alonso. That's the right man. In it comes towards the far post. Unable to get any of his players onto the ball. And it's going to be a throw-in for Singapore. Poor throw there, but Joseph still gets it back with Abidal. Ronaldinho. Khedira, good first touch. Gives it back to Ronaldinho. Frank Ribery finds Daniel Sturridge. Where's the cross? Not going to come in. Another corner for Singapore. Ribery standing over the ball, switching over to Huntela. I assume going to go back towards Alonso. There you go. Alonso taking the ball, far post this time. Couture, comfortable catch of the ball. And Joseph has lots of defensive work to do right now. Notakon looking to go on the counter attack. Mario Götze bringing the ball forward. Patrice Evra joining the attack as well. Johan Kokov finds Harry Kane with the pass. Harry Kane trying to probably turn into the box. Harry Kane, fantastic work from David Luiz again. Get the ball! No! Notakon scores the first goal right at the stroke of half time. And Joseph is down 1-0 in this game.
It was just unfortunate there on Joseph. He did very well to stop Harry Kane in his track. For a while there I thought it was going to be a penalty, but you know, the ball just trickled away from the next defender that got the ball. Diego Costa was there to pounce, to get on the free ball and just slots it home for the lead.
We'll see Sturridge now giving it over towards Ronaldinho. The referee will blow his whistle for half time. It is 1-0. Notakon Zephilos is in the lead. Joseph has 45 minutes left to try and make a comeback. Joseph was defending very well throughout the match, and it was just that one lapse in concentration in his own box where he could have passed the ball away, decided to turn, and Costa put it into the back of the net. We'll get underway in the second half. There is still time. We shall still believe. Diego Costa in possession. Going up one-on-one against David Luiz. Costa making the run inside. Harry Kane finding some space. Going for the turns. Harry Kane, this is fantastic work from Notakon. Joseph clears the ball out of the box. He's not going to find the attackers with the pass. This is Harry Kane again. This guy is just constantly weaving his way through the defense of Joseph. And the defender has to clear the lines. It's going to be a throw-in. Mario Götze is going to send the cross in. None of the players were there to meet. Diego Costa with the shot. It goes just wide. And Joseph will get the goal kick. Yaya Toure to Mario Kutze. Johan Kokuf towards Harry Kane. David Lewis is there to cover. Look at the high line of pressure that's coming in from Notakon. He's trying to win the ball back as quickly as he can, but Joseph, good passing play by him, finds Ronaldinho on the right side, back towards Sturridge. Can you finish, Sturridge? Oh my goodness, being cleared off the line by the defenders, and Joseph will not get the second opportunity. Notakon placed his defenders in a perfect position to win the ball back, and he will go on the counter attack. Johan Gokuf giving the ball back towards Costa. Joseph giving the ball away back towards Notakon. Diego Costa waiting for the opportunity to turn into the box. Gokuf to Kane. Kane getting intercepted off the ball. Well done by the defense of Singapore, and they'll go for another attack again. Ribery from the middle in towards Ronaldinho. They get it back again. This is Huntela, one-on-one. Huntela get the run through on goal. Ribery gets it back. Mascherano with the interception. Notakon will go for the attack now. James Rodriguez getting pushed off the ball. Eric Abidal, rather Abu Dhabi, doing defensive work for his team. Johan Gokuf. Well done by Joseph again, but somehow all the 50-50 challenges going the way of Thailand so far. Harry Kane juggling the ball. You cheeky little fella. And now Joseph will go down the other end. Khedira, long pass, finding the path of Daniel Sturridge, going towards goal. Sturridge cuts on the outside, gonna pass it back towards Ronaldinho. Where's that pass? Where's that shot? Ronaldinho, Huntela! There's 1-1, 80 minutes into the game. Joseph with the equalizer, and Steven Gerrard, no, that's Huntela, getting carried away. Huntela scoring the equalizing goal, and finally, we got the score back on level terms.
It is the least that what Joseph has deserved for all of his pressure and all of his, pressing that he has put on Notakon.
Obscene gesture by Joseph, if you caught it.
Well, let's just pretend we don't see it. Okay. He has been immensely, pressured by Notakon, playing the high line, trying to win the ball back further up on the pitch, but he has provided the perfect antidote against that.
We'll see Joseph go for the attack, and he get the winning goal. Unable to latch onto that through pass. Momentum is on the side of Joseph. Can he get that second goal in this game? Xabi Alonso on the right side, lob through pass, looking to find Ronaldinho, but Notakon will cut that attack out. Joseph has got to do defensive work now. Robin van Persie in possession, looking to find Rodriguez, well cleared away by Abu Dhabi. And Huntela is looking to chase down the ball. And the referee will blow for full time. No last opportunity for Joseph, but we will go into extra time. The first extra time we've seen all day. And what a way. What a match to actually watch an extra time in.
Yeah, definitely. And what a way to end this group of death in this Southeast Asian Invitational Tournament in Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam.
I cannot imagine the cruelty if you lose this game on penalties.
I mean, to be objective, both these teams, both these players deserve to win the match, and definitely to go through to the semi-finals of this tournament, because anyway, we hold that
Notakon is on goal, and he scores his second goal right as we go into the game. James Rodriguez just, even though there were two players that came in to sandwich him, he just goes right in between, and he scores goal number 2 for Notakon. Joseph, there is still time. Abu Dhabi on the ball now. This is Pepe in possession towards Abu Dhabi. Finds Khedira in an advanced position. Ronaldinho, Khedira. Can he find a through pass? Here he comes, Kantala with the shot, and the goalkeeper comes down low to save. It's gonna be a corner for Singapore.
Courtois has just been a huge figure there in the goal for Thailand throughout this competition so far.
Short pass comes in. from the corner, and Joseph is not gonna capitalize. Nutakon will be looking to go on the counter attack. Diego Costa with the roulette get past the first defender, gets past the second one as well. This is fantastic skill moves coming up from Nutakon. There's no pressure being put on Diego Costa, and that's a goal line clearance from Joseph as well. We'll see him go down the other end. Is there time for an attack? Sami Khedira with the long pass, and he will not find any of the attackers, as Nutakon will be able to slow play down, and it will be half time in extra time. Nutakon is leading 2-1.
Yeah, it was a close first half of extra time there. Nutakon just having that a little bit of extra skill to get past the two defenders, and for James Rodriguez to just smashes the ball into the far corner of the net.
We'll get the second half underway now. Nutakon looking to get goal number 3. Joseph will be looking to stop it. This is Modric. That's going to be cleared off the line again. Joseph, you are a magician, my friend. Please get some magic and get your equalizing goal. Modric finds Costa. That's a pass. Oh my goodness me. The goalkeeper with an amazing save as well. Oh my gosh.
All we need is just an equalizer from Joseph, and all hell will break loose.
That's exactly what will happen. The cross comes in towards the far post. Joseph heads it away, and he'll not get onto the second ball. He's pushing players forward, trying to win the ball as high as he can. The turn comes in. That's not going to be a penalty. The player is injured as well. Joseph has got to take advantage of this. Sturridge gets past the first defender. That's Ronaldinho making the run ahead of him. Couple of players as well over on the opposite side of the field. But Joseph will get the throw in. Let's see what he can make of this. David Luiz in possession, giving it over to Sami Khedira. Over towards Daniel Sturridge, waiting for the run of the players. Sami Khedira going for the shot. That's not going to trouble the keeper. And that probably was the last chance for Joseph. We are in the 119th minute of the game. The throw comes out. Joseph has to win the ball. He does just that. Abu Dhabi cannot find the pass, and he cannot get the second interception off. The referee will blow for full time. And what was a dream run by Joseph has just turned into a nightmare. And Nutakon has won the game 2-1.
What an end to this group of death, you know. Thailand proving once again to be the best team in the group so far in this invitational tournament. You know, even though their perfect run was put to an abrupt end by Joseph New Beast Zarate, but Nutakon was there to just step up to the plate and just drag them beyond the finishing line when he needed it to be. And credits to the Singapore team for not having given up even after being defeated by Vietnam, and even after being presented with an insurmountable of a task in trying to, you know, get back the deficit that they have incurred for themselves. Credits to all three of them, especially to Zarate. They can go back with their heads held up high, having, you know, put up a great fight for themselves, even though they were in this group of death. You can see faces of dejection there on Zarate. He knew he was just that close to, you know, getting the ultimate upset, possibly the upset of the tournament, and possibly even one of the comebacks of the year. No, credit to both teams. I believe both teams deserve to go through to the next round. However, no, there could only be one winner, and I must say deservedly so, given to Thailand.
That is the case. So Singapore unfortunately fell at the last hurdle, and they will be going out of the Southeast Asia Invitational. However, we still have one last match to go. That is Malaysia against Indonesia, and that is another mountain of a task, and I don't know what we're gonna expect from that. It's gonna be another cracker. Malaysia against Indonesia. Only one team will make it through to the semi-finals, and the winner of that series will make it through. We will go for a short break, and trust me when I mean short, we will be right back for more action live from the FIFA Online 3 Southeast Asia Invitational. We'll be back.
See you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, into our last match in this group stages of the FIFA Online 3 Southeast Asia Invitational 2015. We've had an exciting day of matches. We've seen huge upsets. We've seen
Nearly upsets.
yeah, and we've unfortunately seen Singapore's run in this tournament come to an end. We now place our hopes upon Malaysia as they go up against Indonesia in our next group, our last group match of the day. It's gonna be from Indonesia, Khairul, who impressed all of us in his previous match against Vietnam. He's gonna go up against the first player for Malaysia, that is Perlis Team Junior, and of course he is the skiller that we all really look forward to watching. So Perlis Team Junior hopefully comes up with the win in this game, and we'll be looking forward to more good games as the series goes on. But Hilmi, looking at the way that both these guys played their matches, how do you think it's gonna go?
Well, Khairul is the more in-your-face sort of player, whilst for Perlis Team Junior, he's more of the skill-based. So I'm anticipating an exciting match because these two players have a lot of things to prove to the team as well as to the region. So, you know, I'm anticipating an exciting match, end-to-end match, and given that both of them are relatively new to the international scene, I wouldn't be surprised if there are mistakes along the way.
We'll be looking forward to see a very attacking based match for sure, as we see our two players facing up against one another. It's Khairul for Indonesia, and it is going to be Wan Rizan, I believe that's his name, for Malaysia, also known as Perlis Team Junior. So we're gonna go into our match pretty soon. Hilmi, quick predictions before we go in.
I would say Khairul for the win, 2-1.
Right, so that's predictions being made by Hilmi, and we go right into it. This is Khairul for Indonesia attacking towards the right in this first half. One. Junior using the white of the Red Bull Salzburg team attacking towards the left. Khairul now, possession of the ball, push it forward. One does well to win the ball back for himself. He pushes it forward towards Lionel Messi on the right side. He's gonna cut outside, but the defender will be there to intercept. And Indonesia looking to bring the ball forward. Vincent Company will be there to intercept though for Malaysia. Di Maria now over towards Rooney. Well intercepted off by one. Lavezzi down the left side. In towards Esteban Cambiaso, Steven Gerrard. And Khairul has not got his passing game going so far in this match. Thierry Henry now has some space ahead of him. Gives it over towards Lewandowski. But the striker is unable to run onto the ball, but that's a fantastic through pass. Mario Gomez is through on goal. Can he finish it off? Mario Gomez goes for the lob shot, and it does not go his way, going wide. And first chance of the game goes the way of Indonesia.
It was a wonderful through ball over the top there for Mario Gomez to latch onto. For a while there I thought the chance was over, but you know, on his left foot away from the goal, it was just a bit too difficult for him to expect Gomez to do something special with it.
We'll see One get the ball back for himself. We'll just call him Hakim from now on, since that's how his name appears in the screen. This is Anam for Indonesia, trying to patiently build his way up in attack from the left side with Di Maria. Plays it back towards the middle. This is Ashley Cole finding Mario Gomez in towards Neymar. Can he finish? Sliding challenge comes in from Cambiaso, and Malaysia will clear the ball out of the box. Dani Alves gets it back, and Neymar turns towards the outside, gets some space, sends the cross in. Goalkeeper does not come out. It's going to be called out for offside though. It's no goal.
Just a little bit too enthusiastic there by the forward in trying to get to the cross of Neymar, which was a piece of a cross, but just caught offside there, unfortunately.
He'll get the ball back again. Jermaine Jones in attack, bringing Ashley Cole into the run of play. This is Lionel Messi down the right side, finding Ashley Cole on the left. Gonna give it over towards Rooney in the middle. Mario Gomez back towards Rooney again, and Hakim will be able to bring the ball out of midfield. Arturo Vidal gives the ball away very carelessly. Lots of pressure being put on by Anam towards Hakim, but Malaysia on the attack from the left side with Lavetti. Cuts inside, but his skill moves are being rendered useless so far in this first half, as it ends 0-0 at halftime. And we go into the second half, neither one of them being very convincing in this match. Neither one of them have their skill moves going their way, their passing going their way. It's been quite a bit of a stalemate in every area.
Yeah, but the advantage have been more on Anam for the first match. I mean, for the first half of this match, he has had more of the possession and he has more of the chances. Just that he couldn't find that elusive breakthrough pass.
There you go, Malaysia though with the attack, and there's a fantastic one-handed save
by
from Reina. And we'll see Indonesia go on the attack again. Long shot comes in from Malaysia off the interception. It's going to be a goal kick. Ball is going to be taken short by Anam, and he'll go towards the left side. Di Maria is going to get intercepted off the ball, but it's going to get himself the throw in. Jermaine Jones now towards Michael Essien. Dani Alves from right back pushing forward. Manja Vidic towards De Vrij and Ashley Cole. Di Maria has no support and he loses out the ball to Sergio Ramos. This is Lionel Messi now making the run, goes for the roulette, gets past the first defender. Can Messi run in towards the box? The pass comes in. Lewandowski was making the run in the middle, but he couldn't get onto the ball. Company gets the better of the attacker for Indonesia. This is Cambiaso towards Lavetti. Lewandowski going for the run in the middle, gets intercepted off again. Lavetti towards Thierry Henry. Good turn past the first defender. Can he apply the finishing touch? There you go, Hakim scoring the first goal. Police Team Junior taking the lead in this game against Khairul Anam, and Malaysia are in the lead.
Well, I must say this is slightly against the run of play, with Khairul Anam have been the more dominant of the two, but unfortunately for Anam, he was not able to find that penetrative through ball or the elusive final ball that would set his strikers through on goal for a clear-cut chance. Credit to Wan for being clinical in that sense and finding that a little bit of a space that allowed Henry to slot home for the opening goal.
We'll see Anam going for the attack down the right side. Getting intercepted off the ball. 15 minutes left in this game for him to try and create something. He might create something here with Rooney. But the defenders come in with the interception. Messi trying to play the pass towards the striker, but he couldn't get it off. This is Wayne Rooney for Khairul Anam. Mario Gomez unable to get a shot off. Lewandowski goes back to Cambiaso. Quick passing in midfield for Pearly Steam Jr. And a lob pass comes the way of Lavezzi. Can he go through on goal? Lavezzi against Alves. Alves just a little too fast. This is Gerrard towards Ramos. Gets it back. Thierry Henry collects it in the middle of the pitch. Lewandowski gonna get muscled off the ball by Essien. And 5 minutes are left in this game. Rooney with good close control. Bad pass though by Khairul Anam, and we'll see Pearly Steam Jr. go for the attack. Messi trying to play the 1-2 with Henry. Couldn't get it off. Di Maria though goes back towards Rooney, and he should pretty much seal the win right now as he goes for yet another goal, I believe. This is Lewandowski bearing in towards goal. Can he finish it off? Lewandowski turning the wrong way. Second opportunity, cannot finish it off. Referee will blow for full time. Malaysia take the lead in the series as they win the first match 1-0. That's all they needed, that one goal coming in from Hakim, and he manages to win the game.
Yeah, credit to Hakim. You know, in the first game, it was more, the ownership of the game was more on for Khairul Anam. He passed the ball well, kept possession great. It's just that he couldn't find that elusive final ball that would provide chances for his strikers to latch on to. Again, with the change of clothing for them.
The cast on the right is all bright. It hurts my eyes. It's white shirt and white tie.
So, okay, it's okay. Yeah, it hurt mine too as well. So, yeah. But anyway, as I was saying, but then in the second half, one Hakim, I believe his name is, or Pearly Steam Jr., he came back stronger in terms of his attacking play. He was able to master a couple of decent attacks onto Khairul Anam's defense, and which at the end of the day led to an opening for Thierry Henry to slot home the winning goal. So I mean, credit to both these players, Khairul for playing a decent match, and to Pearly Steam Jr. for, you know, turning out winners at the end of the game.
That's right. So we're getting ready for our second player of Indonesia to step up, and that's probably gonna be Nico. He was the second player in the previous match against Vietnam, and one Hakim has just, you know, taken out the first win for Vietnam. They are 2 wins away from going into the semi-finals, and I would assume they're gonna be playing up against Thailand. So it's a very strong opponent to come up against, but still they've got to take it step by step. They're gonna win this match against Indonesia first, and they're on the right direction towards doing that.
Yeah, definitely. And as you mentioned, they have to be focused on this match first and not be too consumed with who they'll be playing in the semi-finals, because at the end, of the day, they have not yet sealed their place in the semi-finals. So Indonesia, as we have seen, is no pushovers themselves, although they tend to not perform as well as they would expect themselves to be in the tournaments in the past so far, but they are still a strong team to be contented with. You know, they have skillful players out there, and Malaysia would do well to get a couple of more victories at the end of the day to seal that place in the semi-finals.
That's right. So we're waiting for the match to get underway. Those of you watching, I know you guys are spamming out there, even though I can't see the chat. You are like, codes, where are the codes? The code is coming right as the series comes to an end. So after this Malaysia versus Indonesia series comes to an end, you will get your 1 million EP. I'm telling you right now what you're gonna win. So stick around. Codes are coming your way. And yeah. So we're still waiting for the players to get ready. And you know, this is crucial. Coming into this tournament, Group B was seen as the easier group, and Malaysia have found themselves to be very fortunate coming into Group B, like I said, the easier group, and having a very good chance of getting to the semi-finals.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Vietnam Team B, although it's the second team, but it's still a strong team to deal with. And Indonesia, relative underdogs in the region for FIFA Online 3. So it proved to be a slightly easier task for Malaysia to get past the group stages as compared to Singapore, who were very unlucky to have been pitted against the two powerhouses of the region in this tournament. I mean, you only had Malaysia and Indonesia, the other teams, they had to be dealt with the best two teams of the region. So it was just unlucky for them. But good on Malaysia and Indonesia, provide them with more opportunities to qualify to the next stage.
That's right, and we will go right into our team selections and see how both these teams will be lining up. In the home side is our Malaysian player, Wan Hakim, also known as Perlis Tim Jr. He has Stecklenburg in goal, fullbacks Ramos and De Rossi, centre backs Company and Ivanovic, defensive midfielders Vidal and Gerrard. Right side of midfield, he has Lionel Messi. His left wing is going to be played by Lavezzi, who seemed very ineffective in the previous game. And the two strikers are going to be Thierry Henry and Luis Suarez.
Well, Lavezzi seems to be quite isolated over that left-hand side, and whenever he does get the ball, there was plenty of space for him that he needed to cover. So I'm guessing it is more of a tactical deficit as compared to the deficit of the players who is not able to play to his full potential. Moving on to Daryanto's lineup, we have Reina in goal, right back Jan Vertonghen, left back Ashley Cole, both having their forms right up there. Centre back pairing of Thiago Silva and Stefan De Vrij. Thiago Silva being the right centre back, apparently. They are with two defensive mid in the form of Joel Matip and Timo Schuck. Right midfield of Neymar. Left winger is Angel Di Maria, with the right striker being Dimitar Berbatov and central striker being Wayne Rooney. So it's a slightly different 4-2-2-2 formation being employed by Daryanto going into this match against Wan Hakim, with two beasts of a defensive midfielder, Matip and Timo Schuck. And in the form of Berbatov, they have a wonderful striker to aim at, and they have players who can do so, with the likes of Neymar and Di Maria, shuttling down the wings, and I'm pretty sure they'll be able to provide some decent crosses for Dimitar Berbatov to feed off. And if there's no Berbatov, they can always go down the grounded way, and there's always Rooney to link up these players up.
There you see the two players that's going to be lining up against each other. Wan Hakim, Perlis Tim Jr. going against Nico of Indonesia. Remember, Perlis Tim Jr. has already won the first game 1-0, and he'll look to make it a second goal, or rather a second win in this series.
Any quick predictions, David?
I would assume that if he's a little more penetrative with his passes and better with his passing in the final third, I would say that Perlis Tim Jr. has what it takes to win this game. It's just that, he's been trying out his skill moves, and it seems like his attacking players are kind of isolated from one another. He's trying to just one-man solo his way through all the way instead of passing his way through, and it hasn't quite worked out for him well enough. He managed to win 1-0 against Khairul Anna, but it wasn't exactly that convincing. So
Yeah.
I would say if he's a little better with his attacks, he can come up with an easy win against Nico, but he's got to step up his game. He's got to play better in the second match.
Yeah, definitely, and I think this is just rawness in his part, because he has not that this is the first time he's competing in a regional tournament, and especially as this magnitude such as this. Yeah, so he should learn over time that he should have more different style of plays up in his sleeve. So anyway, enough chat, we go into the match with Wan Hakim kicking off from left to right in RB Salzburg jersey, whilst for Daryanto kicking off from right to left in the jersey of Brøndby.
So we'll have Hakim winning the ball back over from the right side of Daryanto. And Hakim will keep possession. He gives the ball away though. And that is Timoshik with a white headband, I believe. Playing with a white headband, or is that his hair? I'm not too sure.
That's his hair, David.
Alright. Seems like he's just stuck something on his head.
The hair is stuck to his head.
Yeah. Looks like fake hair though. So it's gonna be a throw in. Actually, it's gonna be a free kick for Hakim. And he'll take it long. Into the middle. It doesn't quite find his teammates. But he'll get the ball back again. He gives it right back towards Daryanto. And Ashley Cole will go down the left side. Give it back to Timoshik. Di Maria. Waiting for options to push forward. Matip back towards De Vrij. Jan Vertonghen finds the pass in the middle to Dimitar Berbatov. Gives it to Wayne Rooney. Unable to get closer towards goal. And Wan Hakim coming in with a very rash clearance. Giving a corner away to Daryanto. Short pass will come in. And Wan Hakim has been able to defend well. Steven Gerrard will push up. This is Luis Suarez. Gerrard, Henry playing good passing in the middle of the pitch. Giving it back towards Luis Suarez. Trying to find Henry again. But the pass and the run was not made in time. It's gonna be a throw into Indonesia. This is Stefan De Vrij giving it over to Ashley Cole. Angel Di Maria. Wayne Rooney collects the ball on the left side for Indonesia. Vertonghen finds Neymar on the right side of midfield, trying to send the cross in, but blocked up by Cambiaso. Can Perlis Team Jr. make use of this attack? In comes the lob through pass towards Thierry Henry. Thierry Henry going towards goal, gets pushed off by Thiago Silva. And again, I mentioned it before the game. His players are isolated up front. After Henry received the ball there, he had no options to pass into. He had to go by himself, and it didn't work out for him.
Yeah, there's a lack of support being provided to Henry from the midfield, which I think he needs to address the issue. But Timoshuk almost there, got a goal out of that shot off just outside the goal post. As I was saying, I don't know why Henry is often being left isolated, because he has Suarez in the centre forward position, which should provide some degree of coverage for him when it comes to attack. As that ends the first half with a little bit more of the ownership being given to Daryanto. As you can see from the possession, he had 64% of the possession as compared to 36% for Wan Hakim. But yes, similar to the first game, both these teams are dead tight on deadlock.
That's right. Hakim has got to be better with his passes if he wants to win this game for Malaysia. As we see Indonesia restart us in the second half. And they'll go on the attack from the left. This is Timoshik in towards Angel Di Maria. The ball gets cut out. Hakim wins it back, but he gives it straight back to Rooney. Di Maria finds Wayne Rooney again. Looking to properly send a cross in. Not going for it just yet. Going for the skill moves. Trying to find space. And he runs further and further away from the goal. And he restarts the attack again. Back from his own half. And he gives the ball away. That was just such a waste, I would say, to get into your opponent's penalty box and then go back all the way to your own half and then lose possession of the ball. And Hakim will look to take advantage of that. That's his foul, surely. The referee says no.
But why did he turn in the first place?
That's how Wan Hakim plays.
He turns before he shoots.
And here goes Wayne Rooney down the flank for Daryanto. Trying to probably send a cross in. It's a low cross, and the goalkeeper and defender almost got in each other's path. And the ball's going to be put out for a throw in for Malaysia. This is Thierry Henry now. Finding Steven Gerrard with the pass on towards Cambiaso on the left side. Back towards Gerrard in the middle of quick time passing coming up from Perlis Tim Jr. Coming out towards Suarez. Lavezzi is in possession, going for the roulette. Lavezzi gets past one, gets past the second, goes for the short pass instead of going for the shot. And that's gonna be not gonna be a goal for him. It is still 0-0 after 75 minutes.
Yeah, the decision makings by both of these players have been confusing, to say the least. You know, when they have not really making full use of the chances. As I was saying, that a pitch of a cross to the far post for Wayne Rooney. I didn't even see him running towards the ball, and you know, out of nothing, Wayne Rooney was on hand to hit in a wonderful cross by Neymar beyond the outstretched leg of the defender. 1-0 to Daryanto, 1-0 to Indonesia.
So Hakim has all to do if he wants to come back. He's got 10 minutes left in this game. Certainly time for him to try and go forward and attack. Of course, Lavezzi, he's probably going to get substituted off.
Hakim needs to do something about his formation right now, because every single player is isolated from each other. Henry, Suarez, even Lavezzi before he was taken out, seems isolated from each other. So he needs to do something to provide more cohesiveness in his team play.
This is Lionel Messi now, finding Thierry Henry with the pass, goes over to De Rossi, cross towards the far post. Hakim almost hitting it in with Gareth Bale, who's making the run on the opposite end. But it's gonna be a goal kick to Daryanto. Takes a short goal kick and he keeps the ball for himself. 5 minutes left on the clock before the referee blows for full time.
There's still time here for Hakim to get one last attack in trying to get the equalizer. He should make full use of this attack right now. Where are the players? There are no support yet again for his attackers, and I'm pretty sure Daryanto is just gonna play out the game for a 1-0 victory.
He'll get the ball now. If Di Maria runs it straight into company, Messi will clear Gerard Henry and the game will end 1-0 in favor of Nico as he comes up with the win for Indonesia. So the series is tied up at 1 apiece, Malaysia against Indonesia. And we'll look to see the second player come up for Malaysia. That is gonna be Hanzo. And of course, huge expectations on his shoulders. The man of the moment in Malaysia. He is the man in form. And so he's got to come up with his best shot to try and win up against Indonesia.
Yeah, definitely the pressure is slightly now on Hanzo to get a positive result for Malaysia, because you know, the pressure, more pressure is on them as compared to on Indonesia, because they go into this match being the slightly bigger favorites to win this match as compared to the Indonesian team. They have more experience. I believe Ol himself has more experience than the whole of Indonesian team combined. And with Hanzo in hot form in the local leagues, and we just seen Wan Hakim or Perlis Tim Jr. being the skillful one of the three. So, you know, more pressure will be on Malaysia to win this match and to go through. As compared for Indonesia, Daryanto have proven to be a slight upgrade to Khairul from the first match. He is much more astute defensively, and he was able to make better use of the ball. And although his decision making was a bit dodgy at times, okay, but he still managed to get away with the win, and what a goal it was by Wayne Rooney.
Yep, it was, and like you said, we didn't quite see the goal coming. Rooney coming onto the ball, heading the ball into the back of the net, winning the game 1-0 for Nico. So we're going to go into our next game, third match between Malaysia and Indonesia. It's going to be NIP X Hanzo, also known as Zulfatsli, going to be taking on Nico from Indonesia. So the players are getting ready to go in, and once again, let me remind you, those of you asking for codes, it is coming right after the series. So stick around after the matches are done. We'll be giving you your codes. So, Hilmi, Going to the next one, Hanzo against Nico. We saw Nico, I wouldn't say dominated Hakim, but
He was
he
comfortable.
was the better player.
Yeah.
He was the better player. How do you think he's gonna fare against Hanzo?
I think this is a match between two possession-based players. Hanzo neat and tidy in possession, whereas Nico, as you saw earlier, he can pass the ball relatively well and keep possession pretty good. So it's a matter of which of these players firstly have more of the ball, and which of these players could make better use of the ball when being presented with a chance. And on that account, especially on that second point, I believe Hanzo has the slight advantage over Nico because he has slightly more experience and he's the slightly more clinical of the two.
That's right. So we're waiting for the players to get ready, and then we're gonna go into the game. And let's have a quick recap of how today has rolled out. Over on Group A, we've had Vietnam A take on Singapore. Vietnam A coming up 3-1 winners in that match. In the second match between Vietnam A and Thailand, Thailand demolished Vietnam 3-0. Pialuk, one-man show, winning it all for Thailand. And the third game in Group A was probably the most entertaining series I've ever casted before. That was between Singapore and Thailand, ending up 3-2 in favor of Thailand. Zephylos against Joseph in the last game won it in extra time, and we saw at least 4 goal line clearances in that match.
Yeah.
That was an amazing match to watch. So if you guys haven't catch that match, go after this whole thing ends, go watch back that particular match. It was an absolutely amazing game.
Arguably the match of the tournament so far.
Definitely. And over on Group B, we had Vietnam Team B against Indonesia. Vietnam Team B winning that game 3-1. And then we had Vietnam B against Malaysia. And Vietnam won it 3-2. I wrote it wrongly. I wrote Malaysia won. I would really have hoped for Malaysia to win, but Vietnam won it 3-2. And so we are into our last match in Group B. The winner of this match is going to go, or rather the winner of this series is going to go into the semi-finals of this tournament. So both players are getting ready as we prepare to go into the lobby and see how they're going to go fare against one another.
And the winner of this match will go on to meet Pialuk, Zephylos, and Cressida.
That's right.
An interesting yet daunting task up ahead.
Well,
But I'm sure it's something that both sets of players would relish going into tomorrow. However, let's go into the starting lineups of both these teams. Starting from Darianto on the left, here's Jose Reyna in goal, right back of Dani Alves, left back of Ashley Cole, and a centre back pairing of Thiago Silva and Nemanja Vidic. He has 2 defensive mates similar to the previous game, Essien and Jermaine Jones, marshalling the area of midfield in front of the defense. This time he has changed a bit. Right mid is Antonio Valencia, left winger is Angel Di Maria, and the strikers are relatively unchanged in the form of Wayne Rooney and Mario Gomez. He has abundance of speed in the wings. He has beast players in midfield. I'm pretty sure Darianto would look to maximize the potential of all of his players going into this match against Hanzo. Hanzo, or Zulfatli, his real name is. Starting lineup, we have Petrcek in goal, right back Branislav Ivanovic, and left back Esteban Cambiaso. Centre back pairing of Vincent Kompany and Lauren Koscielny. Again, he is another one who employs 2 defensive mid in the form of Arturo Vidal and Daniele Di Rossi. Right midfield position occupied by Steven Gerrard. Left wing now has been changed to Lionel Messi, with a strike partnership of Diego Forlan and Robert Lewandowski. So the interesting thing here is for Zulfatli is that Gerrard in right midfield. So he does not have that much speed as compared to the likes of, Messi or Antonio Valencia, but he has immense talent in his technique, and with the likes of Lewandowski up front, Zulfaqli will definitely look to exploit that part of the game where he will be able to get crosses in for Lewandowski to head it on. And even if he decides to, pass the ball around, he has the likes of Messi to aim towards. Diego Forlan, a good ball player himself, and Gerrard himself can go with the long range. So let's get into the game with Daryanto in the Brøndby jersey kicking off from left to right, whereas for Zulfaqli in the red of Arsenal kicking off from right to left.
We'll have Daryanto going straight for the attack. Could have probably gone closer towards goal, but that was a really good save coming up from the goalkeeper. And Hanzo will get the ball back, and he'll get a chance to take the ball forward right from his own half. He plays the ball forward towards Steven Gerrard. Diego Forlan finds Messi on the left wing position. This is Vidal now, the middle of the pitch, trying to find the ball that would probably come in towards Gerrard, but he couldn't get there. Lewandowski finds Forlan. Sorry, that's Ashley Cole. And he finds Di Maria. Wayne Rooney finding some space, gives it over to Mario Gomez. Can he finish? He shoots just wide of the post. And that was the first opportunity of the game. Going the way of Indonesia. Could have almost got the first goal. But it looks like Hanzo does want to make already a couple of changes to his team. He's feeling a little different about this.
Yeah, I'm guessing he sensed something amiss here tactically. That's why he has opted for the early change. I don't think any personal change would be involved just yet, because it's only like the 18th minute of the match.
So we'll have the players go forward and attack for Indonesia. This is Di Maria. Gonna give it over towards Ashley Cole. Was looking for the run of Gomez, but the defenders were there for Hanzo and Malaysia. This is Diego Forlan, first time pass, looking for his midfield players, couldn't find him. Dani Alves in towards Essien. Valencia on the right side. Lots of space for him to run into. He cuts back outside and is looking for options to pass back. He finds Alves. Michael Essien in towards Mario Gomez, and Wayne Rooney gets it back in towards Gomez again. Gomez is free and Gomez puts it in. That is 1-0 to Indonesia. Hanzo not committing to the challenge, and he paid for it dearly by going 1-0 down.
Well, yet again, Daryanto is able to pass the ball around very well, and once Gomez got the return pass from Wayne Rooney and gets it onto his left foot, straight onto the goal post, a player of Gomez's finishing prowess would just slot the ball calmly into the back of the net, and that's exactly what has happened. Early impetus being gathered by Daryanto, and he has made it count. 1-0 to Indonesia.
We'll have him go on the attack again. This is Mario Gomez. We're going to play the 1-2 with Rooney. Well, Zulfaqli came in with the interception. This is Valencia. Good turn past the first defender, but the ball went out for a throw-in. Malaysia have to gather themselves back, and Zulfaqli has to try and find a way back into this game. This is Jermaine Jones back towards Essien. Vidic just got to find Rooney further up ahead. Rooney again, finding Mario Gomez with the pass. Jermaine Jones looking for the through pass towards Rooney. They couldn't find him, and the referee will blow for half time. It is 1-0 in favor of Indonesia. They've had one chance on goal and they've made full use of it. Mario Gomez putting it in, and Hanzo has got to think about his team for the second half.
Yeah, definitely, and Daryanto have started the match better of the two. He has passed the ball very well, and he has not conceded any silly possessions just yet. and as you can see from his higher possession stats as well as his 96% passing accuracy, Zulfadli has to really reconsider his formation and tactics, because right now he hasn't gotten any responses yet to counter the attack and the gameplay that has been deployed by Daryanto. And as you saw, he has paused for a second time just before the start of the second half. He seems to be deep in thought currently. I'm pretty sure mulling over what sort of changes he should be ringing leading up to the second half.
Seems like he knows what's wrong with his team, and he knows what does he have to change in order to try and come back in this game. So hopefully it works out well for him as he prepares to go into the second half. So there's your change. Out goes Vidal, in comes Xavi, and we'll see if that change helps out Zulfadli as he kicks off in the second half. Steven Gerrard on the right side. Gotta get it back towards the middle. Cambiaso. He's gonna find Xavi with the pass back towards Cambiaso. Messi finds the cross into the box. It's gonna be too high for any of the players to meet. And a goal kick for Indonesia. Short pass being taken by Daryanto. And we'll see him push forward from the right side with Valencia. Mario Gomez towards Rooney. First time pass will find Di Maria on the left flank. Jermaine Jones has space to shoot. He goes for the pass instead. And Hanzo wins the ball back for himself. Will he capitalize in the space that's being afforded to him on this counter attack? This is Lewandowski. Goes back towards Messi. Cambiaso finds De Rossi towards Xavi now. Lewandowski again in possession, but couldn't find the pass into his forehand. Second chance, again cannot find the pass. And Daryanto will go on the counter attack. Di Maria playing the 1-2 with Valencia. Through pass comes in. Rooney is bearing in towards goal. Rooney must be stopped, and he will not be stopped as he makes it 2-0 for Indonesia. They are currently leading this game, and you saw just too much of space being given to Rooney. No commitment from the defenders. And that is 2-0 towards Daryanto. And one step closer towards bringing it towards match point for Indonesia.
Yeah, I mean, so far Zulfadli have not gotten his game going at all, going to the 70th minute of the match. It has all been Daryanto in terms of possession and chances, but good change with Lewandowski pulling one back for Zulfadli. You can see now he's keen to start the ball, to start the game quickly, but great pass there, good turn by Lewandowski, and he's such a lethal finisher. You would expect him 9 out of 10 times to bury that shot in to the back of the net.
And he does just that as the scoreline is now reduced 2-1. Indonesia still lead, and they're gonna win themselves a corner. 15 minutes are left in this game. Can Daryanto hang on, or will Zulfadli get an equalizer for Malaysia? Dani Alves gonna take the cross in towards the far post. That's a fantastic cross as well. And Vidic was almost able to direct that header towards goal. But Zulfadli will get another chance to try and get his second goal of the game and equalize. The goal kick taken short by Zulfadli. Gonna get it back in the middle. Xavi lays it into Lewandowski. Then Messi, waiting for the run of his players, finds De Rossi, goes back towards Vincent Kompany. This is Ivanovic in towards Forlan. Gerrard. Patient build up coming up now from Zulfadli, and he loses the ball away towards Wayne Rooney, and he's going to run down the left flank. Going to cut it back, give it to Di Maria, back towards Rooney again. Daryanto has space to exploit. Mario Gomez collects the ball. Mario Gomez towards goal. Can he score? It hits the post. Gomez, second opportunity, caught on by Czech. And we'll see Zufali go for what would be his last attack of the game. Lionel Messi going down the left flank. Gonna try and probably play a pass in towards the middle. This is Lewandowski giving it over to Forlan. De Rossi collects it back again. Looking for space, looking for options. Finds Forlan with a shot and it goes wide. And that would be the last kick of the game as it ends 2-1 in favor of Daryanto. Indonesia are now 2-1 up in the series, and there is just one man left to do it all for Malaysia, and that is going to be Hassan.
Yes, an upset brewing here for Indonesia. We were all expecting Malaysia to go through comfortably or otherwise, but go through, but Daryanto has really stepped up his game, and he has eliminated, or he has defeated the first two players from Malaysia, one Hakim as well as Zulfadli. So, and he has played commendably well. He has kept possession very well. As you can see, his passing accuracy and possession has been superior to his opponents. And when you have an opponent such as Hanzo and you have superior passing possession percentage, that says a lot about how well he has kept possession and how patient his play has been. Hanzo never really gotten going from the get-go. He changed his formation, he changed his strategy a couple of times there, yet was not able to find a way past Nico Daryanto. So it was a fair result, deserving of how the game went, and right now Nico have to deal with just one more person, and that little person is called Ol, or his real name Hassan.
Yep, so he has now got to do the job for Malaysia. Will he get the job done, or will he come up short? He's got to win 2 Indonesian players in order to help Malaysia go into the next round, whereas Nico is on match point right now. Indonesia, 1 game is all it takes for them to take the win and go into the semi-finals and take on the mighty Thailand. And for those of you watching again, reminder to you, codes are coming up right after this match, so don't go anywhere. We're gonna give out 1 million EP codes just about as this series ends. So we'll wait for the teams to start up, but earlier today we saw Old actually almost clawing a win back for Malaysia as they took on Vietnam, and he's been that cool head over there, the most experienced player for them. How do you think it's going to fare against Nico?
Well, as I've mentioned, Ol is the last player amongst the 3 players for Malaysia, and having seen Nico play for 2 matches, I'm pretty sure a player of Ol's experience would have been able to gather 1 or 2 weaknesses in Nico's game. Although for me, I haven't seen much weaknesses so far, especially not from an attacking standpoint. So it'll be interesting to see how Ol responds to this pressure, and if he's able to step up to the plate and be the savior to his team. Because as we've seen earlier, Zarate almost doing the impossible, being the last man, being the most experienced player of the 3, clawing his team back from a 2-game deficit to draw 2-2 and almost nicking the win right at the death. So we could see a similar thing happening here with Ol. You can never know. He's just that wonderful a player to watch.
Yep, so that's exactly what Ol will be looking forward to doing for Malaysia as he gets ready to go into this game. Looks calm and composed, looks ready to take on anyone. Can he get the job done for Malaysia? That is the question.
Well, if let's say I'm in Nico's situation right now, I must be silently confident that Indonesia could upstage Malaysia at this stage of the tournament. And given how well Nico has played, I will just tell myself that I should just play my normal game and not be fearful of the the reputation of the opponent at the other side of the game, you know, be it old Hanzo or even the likes of Zarate or Natakon for that matter. So as long as, and he has played reasonably well so far in the first two matches, and as long as, you know, he plays to his fullest potential, does not commit any mistakes whatsoever, I'm pretty sure he could nick another win as he did in the first two matches.
So we're gonna go into our lineups and see how both these players are gonna be putting up their players. And first up, we'll see Hassan, also known as O, playing as the home team. Yes, in goal, Peracek, fullback Sergio Ramos and Cambiaso, centre backs Murasek and Koscielny, defensive midfielders Vidal and Gerrard, attacking midfielder Diego Forlan. Three strikers up front are going to be Messi, Lewandowski and Soldado.
A more attacking formation here being deployed by Hassan, you know, having three forwards rather than, you know, one winger and two forward has been deployed by Hanzo earlier on. And Diego Forlan in the center attacking mid position can be rather deadly because he has a good right foot to him. He can take long range shots for fun, and it will be an added advantage to him.
So look over on the side of Darianto, how he's going to be lining up. In goal, he has Reina, fullbacks Alves and Cole, centre backs Thiago Silva and Vidic, defensive midfielders Michael Essien and Jermaine Jones. Right side of midfield going to be played by Neymar, left wing Angel Di Maria, and the two strikers up front are going to be Gomez and Tevez.
Yeah, it's a similar formation that he has been deploying all competition long, with that forward three skewed ever more closer to the left. Di Maria seems to be really up for this game, so is Tevez. The first time we are seeing him in this competition so far. Mario Gomez has been very deadly in and around the penalty box. Once given the chance, he would make full use of it. His conversion rate have been pretty impressive so far. So the pressure now is on Hassan to try to upstage Nico, who has been in good form in his first two matches, defeating one Hakim and Hanzo or Zulfatli in the first two matches.
Yep, so waiting for both players to load up into the game. And we'll have Hassan and the hopes of Malaysia resting on his shoulders as he plays up as the home team going to this, and Nico playing as the away side. And here we go into the game. Hassan in the blue kit attacking towards the right in this first half, but he gives the ball away towards Darianto. He's gonna get some space for Di Maria down the left side. Can he make full use of the space afforded to him? Cross comes in a little too deep, but he gives it right back towards Neymar. Has some space, gives it to Dani Alves on the right side. Goes for the short pass to Essien and then to Jones. And goes all the way back to his defense. And he just wants to pull out the defenders. He wants Hassan to commit. But so far Hassan is not doing that. Dani Alves finds Neymar. Sends the cross in towards Gomez, but he couldn't find him. This is Jermaine Jones. Ashley Cole towards Vidic. Essien. Jones, Essien, quick passing coming up from Darianto. He loses the ball though, and Hassan will be looking to go on the attack. Lob through pass, finds the feet only of the defender, unable to find it on towards Soldado. And Darianto will go down the right side now. Jermaine Jones. Di Maria. Ashley Cole will find the feet of Jones, and Tevez will go down the left side, goes back towards Cole again. Tevez receives it back. Where's the cross? It does come in, and it's going to be a corner for Indonesia. Di Maria will take the cross in towards the far post, and the header will come in. Gomez almost heading the ball into the goal. We'll see first opportunity of the game go the way of Indonesia.
Darianto yet again has started the neater of the two players, keeping possession very well, passing the ball around and getting his players to move off the ball. And another crossing from Mario Gomez. He has been a pesky player inside the penalty box. All the crosses or the passes have found him, and he himself almost found the back of the net with that left-legged volley.
Short pass comes in from the corner for Darianto, trying to twist it, turn his way through. He goes all the way back to Vidic though. This is Neymar, back towards Essien, Ashley Cole. Dani Alves now, from right back pushing forward. Alves not playing the pass towards Neymar, but Tevez gets it back, playing the 1-2 with Gomez. Tevez pulling out a top save from Pericek, and it's going to be yet another corner for Indonesia.
Nico has performed, it seems this is his best match so far of the 3 matches in this series, and he has really stepped up his game, knowing that, you know, Hassan being the most dangerous of the 3 Malaysian players, and he has gotten a couple of chances himself to break the deadlock, but then he just found Petacek to be a little bit too big a figure in goal.
He's gonna try and win the ball back high up the field, which he will do so with Di Maria trying to play the through pass. Mario Gomez finally puts in the finish, and Indonesia take the lead. And Hassan has got to feel absolutely gutted about this, that he's losing 1-0. He's got a lot of work to do in the second half.
Well, he might be feeling gutted, but it has been a long time coming for Nico Darianto. He has been the better player of the two, passing the ball around, and as I was saying about that pesky little player called Mario Gomez, he has gotten at the end of crosses and passes, not only in this match, but the whole of this series that Nico has played against the Malaysians, and Nico Darianto duly deserved his 1-0 advantage going into the halftime whistle. You can see that the possession 79% to O's 21%. O has just not gotten into this game at all.
Yeah, what he has to do is to start off the second half strong. I think he'll be the one kicking off in the second half, and if he does, he's got to get a quick start in order to try and get the equalizer quickly as he can. Darianto will be the one to start off the second half, and he, of course, just as normal, keep possession and try to build his way forward from defense.
The pressure is now on all to get at Darianto and, you know, try to attack him as more than he did in the first half, and that could work into Darianto's advantage given his propensity to just pass the ball around and try to get the defenders out of position before exploiting the space being left behind. Right now, all with the ball, Diego Forlan Soldado coolly slots the ball at to the bottom corner, equalizing goal almost out of nowhere for all. 1-1 the score right now.
There is a beautiful run of play and the through pass as well from Forlan into a Soldado, finding the space, and all makes it 1-1. So that's the sort of start that he was looking for in the second half, and he finds that. So he'll be looking to build on that momentum and try to make it 2 for himself and Malaysia. This is Di Maria going down the flanks for Darianto. Loses possession of the ball. Long pass is gonna try and find the feet of Lewandowski, but Darianto will collect it back. He's gonna go back towards his defenders and slowly build his way up. This is Jermaine Jones having some space ahead of him, finding Di Maria on the left flank. First time pass, trying to find the run of Gomez. Goalkeeper completely missing the ball, and it's gonna go out for a throw in. This is Essien over towards Jones and Ashley Cole. Di Maria. Darianto is just so patient with his play, just trying to pick the defense apart of Old. But he gets it back and he'll look to go on the counter attack, but Essien is there to cover. Jermaine Jones Over towards Ashley Cole. Di Maria. Back to Cole again. Essien finds Cole. He's gonna get intercepted off the ball. Sergio Ramos will be pushing forward for Malaysia. Forlan gives it over to Lewandowski. Lob pass looking for the run of Soldado, but Dani Alves will get there ahead. And Darianto will look to restart the attack from the back again. Di Maria finds Tevez down the left flank, giving it back towards Di Maria. Has loads of space, goes back towards Jones. Essien finds Neymar. Dani Alves from right back. Jermaine Jones first time pass towards Gomez, and he couldn't turn towards goal, so Gerrard will push forward for Malaysia. Sergio Ramos from right back pushing forward. He will not be able to find the run of any of his players, and Darianto will probably get the last chance of this game. Carlos Tevez back towards Di Maria. Ashley Cole finds Tevez again. Di Maria making the run in the middle. Tevez for smart turn past the defenders. Going for the pass. Gomez playing the 1-2. Neymar unable to get the shot off, but still yet another opportunity for Indonesia. Jermaine Jones finds the run of Tevez towards Di Maria. Going for the turn outside towards Tevez. Can he finish? He puts it in the 90th minute of the game. All it took was one turn from the attacker from the left side. That was Tevez, and he manages to slot home the ball, and that should pretty much kill the hopes of Hassan and Malaysia.
They would be gutted to have conceded that late into the game. I mean, there was only supposed to be, I believe, was 2 minutes of added time, but because Darianto managed to keep possession at a dangerous position very well, the referee somehow did not choose to blow the final whistle just yet, and Darianto was able to weave his way through and managed to get Tevez to have that little bit of additional space to just slots the ball into the far corner of the net, and Darianto has just all killed the whole Malaysian team, and it's quite a surprising 3-1 victory to Indonesia.
That's exactly what Indonesia have done, and Darianto as well. And here we have Malaysia taking their bow. They've done well to represent the country at the Southeast Asia Invitational. Unfortunately, they have also crashed out of this tournament.
It is a surprise.
It is a surprise indeed, and for those of you watching at home, just to make all ourselves feel better, we're gonna give you our codes. 1 million EP. Take it all away. Here you go. Right now, codes coming up. There you go. Here's your codes. Enjoy your codes. Tomorrow we have more codes. Enjoy the games more than the codes. As we come back, and that's gonna be it from us. It's been a long day of matches, and we've seen amazing matches all throughout from Group A and Group B. The top two teams to go through from each group has been Thailand and Vietnam A from Group A, and Vietnam B, as well as Indonesia from Group B. Unfortunately, Singapore and Malaysia have not been able to make it through to the next round. We wish them the best of luck in the future tournaments, and we hope that they can do us proud the next time. Actually, they've already done us very proud by getting here. Singapore coming up so close against Thailand in the series, and
Almost
also
upstaging the favourites.
say again?
Almost upstaging the favourites through a comeback.
Yeah, that's right. And also for Malaysia coming up against Indonesia, it was kind of close as well. You know, I feel like if the Malaysians were better prepared, they would probably have done better. But here's your code again. Here's your code to go and take note.
Take a picture or screenshot, whatever you wanna do it. You wanna share it with your friends, go ahead.
That's what everyone does, you know. They just take down the codes and then they spam it all over Facebook and everywhere.
But better make it quick,
Yeah,
before
it
it
only
closes.
lasts for 10 minutes. So quickly go get your codes. You're gonna miss your opportunity. But that is it. Rounding up all the action for today. Tomorrow we have our semi-finals that's coming up, as well as the grand finals. Remember, there are 4 teams left. That's going to be Vietnam Team A, Vietnam Team B, Thailand and Indonesia, fighting out for the top prize of 18,000 US dollars. So all that action is happening tomorrow. And for now, signing off is myself, Easy Game.
And I'm Muhammad Hilmi.
Yep, so we'll catch you guys next time.
To all of you, and have a good night.
Yep, so we'll be catching you tomorrow for more action in the FIFA Online 3 Southeast Asia Invitational. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.